president of Montana Library Association.
Thanks, Elizabeth. Introduced herself in the chat. She's the director of the Miles City Public Library, and she represents the 6 library federations. Stacy. And Stacy is the director of the Fallon County Library and represents small public libraries. And then Pamela, I don't know if you're ready yet, but do you, we were just doing introductions, and I was starting with people online, since you always are I always make you go last normally. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Can you hear me?
Yep, we can.
Okay, good. Wasn't sure. Yeah, this is Pamela Benjamin. I'm representing Trails.
Thanks, Pamela. So why don't we go ahead and we'll go around the table, and I'll start. So I'm Tracy, and I'm with the Montana State Library, and I am the current chair of the Network Advisory Council.
Bruce Newell with the State Library Commission.
Laura White, and I'm the director of the library at Great Falls College MSU and represent community colleges.
I'm Jody Smiley, and I am from Boulder Community Library, and I represent the medium-sized libraries.
I'm Kate Peterson. I am the librarian at Home High School here in town, actually, and I represent the large public high schools.
I'm Dorlyn Rossman. I represent the MSU campuses, and I'm at MSU Bozeman.
Hi, I'm Sarah McLean from the State Law Library here for Special Libraries.
I'm Susie McIntyre from Great Falls Public, and I think I'm at large.
I was trying to remember.
I'm Micah May. I'm here to talk on behalf of the Digital Public Library of America.
I'm Tara Orban at the State Library.
I'm Cole Barto from Okia.
And Jenny Stapp with the State Library.
So I just want to do a real quick check for those of you who are online. We're using a different mic system. Are you hearing everyone okay?
Yeah,
I am in Missoula.
Oh, great. Great. Okay. I was hoping that was the case, because I know sometimes we don't get really good sound, and that's hard when you're doing an online meeting. So before we actually hop into the minutes, Bruce has requested that we move an agenda item up because he has a 2 p.m. meeting, but he's very passionate about this agenda item, and that is the Montana Library Card concept. Does anyone have a problem with moving that under the LSTA 18 allocation of funds? All right, so we'll go ahead and plan on doing that. Thanks. Okay, so approval of the minutes. So I just put the final minutes there so you had them. So we are actually, I just need us to review and approve the August 14th, 2018 minutes. Does anyone have any changes or corrections?
Move for adoption.
All right. So we have a motion to adopt. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion? So for those of you who are online, if you'll just use the chat box, all those in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? And are there any abstentions? Okay. Looks like the motion carries. Okay, so next up on our agenda is Jenny.
Great. Thanks everyone for being here. I'm really, really excited to have Micah here to talk a little bit about the Digital Public Library of America in a few minutes, and in particular, Library Simplified. So I'm very glad that Micah, you could be with us today. I have a number of updates to share with you, and we'll just go through the list, and if there's anything not on the list that you want to talk about, be sure and let me know. So first of all, with regard to our Library Services and Technology Act funding, starting with the funding for FY19 and a discussion about some priorities for FY19 funding is on the agenda a little bit later on. For the first time since the mid-90s, Congress passed and the President signed a budget that includes our LSTA funding by the start of the federal fiscal year. It was approved by October 1. So we don't have these ongoing continuing resolutions in this case that have normally slowed and hampered our process for determining how we want to go about spending those LSTA funds. We don't yet have our official award from the Institute of Museum and Library Services, which is the funding agency that passes those LSTA funds through to the state library for us to use for library development. We will probably get that official award sometime in December. What IMLS does is take the appropriation from Congress and apply a formula that includes a base amount of funds for all states plus per capita funding, and then makes those official awards to every single state. As I said, we'll probably get that official award in December, which is very early. February, March is more typical. We've seen it as late as June, and so it's great that we have that assurance that that funding is going to be available for FY19 in the coming year. Again, I just want to thank Senator Tester for being such a strong supporter of that funding. He always signs on to the Dear Appropriator letter in support of that funding. The Institute of Museum and Library Services and the LSTA is actually up for reauthorization in Congress. The authorization for that program expired a couple of years ago, so there's been ongoing legislation to try to get it approved. Not having that authorization doesn't necessarily mean we won't get the funding, but it raises just a little bit of a red flag when Congress is going through the appropriations process. So the American Library Association and other partners are working very hard to get IMLS and LSTA reauthorized, and Senator Tester has also signed on to as a co-sponsor for that legislation. One other interesting piece of note in the current LSTA reauthorization bill that's going through Congress, it includes a provision that the base funding that all states receive be increased. Right now, the base amount of funds that goes to every state is $630,000. And then the balance of the funding that's available through the LSTA is then appropriated based on a per capita model. This reauthorization, if passed with this provision, would increase that base amount to $1 million. Of course, that requires the funding to also be increased so that no state is negatively penalized if the bases are increased for some of the smaller states. While that doesn't immediately guarantee that all states would immediately see an increase in their funding, again, it sets that provision for future funding that would then hopefully put some pressure on Congress to increase the amounts of funds through the LSTA Grants to States program that would then, based on initial estimates, increase the amount of funds that we might see by as much as 30%. If you're not familiar, our current award is just over $1 million. So, and then the other thing I wanted to make you aware of pertaining to specifically the Grants to States funding, which is the funds that all state libraries receive for library development, is an effort coming out of the Western Council of State Libraries started the effort, and other regional library associations and the chief officers of state library agencies are beginning to take more formal action to support an effort. We're calling it a dollar per capita effort, and basically asking Congress to increase the amount of the Grants to States program from the current $160 million to $325 million, so a little bit more than doubling of the funding that's coming under the sort of the umbrella that libraries are worth $1 per person. It's a little bit confusing because in Montana we already receive a little bit more than $1 per capita, so we want to be very clear that we're not necessarily talking about changing the appropriation method the appropriation method would change, but the amount that Congress would appropriate would roughly equal $1 per person in the U.S. So, as I said, regional associations of state libraries have adopted resolutions to this effect. The chief officers of state library agencies will soon pass a resolution. At least 6 state library associations, they're chapters of the American Library Association, have also passed resolutions, and we're seeing them come very, very quickly. We've had conversations with John Finn and Matt Beckstrom from the Montana Library Association, and Elizabeth is with us, about having Montana pass a similar resolution. The idea behind these state resolutions is that they would carry weight with our congressional delegation, but that also they would show the American Library Association that there is national interest in taking a more proactive approach to the amount of funding that goes out through the Grants to States program. The American Library Association, for at least the last decade, has gone to Congress and asked for level funding. And we're just saying that that's simply not enough anymore. So I think there's growing momentum behind this effort, and you'll hear us talk about that more and more in the coming months. The next step for COSLA, the chief officers, is to try to get on the agenda of the Council for Legislation, ALA's Council for Legislation office, to talk about this initiative. It's that body that often makes government affairs recommendations to ALA's Washington office. And so we hope to have some influence with them, and that they will further have influence with the Washington office. So a lot of information about LSTA funding and sort of where we see that going. We do think that the dollar per capita initiative is probably one that's going to take some time. We don't anticipate that there may even be an ask even in this next Congress. You know, this is something that we're going to have to build momentum for, find congressional champions for, and so forth. But it's something that we're actively talking about. The next topic on the list is the coal severance tax budget update. For those of you who've been on the Network Advisory Council, you'll know that we receive coal severance tax funds to help support a number of our library development efforts, including funds for the federations and a lot of the one-time only types of services that we offer to support library development. Those have been very volatile, and understandably so, given the increases and decreases in coal production, the changes in the value of coal, and regulations associated with coal production. Right now, coal revenue estimates are looking positive. We know that the state library's appropriation is higher, and it will continue to be higher over the next years. So as long as the actual revenue continues to be strong and there's cash in the bank, we'll continue to have a little bit more funding each year to spend. This past year, our appropriation was right around $430,000. This year, our appropriation is around $490,000. So that's all positive. Last year, we ran into some changes in how we manage the coal severance tax fund. One of the legislative efforts from 2017 created our own cash account that allowed the state library to manage our own coal severance cash that came in. That was a brand new account, and there was no funding in the account to start. We had to wait for roughly monthly to quarterly revenue to flow into that account before we could actually spend some of those funds, and that created a challenge for us because the state library has always spent out essentially our entire appropriation at the start of a fiscal year. It funds things like funding for the Montana Shared Catalog and our bill to CERC Dynex. It funds our OCLC group services contract, and then, as I said, the federation payments. We were delayed making most of those payments last year until we actually had cash to pay from. This year, we decided to go ahead and pay our two major invoices up front, the CERC Dynex and the OCLC bills. we, because we had experienced this cash flow issue last year, left a little bit of money, about $60,000 in that account to give us some funding at the start of the fiscal year, and then we had some funding come in. So we paid those 2 bills. We also had the opportunity to take out a general fund loan this year. That was something that wasn't available to us last year with the general fund revenue situation as it was. So we did take out a general fund loan to make the Federation payments. So those payments were made on October 1st. And we've had enough revenue come in now that we were actually able to pay off that general fund loan already at this point in the fiscal year. And we have about $50,000 in that account. Some other things that it funds are things like our digitization project with the Internet Archive to digitize our state publications. And it funds some of the databases that the state library has to support professional library development and the work of state government employees. So we're feeling much better about where we sit with our coal severance tax funds. We still think it's prudent to try to maintain a cash reserve in that account. We're targeting about a quarter's worth of revenue, which is roughly $125,000. That's based on about 15 months worth of experience with this account. So we're still learning, but I think what we will likely do is work with the NAC and work with the commission to actually put forward a cash management strategy for this account that justifies why we want to keep a cash balance, that documents how we spend those funds. And then should the state ever find itself in a situation where it was looking for revenue in various state revenue accounts, we would have some backup to justify and document how we're managing that cash flow. Any questions about that? I know that that's a bit in the weeds. So as we think about the upcoming legislative session, revenue estimates continue to be positive, but I think everybody's sort of cautiously optimistic about what they look like. There are really no new funding requests proposed by the governor's office. We'll be trying to restore some of the funds that were lost in the budget cuts from the 2017 and the special session. And then, as you all know, I-185 failed. That continues to be an important issue for the governor, renewing expanded Medicaid for the state. And so the governor's budget will include funding for that to make up for the fact that the cigarette tax did not pass. We just confirmed with the budget office this morning that those changes will not impact the state library's budget, so that's positive news. We were concerned that the governor would be looking for funding elsewhere to try to come up with that difference that wasn't funded through the referendum, but it sounds like we'll be spared from any effort there. So what we know about our budget going into the legislative session, the governor's budget will be made public on the 15th, so a couple of days from now. It will include enough funding for us to, we hope, refill 8 or 9 of the 10 to 12 FTE that we lost this last legislative session. And I'm hedging a little bit on the FTE because we lost 12 people, but some of those positions weren't full FTE funded in House Bill 2. What was essentially full FTE in House Bill 2 was 10, and the amount of funding that will be in our budget will allow us to fill 8 or 9 of those positions, depending on exactly how we fill them. We were asked to give up an FTE as part of the budget setting process, really as a show of good faith to the legislature that we're willing to give up something in case they come looking for more. And we anticipate that there could be some kind of effort from the legislature asking all state agencies to do across-the-board FTE cuts. And so by giving up this FTE in the governor's budget, we hope that that will be a show of good faith that we've done our part. We gave up 2 half-time FTE that were previously associated with the operations of the reading room. We don't have any intention of reopening our reading room space And so we were comfortable giving up those 2 half-time FTE associated with that work. So again, what we'll see in the governor's budget for the state library is the reduction of 1 full FTE and then just shy of $400,000 to help us restore some of the FTE that we lost. We will not see any kind of increase in operations funding. They're not including the restoration of any of the $315,000 in operating funding that we lost. We'd actually asked for about $13,000 in general fund to help us plan for anticipated contract increases, and that was even struck. So the FTE is going to be it, but if we could come out with those FTE, I would just be thrilled.
So Jenny, what's going to happen with the space that was the reading room space?
So this building is owned by the state. We rent space from General Services, and they are looking for a new tenant for that space.
Bowling.
You might make a profit.
So that'll reduce operating costs because we won't be paying rent on that.
Exactly. I said we lost about $315,000 in operating costs. About 110 of that came from savings on our rent.
And we haven't been paying that rent now for
over a year.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. The other cuts that we made, almost 100,000 of it came from the funding I mentioned for the Cersei Dynex and the OCLC Group Services contracts. Those used to be funded from general fund, and we switched them to coal severance tax funds. We switched about half of that to coal severance tax funds. Is that right, Tracy? So saving ourselves about $100,000 there, and then the balance came from our Natural Heritage Program contract.
But part of that devil's bargain is that we basically put the support of these really vital statewide services out in coal land, which is probably in the long term not a sustainable thing to do. So we need to come up with a plan B.
The devil's bargain is a great way to describe it.
Yeah.
So the other thing to be aware of with regard to the legislative session, the state aid to public libraries authorization, that statutory appropriation, was renewed in the 2017 session, but I think, as you all know, it was unfunded at the very end of the session. So the statutory appropriation exists in law, and the law temporarily unfunds it for FY18 and FY19. As long as nobody touches that legislation in this next session, the funding will be available again. That temporary zeroing out will go away. So in discussions with the Montana Library Association, we have decided that it's in our best interest not to draw attention to the state aid. Typically, what we've done in the past is get up and talk about all of the great things that funding provides. We don't necessarily want to get up and talk about the loss of that funds and the hardship that it's provided, because we think it's a better strategy to just not draw attention to it at all and hope that it will just skate through and that the funding itself will be restored. So we won't be drawing attention to that issue.
Does the MLA have a strategy for if it gets sort of discovered in the legislative process and we have to defend it?
We'll certainly be then drawing on libraries to talk about the loss of that.
So similar strategy would be similar to
exactly.
last session.
Exactly right. Exactly right. There are a couple of bills out there for those of you who are bill watchers. Two that pertain to public libraries. I've spoken to both of the bill sponsors, Senator Pomnichowski from Bozeman and Representative Tom Woods from Bozeman. They both assured me that those are just placeholder bills that are out there. Pomnichowski had a similar bill in the 2017 session that they could use if there was a need to do something to defend libraries. So those are just placeholders out there. Oh gosh, I haven't looked since Friday, and there was over 1,000 bill draft requests out there, and I'm sure we're probably up to 1,100 or 1,200 today. So. Questions, comments, anything else you guys are hearing going into the legislative session?
Oh, do you have a date for the?
We do for Library Ledge Day.
Yeah.
So Library Legislative Day is scheduled for February 5th. I believe that's a Wednesday. We always try to have the event coincide with our budget hearing. And so we've been told our budget hearing will be February 5th. It's a little bit later this year. Typically our budget hearing and Library Legislative Day is usually about the third week of January. So I'm not sure why our legislative analysts are saying it's going to be a little bit later this year, but that's what we know.
So that's the same day as our hearing?
Yep. Unless something changes, it'll be the same day as our hearing. And that event is always here at the State Library. We've always done it downstairs. This year we are going to do it upstairs, and the plan is to have coat racks in front of the now defunct reading room to make it very visible to those who are attending that we no longer have that space.
We should bring them down here. It was shocking coming down here this morning.
Was it?
Yes. Yeah. My heart broke a little bit.
You know, of everything that we went through, that one was the easy one. You know, that we had proposed eliminating the reading room, or at least closing it to the public a decade ago, because everything is online and the computers were hardly ever used. It was just, I mean, it was $100,000 of almost unused space. So that was the easy decision. Yeah.
In fact, it's still not a bowling alley. This is a bit heartbreaking.
You can sell that one to the legislature, Bruce.
Yoga space.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to jump ahead of the public awareness campaign for just a minute and talk briefly about where we are with the trust. And Tracy, while I'm doing that, could you bring up the public awareness campaign launch page? Thanks. So I've been talking now for a little over a year about this idea of forming a nonprofit to support library development work in Montana, and we're making just really terrific progress. We are now referring to this effort as the Trust for Montana Libraries. I think that name will stick. We need a formal board to formally adopt that name, but that's what we're talking about. As most of you know, we've been working with the consulting firm Library Strategies out of St. Paul, Minnesota, as well as a steering committee of some librarians, but mostly non-librarians, to help us think through what it would take to form a separate nonprofit that would essentially provide another funding arm for the library development work that we do in Montana. With the help of Library Strategies and the steering committee, we have draft bylaws, we have draft articles of incorporation. They are starting to work on the 501c3 filings. Our hope is that we will have 5 committed board members by the end of the calendar year that will form the board of directors for this nonprofit, and that once that's in place, we can actually incorporate and start raising money in earnest. And right now, we have 3 committed and 2, I think, committed board members. So I think we're almost to the 5 that we need to incorporate, and then there's a few others that we're looking at. Mostly these are non-library people. As Stu Wilson from Library Strategies says, these are people of affluence or influence. One is Judy Meadows, the former state law librarian. One is a woman by the name of Diane Smith, who lives in Columbia Falls. She, as she told Stu, was in on the ground floor of Sprint and founding of Sprint. So I have met her through different telecom and broadband meetings, and she is very entrepreneurial. Another person who has expressed interest is a realtor from Wolf Point, and then the director of the Montana Justice Foundation, and then Sarah Groves has also committed to being on the board. So we are looking for more people around the state. We're looking for suggestions of people who would be willing to serve on a board of directors, acknowledging that this is largely a fundraising board. So people who are of affluence or influence. We would like to get more geographic distribution, and we would like to get more gender equity on the board. if you guys know of people who may be interested in serving on this kind of foundation, let me know. I'm arranging meetings between various parties and Stu Wilson. And so far, we're just really excited about the progress that we're making. A couple of the issues that we will settle out once the board of directors is in place is exactly the working relationship between the state library and this nonprofit. Our conversations to date have largely been about the model that the State Parks Foundation has in place with the State Parks Board, where the two entities work to create an annual memorandum of understanding about what the priorities will be for funding. So that's one potential model that we could work under. Understanding that this board will be the board of a separate entity and they have their own governing authority. They'll have two representatives from the state library on the board, a member of the State Library Commission, and then the state librarian position as well. There's a couple of roles that I think will be important for the Network Advisory Council to play as we think about how this foundation and its work develops. Obviously, this body is very involved in helping us shape the statewide projects and library development work that go on from the state library. And so as we continue to develop those resource sharing opportunities and we are seeking ways to fund them, one role for the NAC to play is advising the commission on the nature of those projects, the nature of the opportunities, the funding needs that exist, and whether or not we should approach this foundation for funding for that kind of work. Another role we see the trust playing is helping to fund initiatives that might come from a local library, a local community that we think might scale into a statewide program. So for example, I've been in conversations with Jeannie Ferris from Whitehall about a digital literacy curriculum that they're developing under a grant program in Whitehall. We know that in Billings, the Billings Public Library is creating a success academy to help people with workforce development skills. Those are ideas that could have the potential to scale into statewide programs that we would support, and we would look to the Network Advisory Council to help us think about whether or not they're the right kinds of opportunities to grow into statewide programs, what that would look like if they were to scale, and what kind of resources that we might need. And again, the NAC would continue their role in advising the Commission on these kinds of efforts. So that's sort of what we're envisioning. The work of the nonprofit over the next year or so is, again, incorporating, and then Library Strategies is under contract to the State Library for the next 10 months or so. And so once they're incorporated, they'll begin fundraising in earnest. We have a fairly lengthy list of potential funders that we hope will fund some operational costs for the trust to help them get to the point where they could either hire staff directly or hire some staff on contract to begin to actually fundraise for the long term. We anticipate that there'll need to be a focus on operational development for 2 to 3 years before this effort might actually kick out some funding. Library Strategies is also going to help the board create different kinds of operating policies as well as a development strategy. So we're just so much farther along having the opportunity to contract with them to move this effort forward. It's been really great to watch. Questions about that effort? Any questions online? So I'm going to conclude with an update on the public awareness campaign that is starting to roll out in earnest this week. I'm going to pass around a poster. There's another poster with Sarah Calhoun from Red Ants Pants on it. I'll also pass around some stickers. If you don't have stickers yet, take some. We have more upstairs. So we've been working with Bannock Communications out of Great Falls to help us with a public awareness campaign that's largely focused on how libraries help their communities with economic development, entrepreneurship, and workforce development, focusing on those key aspects of library work because they resonate with our legislative stakeholders and the importance of economic development to them. Launching this week is a campaign launch page. It's being hosted by the Montana Library Association, and we're really grateful to them. If you click on the click here for more information, you'll see a little bit of a overview, and then click here for resource materials for your community. This is where libraries will go for a wide variety of campaign materials. There's all of the logos, so the logos you see on the stickers are all available in downloadable format if you want to download them to your website, if you want to download them to printable materials. All of the graphics are there and available for you to use. There's a user guide for how to use those, fact sheet about the campaign, access to our social media presence. We are going to, over the next couple of weeks, be encouraging library directors to issue news releases about the public awareness campaign, and there's a template there for libraries to customize and use. We really want to draw media attention to the fact that this campaign is ongoing. There is a number of different talking point elements, again, all tied to the roles that libraries play to support entrepreneurship, economic development, and workforce development. All of the content, including the posters and the stickers, are available as print elements that libraries can print. We also have copies of the posters that we are distributing to libraries. So public libraries, I have some for you. So I think yours are actually coming directly from Bannock, Susie, but Jody.
Yeah, they're like blocks away.
Yeah. So we are distributing those to send out. There will be radio spots starting later this month. They will continue through February, so up to transmittal in the legislative session. All of those radio spots are going to air on affiliates of the Northern Ag Network. So about 42 radio affiliates all around the state. The reason that network was targeted is that they tend to be people who are not your typical library users. We didn't feel like it would do us much good to be on the air on public radio. So we're targeting the Northern Ag Network. And then there'll be a robust social media campaign, including a number of videos. I think we're up to half a dozen or so different videos that are videos of librarians. They're videos, some of you have seen the Jamie Ford video, author Jamie Ford, who's done a great video. We have interviewed Sarah Calhoun, the founder of Red Ants Pants. She talks about how she worked in the Bozeman Public Library to do research to help her set up her business in White Sulphur Springs. We have an interview with Jason Riddle, who is out of the Economic Development Office of Baker, now works for the Montana Association of Counties. Tom Cohey is a founder and manages a company called Ranch Consulting, I think it is. It's on that poster that's getting passed around. Ranch Maps. And he uses all of our GIS data to help him do ranch consulting around the state. Ken Wall, a commissioner, is featured in one of the videos. I'm sure I'm forgetting some at this point. But all of that information, again, is available from this site that's launching this week. You'll see more information from us. You will receive custom emails that we are asking you to distribute to people in your communities to raise awareness about the campaign, and then people can follow the campaign to receive updated information. We are also doing custom electronic postcards to groups like the Montana Association of Counties, the Montana Economic Development Association, the Montana Chamber of Commerce, and a number of other organizations to introduce them to the campaign and then to get them involved as well. I would show the video, but we found that the videos don't play well with GoToMedia. So I encourage you to go out. They're all linked now from a YouTube channel. You can like that YouTube channel. Share these on your own social media sites, like the social media sites, so we can really begin to create a really rich conversation around the campaign.
When's your launch?
It's technically tomorrow, the 14th, but we're asking libraries over the next 2 weeks, so through Thanksgiving, to do these press releases.
How will we know we've been successful?
They are developing all sorts of metrics in reach, so that's one of the ways.
How will you know that we've been successful?
If I don't hear a legislator say libraries are non-essential.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the goal. This picture of Susie is splashed all over the state of Montana.
When Kathy said, Vanek's going to be by and wants to do a shoot, will you sit in for a minute? I did not think through what that was going to mean. But it's great.
It is great.
Yeah.
It is great. You look good.
Yeah.
It's good.
There are.
You look just so welcoming and cheerful and librarian-esque.
There's outdoor, these are on outdoor banners. I think there's, I don't know, 24 or so around the state. And they say Business Incubator Montana style. And it's this photo in the logo. They're pretty powerful. All right. Woo! Way to go. Way to go. Questions or comments about the campaign?
I think this is really exciting. You know, we obviously I've had a sticker for a while. Superintendent Arnson has littered and stickered our offices with the stickers too, and I think it is. I think it's the right approach at this time. And seeing the faces and voices and having it visible, I think is going to be very powerful. It's a modern, publicity campaign because all of the resources are there to easily, quickly share, and because they're faces that some of us will recognize very readily and identify with. I just think it's very exciting. Yeah.
Does anyone online have any comments or questions for Jenny about anything she covered today?
I should mention that Stacy and Sonia are featured in some of the videos.
I mean, I can just say our Susie banner is up right where everyone can see it, so we're doing what we can.
You should post a picture to Facebook.
I can do that. I'll make a note. That'll be easily done, yeah.
Great.
And everyone should call it the Susie banner.
Deal.
It'll live on. Oh, the legacy you set.
All right. Thank you, Jenny.
Any questions about anything I didn't raise? All right.
So we just put a little status update. And Kara, I don't know if you have anything because you have your group you're probably trying to bring together, but
I have a brief update.
Okay.
So we had a request to talk a little bit about the career and some of the challenges that group has been facing. For those of you who are not directly involved with the project, this year has been kind of turbulent for that group. In January, we learned that after the Martin Luther King holiday that Critelli, our service provider, had walked away from the contract effective immediately, and the libraries did a great job scrambling to get materials to each other in the interim. We did pull together a short-term contract with Moon River Couriers, which ended at the end of April. They were not successful in bidding for the new annual contract, which began in May, and we believe that they have actually gone out of business. And so our new contract is with Montana Air Cartage. And so this contract has not drawn a lot of competitive bids. There just aren't that many service providers in the state that have the capacity to deliver our materials to all the libraries we need to serve. And so when Montana Air succeeded in winning the annual contract, their bid was right for our project budget, but they did not include sorting in as Critelli had in their contract. And this has led to some bottlenecks and some delays in service that have been aggravating for some of our libraries that we serve. So we serve 20 drop sites around the state, and those drop sites serve a total of 54 libraries, and this is a mix of Montana Shared Catalog, sharing group libraries, non-MSD libraries, public libraries, and academic libraries. And so depending on the volume that libraries are sending and receiving and the number of days that they're receiving service each week, they are seeing inconsistent quality of service. And so the group met on Friday to talk about some of our challenges and the outcomes we'd like to see from this project. The group agreed that the problems we need to address are the slow and inconsistent delivery that we're seeing at some libraries, especially getting across the state. When some libraries have 5-day service, some libraries have 2-day service. We do have some issues to address with the service provider regarding inconsistent delivery time frame and some quality issues. But overall, the main issue is that we need more data to be able to pinpoint where these bottlenecks and delays are occurring. And so our next steps that we agreed on Friday are immediately I have followed up with Montana Air regarding some questions about service delivery windows, and some libraries were interested in finding out if there could be an opt-in service charge for sorting services by the courier. Some libraries were not interested in that. Many partner libraries send them to a partner's hub to be sorted, especially Missoula does a lot of sorting for partners. But some libraries were interested in sending out a mixed crate and having the Montana Air driver sort those items for them. So that is something we can follow up on immediately. There was also some interest in looking at the courier delivery procedures that the partners use and perhaps clarifying and standardizing the way that we have our procedures written for the courier group as a whole. To see if we can agree on, for instance, do you send out a crate that is not full regardless when it's your delivery day? And that was not consistent with everyone, all libraries. So kind of standardizing our procedures. And then in January, I'm brainstorming with a couple of MSC staff who are looking to implement some kind of tracking pilot so we can track items not only in the shared catalog but also in bringing in some non-shared catalog libraries to see exactly what the flow of those items is across the state, where they're getting hung up, so that if we have more data, we can come up with some smart solutions to make things move faster across the state. So that's where we are.
But what is the total amount of the contract now?
The dollar amount?
Yeah, dollar amount.
Well, it's hard to say because Missoula and Kalispell incur pretty large excess crate fees that we don't see those bills, but I'm estimating it's around $120,000.
And what does that figure out roughly per item?
It depends on where the item is going. So a partner's crate is probably about 20 cents an item, 25 cents an item, but the crate itself, you can get 5 crates for $25, so basically $5 a crate, so depends on how many items you're sending.
So it's roughly a quarter an item-ish.
If you're filling the crate. If you put 2 items in the crate, you're doing a bit better than putting it in the
Great Falls is tracked it, and we are in the courier because we want to be a good community member. It would be cheaper for us to mail stuff.
So it's roughly a quarter an item, 20 cents to 25 cents an item-ish,
if you're
variable. There's some hidden costs. It's costing us overall annually about $120,000, and we're not totally happy with the service and the number of libraries aren't able to participate at all. What just have you done any analysis about what it would cost if you were not trying to incorporate this with a private vendor? If you were just going to start a business to do this, what would the cost of that business be a year?
It would depend on the level of service that we're looking at and how many libraries are involved and how many items we need to move.
Is this $100,000 a year, $300,000 a year?
Well, Bruce, I don't know off the top of my head.
No, I wouldn't expect you would. But I'm just wondering. I mean, it seems to me that we've been doing this now for over a decade, and it seems like the branch that we're wandering out on keeps getting a little bit thinner. I'm just wondering what the options are. I wonder if there would be an option of having a library courier service that just moves stuff around Montana and what that would cost. And then once we figure out what that might be, then of course we can scratch our heads and say, well, how in heaven's name would we fund it? But I just wonder if you were starting from scratch and there were no courier services, what would it cost to do this? And I know that there have been other regional library systems that have done this, and they might be able to give us some sort of a rough idea. I mean, Montana's so big, but still, I just wonder what the options are. That might help staff and the commission eventually better evaluate what's going on. I mean, from 30,000 feet, it looks like we keep spending more money with decreasing quality of service, and the same libraries who would benefit from these services continuing to be unable to participate. That's not meant as a criticism in a bad way. It's meant as a, so what do we do next kind of way, if there is going to be a next. Because otherwise, I mean, because to me it seems a vital service, and we just need to figure out how to do it and do it well. And it may be in Montana these private vendors are not our most direct highway to happiness.
It's not ideal that we're depending on the procurement process.
Yeah.
But the lower volume you have, the more mailing stuff is a better bang for your buck.
Can you just compete in your tender?
I don't know. There are some places they don't travel to.
We did that experiment over a decade ago with UPS or FedEx, delivering stuff using that with OCLC, and that was quite expensive.
It was expensive. You know, I
It
think
worked.
we could probably put, you know, at least some pencil scratches on paper and say how many couriers, how many staff are operating around the state on a given day, how many vehicles, and how many miles are they going to. You know, your staffing costs and your vehicle costs are probably going to be your biggest overall costs.
I'm guessing just off the top of my head that if we were to do this at a kind of a higher level of performance for all the libraries in the state, that it'd be $500,000 a year, something like that. So, you know, if that was true, and it was important, if this group said to the commission, this is a really important thing to do, then we could start scratching our heads and say, well, how can we raise the additional $350,000? It seems to me we should start thinking in those terms if this is an important service, and see if we can come to a resolution to make this work. I know where there is consistent, inexpensive courier service on the West Coast, the cost per item is really cheap, and it's a vital service. It's just like electricity service.
This is Elizabeth in Missoula. Can I? Hello?
Did that help?
Hello? This is Elizabeth in Missoula. Can I begin?
Please do.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm hearing a weird echo, so I'll try this.
Oh, I'll mute us.
Oh, okay. I was just going to say that, you know, just to kind of reinforce some of what Kara was saying and what Bruce was saying, that, you know, when you are in a high volume scenario like in Missoula, clearly, you know, the the service works effectively, right? Because we're taking a crate of maybe 30 items and dividing that with the $5, $6 service charge. It becomes extremely cost efficient compared to, say, USPS. But this has always been an infrastructural problem or conundrum for the partners and for the courier project. And so the workaround has always been to piggyback on pre-existing service. So we used the bus systems, we used the medical supply runs. So what Bruce is proposing is interesting, but I think it would also be a possibility of this being something that is not necessarily library specific as a service in Montana, but like again, kind of a larger project even than just libraries. I think a delivery system is non-existent in Montana other than through the private sector. So for the state to propose some kind of delivery across the entire state, could even conceive of it in this kind of much broader spectrum of non-library delivery of materials as well. So there might be a demand out there outside of libraries, is what I'm saying.
Thanks, Elizabeth.
I would also be interested in knowing what the cost would be to add some additional funding for things like the sorting for libraries that might want that from, as we're talking about different uses for our LSTA and our coal severance tax funds, are there some incremental steps that we can take with some smaller amounts of funding while we try to figure out the larger issues to address some of these concerns?
If it does cost $500,000 a year, and I'm just completely pulling that number out of the air, but if that's what it costs, we can't ask for it until we know what that number is. And if it's important, we should ask for it.
This is Thorny. Which one of us gets to talk?
Go ahead. I'll mute us so that you don't have an echo.
Okay. When I look at the cost for Miles City, I average about $3,000 a year, and we do pickups twice a week, and we can go anywhere from 5 to 7 crates each time. I just consider that $3,000 part of my book budget, and believe me, for the number of books that we borrow back and forth, that is an incredible service that we do and saves the library a lot of money purchasing books. So I just think it's a great system, and I think you just figure out how you can pay for it within your budget and look at it as a cost savings for everyone.
Any other comments on this topic or questions for Kara? All right. So Micah is next on our agenda. Why don't we take like a 10-minute break just to give him time to kind of set up and everything. So we'll reconvene at 10:40.
Where's the microphone?
You want me to introduce you?
Sure.
That's okay.
I was just going to scroll down. I have just pull up these 2 pages just for the demo because I may need to go get credentials. This was undoubtedly way more slides than I really need, but
that's all right.
So that one's easy. And this one I'm just going to have open. I need to really go find my. Yeah, that's not so I can go find my which password that is. Just a second.
Okay. Not sure because we're so spread out how everybody. Right. We
could find a way to get them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I totally agree.
I did, not really, but somewhat related. When I was at MPL, we started this project called My Library MIC, where we started delivering public library books to almost 500 public schools in the city. And it turned out, and the project started, I was calling teachers, and just as my group was, and saying, how can we help you more? We kept hearing these stories of teachers. Often in New York City, people don't have cars. So they were like going to multiple libraries by subway on the weekend to get books they would use in their classroom, which was really painful. And it turned out like, we were thinking digital stuff, and and they're like, no, actually just like physical delivery of print books would be the best thing. So it was really popular, and we used UPS. We got a really good deal because it was sort of a one-off negotiation. So I don't know that it's a standard pricing. And we were able to take advantage of every thing. We got it down to a very low cost per bid, but the math ended up being all about like how full the bids. And if you want to maintain a service level, if you got 2 books requested, you still got to send them. And then that bid becomes very expensive on a per book basis. So I know it's not a simple thing at all.
Well, yeah, those are, I guess so people explore more what we know that there are other services good to the city. Everything.
That's a really good idea, I thought.
It's
It's a shared service between multiple agencies.
So
Makes a lot of sense.
we started out sending things around to the red truck. The red trucks and the beer trucks. They go everywhere.
Beer trucks, yeah. That's bread and beer.
Gusto distributing, let's see.
Kind of 2 back-to-back presentations. It's kind of funny because we don't necessarily need more users, but we need our users to take full advantage of what we have to offer. So giving lots of ideas for a school professional development plan to incorporate those courses, whether it's year long trajectory for early release or something like that. And that's kind of.
So are you going to apply for the position on Great Falls?
Currently, that is my plan.
Yay!
Well, we'll see how I do.
What's one on she's
Yeah. Well, and it's funny because even
Yep, she's ready to retire.
Have essentially encourage their teachers to use the hub. It's kind of like with the digital academy, it still takes somebody.
We've had a lot of
If you're going to
funding
do
and
that
staffing issues.
As a school-wide plan, you need someone to support the teachers.
She's done a great job. So those are big issues.
So we have
No,
yeah,
and I know
we've had a couple of train wrecks where
city manager
staff
referred to part of our budget as a subsidy.
Here we have our early
I was just like, no, we're a core service.
Go take these
We're a core service.
And it just doesn't go for everyone because it's not necessarily the best platform for everyone. Which,
No, we are going to be setting up some of this.
Yeah. It doesn't, but it's nice to have. Yeah. Makes sense.
Okay.
Somebody coming. Yeah. I have a plan. I'll have a plan for implementation. Yeah. Okay. Just don't take courses. Okay. Great. What I do is much I take.
Restrooms upstairs.
Just take a left and go all the way back and get it. Yeah. It's been really great going to those reviews. Yeah, it does. I think we went to 6 months. We have a group of courses that we have to do quarterly reviews, just because, like the IndyNet for all the IndyNet 101 course, it's required for licensure, and so we do those more frequently. And then some of the courses that, like the majority of courses, will do every 6 months data pull and report like that. And then we have we basically have a live tracking sheet that we can look at any time, and then
less frequent things I think about. There's so much information. I need students to it's just I didn't get time to so much information. Yeah. So it's good. It's very, very good. I'll be interested to see how
Yeah. I'm excited. Well, anytime you have kind of a captive audience of 200 or 300 people, that's a good thing.
Yeah. I can work with that. It's great. I'll get the message out.
Right. So.
LA, 16, they didn't care where it was.
Well, I sent you a message.
In Brooklyn.
Yeah. Have you presented with or connected with the High Tech Business Alliance?
Cool.
Oh my gosh. So I sent you the link to their membership. I'm thinking specifically about the foundation, but somebody to connect the media campaign with directly. So it was started by a great team. And so it's 200 and some business leaders.
Can I sort of spin this so I can just hit the down arrow?
Yes.
Is that it?
I
think so.
A CEO meeting a couple of weeks ago.
Okay, great.
So I went to a meeting. I was down at Exploration Labs, and because they're really interested in computer science. So, but like meeting this group, and I got great engagement, great questions. I was there. The other person I wanted to talk to you about too is
it's pretty awesome.
I have contacts with the Microsoft philanthropists, and they're one of the major supporters of co-faculty and global computer science. Like, but they really are very interested.
I just stand on my kitchen counter. That's not exactly what I know. Oh, yeah, I need to.
So, when I worked for, I didn't think it was great. I loved so much about it. I really loved it. I'm not sure it was great.
Yeah,
I think
it's mixed bag. There's pros and cons. Yeah. The best, I think, is if you have the option of doing that like a couple days a week, where you can stay down in the house. But
no, she's been traveling.
I would like the office.
She's gone.
It's a trade-off, and the trade-off overall is good for us because we get to live where we
And then
want.
they're in Fort Reach.
So that's nice. But yeah, especially with my wife,
I
she's
have
gonna
a
have
meeting
to start work.
with Jill Walker, who is the deputy that I report to. She had
And
asked
when the
me
kids
again
are
about
they're on vacation, you're like,
around school
our house is that big, so I can close the door.
and I'd reached out
You still hear
a
them in
couple
the
of months
background.
ago.
Yeah,
But
but
even
people are
after that,
teaching.
yeah, because I mean, and I know FTE is just.
I think they're just grateful.
Yeah, that's right. It's nice.
Yeah.
And I have kids and dogs. It's entertaining.
Cats show up on their lap.
In the office.
Nice.
We have like
So how long have you been in school?
literally no
Oh, great.
Yeah, because I asked Jenny, she said you felt rushed for an hour.
I mean, there's a lot here. Talk too much anyways. I mean, there's a lot of background and technical, so that's great. I'll try to get through it well here.
Yeah.
Last time. Encouraged.
Was more expensive to get on the natural cost bigger than bonds. Okay.
So what the question is, as they come.
Great.
I've been kind of stuck in this for a while. Share assumptions we have with my dogs.
We were eating in a cafe in some little town in Italy, and the people next to us were American tourists, and they were cousins of Cindy Christian.
We're in Italy.
Monte Falco or Pusiano or someplace. I can't remember what town it was actually.
My wife is Italian.
Oh, she is. Where from?
She grew up in Milan, but her father's family was in Sicily. So we spent time there almost every summer.
In Sicily.
Yeah.
What's Sicily like?
I love it. You know, it's pretty deserty. So I'm in Southwest Colorado. There's a lot of desert around. Just beautiful. I mean, Italy is an amazing country geographically.
I agree.
Never more than a couple hours from the beach, and often the mountains too. I like Sicily culturally. It reminds me a little bit of Durango, Colorado, where I'm from, because I call it kind of a proud rural area where people are, there's not a lot of jobs, there's not a lot of money, but they also think that everyone else is kind of mid-year for not living there. Like more or less
and perhaps they're right.
Our version of paradise. And,
yeah.
So what if we don't have a lot of money flowing through? So people are very proud of where they live, and they like it, even though it's definitely pretty rural. In town, we spend time in the summers less than 1,000 year-round inhabitants. But it's just, it is fun. All the fishermen start to help them
So what's the cuisine is more tomato-based and fish?
A lot of fish.
She missed the meaning.
What's your favorite food? Really, it's just about the ingredients. It's not complex, but like just the tomato sauce that my wife's stepmother makes is just fresh. And so it's nothing like totally different.
My favorite food probably on the whole trip was just some ravioli, some ricotta ravioli with sage and brown butter. It just completely changed my life.
Yeah, they love that. Yeah, we could. And food.
All right. Yeah. So I'm going to call us back together so we have plenty of time for Micah for his presentation and discussion. So those of you who are online, feel free to interrupt. We will leave it unmuted. That way you can talk and we can answer any questions you might have. So Micah, I'm going to go and turn it over to you.
I'm actually going to do a brief introduction.
Oh, good. I didn't want to put you on the spot.
Oh, no, good. Thanks, Tracy. So I met Micah, I think 3 years ago, 3-ish or 4.
Right. Kozla?
Yep, when Micah was working for the New York Public Library. And there was this real effort out there to create a marketplace that would help libraries have some leverage in the ebook procurement environment, as well as just a better platform for delivery of this kind of content. And then at the same time, the Digital Public Library of America was forming and becoming its own thing, and there have been some organizational changes that have helped to merge those two efforts. At the same time, when I met Micah, what was going on in Montana, we had our Overdrive ebook platform, and some libraries had their own separate ebook contracts as well in e-audio. The state library had invested in an Adobe content server with the idea of creating a local Montana collection of ebooks, and Kara and then Sarah McHugh had done some work with some of the smaller publishing houses here in Montana about the idea of creating a collection of Montana ebook content that we would house on our Adobe content server and surface that way. The marketplace that Micah was describing would have allowed us to leverage that kind of content. We found that we really never had enough resources to devote to creating a really rich ebook collection, and the number of titles that we had would have been really overwhelmed by the amount of content that was out there. It would have been so minimal that it would have been pretty hard for those titles to be discoverable and surface through some kind of other separate entity. So at the time, 3 years ago, what Micah was describing was really of interest to me as a way to really bring in the rich Montana content in a way that would allow us to leverage them in a marketplace and to surface them through this new and developing platform. And then at the same time, the state library has been digitizing our state government publications collection that is now almost done. And that collection exists in an ebook collection. And so there's been this long idea of trying to increase discovery of that collection through tools that help to surface ebook content for users. Since that time, the State Library has also invested in an ebook collection for professional development, and we know that there's been this growing number of collections, sort of disparate collections around the state of ebook collections from various providers that libraries are trying to provide access to. So this idea that Mike is going to talk to us about has always been in the back of our minds, my mind. Mike and I have exchanged emails a number of times over the years. Mike has come to the chief officers of state library agencies at least a couple of different times to present on the development of this kind of initiative. So I was really excited to have the opportunity for him to present to all of you, to get your feedback and reaction to how this kind of initiative might help support Montana Library to Go, might bring together some of these disparate collections. Mike is also going to hang around and present to state library staff tomorrow to help us think more deliberately about what this means for the state library's ebook content.
Thank you, Jamie. Okay, so yeah, as Tracy said, please interrupt me as you have questions, because I've been deep in this ebook space for a long time. I don't always know what people's assumptions are. Maybe you understand everything I'm saying and have another question, so please interrupt me. Once I get going on this, I can talk a long time, and I'd rather have more of a discussion. Let me give you just a little bit of background about me and how I came to this work. Maybe it's interesting. So I'm not a librarian. I thought about going back and getting an LS, but I never have. I went to law school. I thought I was going to be an environmental lawyer. That's what I had always wanted to be, because I guess I was argumentative as a kid, and people told me that would be good. And then I worked in the Department of Justice Environmental Enforcement Division and found I did not like the work at all. It was really slow, and I was working on this case during the Bush administration, and we got this memo, like a one-paragraph memo, just pulling the plug on 8 years of work. And so I was like, whoa, maybe that's not what I thought it was going to be, and decided neither was big law. And so I went from law school, I was at Harvard, and I went to the places that were recruiting on campus. I ended up going to a consulting firm, McKinsey & Company, which is one of the biggest in the world. And I spent 4 years there basically turning my law degree into a more general business degree, I guess. I had a really good time there, actually. I got to start an internal think tank on problem solving, which was really cool. And then when my daughter was born in 2009, it was time for me to either go back to regular consulting, which was going to be too intense, or find something else. And so I left to become director of strategy at the New York Public Library, which was really fun, really broad, because NYPL has so many different programs. I got to work across all of them, including physical book delivery to schools. But when Tony Marks, the current president of NYPL, started in 2010, one of his top priorities was really ebooks. So starting in 2010, I really focused on how could libraries do a better job of serving ebooks. And in that work, what I came to believe is that one of the most important things was to kind of retake and own the experience as it's presented to the user. We saw that libraries were serving ebooks principally through vendor-owned solutions, top to bottom, and the library patron never really interacted with something the library could control. So in 2012, I proposed and wrote this grant called Library Simplified, which is still the name for the overall project. The grant was awarded by IMLS, and we started building a library-owned ebook reader. That reader was released in 2015. There's actually 2 versions of it in the US and another that I've launched as a fork for another client I serve, Library for All, in the developing world. So it's an open source ebook reading app. Simply E is the name of the version that NYPL runs as a multi-library app for lots of libraries. There's also a version called Open eBooks that we built, which takes donations from major publishers, and they're free to children in low-income communities. So that was the first step, was to have our own app, basically, thinking that's the piece that actually touches the users. And then we kind of started working our way back through the stack. And so this stack includes a little bit different components, sort of some middleware that lets libraries merge books. And then ultimately the goal was to get to kind of the back end where you could, the marketplace piece. So we got there in like 2014 and 15 and started thinking about this. Wrote another big grant that was awarded by the IMLS called the LEAP Grant, Library Content Access Project. I started reaching out to partners to see who might want to co-invest in building this kind of marketplace. And then sort of late 2016, NYPL didn't stop on this work, but they sort of backed away from the pieces. They said, we're going to stick with the app piece, but it's too far afield for us to be building a nationally content marketplace, which probably makes sense. I mean, they're fundamentally a local library, a big one, but serving one city. And so I am now started in late, basically beginning of 2017 at the Digital Public Library of America, and helped them write a large grant to the Sloan Foundation. We have another one being considered that's likely to build this last component. So that's been my journey through ebooks and libraries in the last few years. And so now it's been almost 2 years that I've been working with the Digital Public Library of America to launch this national ebook marketplace and collaborating with New York Public Library, Lyrasis, and a number of other library nonprofits to try to build out this system, which DPLA's exchange is just one component of. And I call it the National Digital Platform for Library Ebook Service because that was the IMLS strategic priority to which we wrote these grants. They said we need a national digital platform for library service, and this is kind of the e-content piece of that. And I think it's a good name. I mean, it's really there to be used nationwide. It's library driven, so that's maybe a little bit, I don't know, maybe a little bit of a big title, but I think that's what we're talking about. So I have a bunch of slides here. I'm going to run through them fast, but again, stop me, ask questions, and take me back to things you want to know more about. So let me talk a little bit about sort of just DPLA's goals and role in this. So DPLA, the mission of DPLA is really just to maximize access for Americans broadly. DPLA was kind of conceived in about 2010 and sort of kicked off around 2012. And the first project DPLA took on, as you no doubt know, was the dp.la portal through which we aggregate cultural heritage materials. Montana is a hub, contributes lots of those digitized cultural heritage materials. And I think that some people have associated with DPLA with that and said, okay, that's what you do, full stop. And John Bracken, who started as head of DPLA about a year ago, and really all of the founders, people like Maura Marks, who headed IMLS, this whole group that was convened at Harvard that kind of started this, all the original writings was much broader. Cultural heritage, open, public domain materials was one slice that they felt like they could have a big impact in quickly. There's now, almost 30 million items in the DPLA, so there's a lot there. They've done a lot to bring that together, but it's just one space. And so I was kind of charged with starting this next area of work, which I see as kind of at the far opposite end of the spectrum. And I hope that they come together to kind of meet in the middle, and that ultimately DPLA builds infrastructure that can support libraries across lots of different kinds of digital service. So, why did this make sense for DPLA? Well, first of all, we wanted to build a library ebook experience that would be really owned by the libraries, branded by the libraries, and controlled by them. We wanted to push for a wider variety of licensing options for libraries, make sure that that the constraints on how libraries lend e-content were really only those coming from the publishers. And one thing that we've discovered is that many of the constraints are really coming from distributors, not publishers. So we think we can really broaden just how libraries can lend digital content. We wanted to make sure that all of the system was interoperable. Yeah.
So when you say freedom from distributor, not publisher imposed limits, does that include stuff working on Kindle?
That's really coming from Amazon itself.
Right.
So that's not really coming from a distributor. I mean, other distributors.
They might be a distributor, because so many people own Kindles and want.
Yeah, that's a hard space. I mean, I know, I have pushed even with other commercial distributors that are more established in the market, them to go to Amazon, and I know they have, Baker and Taylor, Biblioteca, and so far Amazon has not been willing to let other people circulate Kindle format. That's something that I think can continually be revisited. It doesn't make a lot of sense for Amazon, especially since Rakuten, who's a huge Amazon competitor, basically an Asian version of Amazon, bought Overdrive, so they're now kind of supporting a competitor by allowing this exclusive distribution. One thing that I have found, and you'd have to look at your own data on this, but I think that the number of Kindle format files used by library users, very much overstates the number of people that have to use that format. What you get from Overdrive is just the type of file that was downloaded, right? So this many people chose it in Kindle format. But many of those users are using the Kindle app on an iPad or an Android tablet or a Kindle Fire, and any of those web-enabled devices could read an EPUB. So the only devices that can only use the Kindle format are the Paperwhite devices, which is a very quickly diminishing portion of Amazon's tablet sales and Kindle sales. Most people are buying Fires, the Kindle Fire, and those are the only devices that can only serve the Kindle format. But that actually is an example where the constraint is coming from Amazon. Is it a publisher, distributor? It's kind of everything, right? So it's a hard one to put in a box.
I think one of the constraints that we see, and you should correct me if I'm wrong, is that I think is imposed by Overdrive is that we have to have a separate agreement for school libraries.
Exactly.
They can't participate in our Montana Library to Go.
Exactly. That's an example of the distributor-imposed constraints I was talking about. So I'll talk about this more, but one of our pilots is Yavapai County, Arizona. It's around Prescott. There are 43 libraries, 3 big universities, some school libraries, and then the public libraries. And we have, we've had to take each of our multi-library organizations that's piloting with us. We have to go to the publishers that are most concerned about this and ask them on one-by-one basis whether we can sell to them. And all the publishers have said fine. So that constraint about not sharing across types of libraries, we know for sure is coming from distributors, not from publishers. Hachette has been sort of the pickiest on that one, and they had no problem with Yavapai. They also said okay to the entire state of Maryland. The only one of our pilots they balked at yet was Khalifa, which has over 100 libraries in California plus the entire state of Kansas, and they said that was too big. But otherwise, publishers have been fine with that sharing. So that's an example of a constraint coming from a distributor, kind of being presented to libraries as if it was coming from publishers, but I don't think that's true. Well, we know for sure that's not true. And there are other examples of that in terms of the licensing that they're pursuing. So just quickly, DPLA's ebook work is really, there's like 4 areas we're working on. So we have the exchange, which I'll just maybe show you quickly now, which is the marketplace piece that we have launched. It is available at exchange.dp.la, and it's kind of a full-featured place you can buy books. Unlike most distributors, we just put the prices and everything right up front. So that's one piece. We also have been investing in the Library Simplified stack. Yeah.
Are those sold on a metered access, or are they one copy, one user?
Those are sold on whatever the publishers will give us.
So cool.
So they cross a wide range, and one of my roles in this project that I enjoy has been to negotiate with the publishers to get different kinds of models. And we're having some success there, even though we have like 0 leverage right now because we don't have any market share. But still, publishers, it appears, have not really been asked for good licensings. So, for example, I was just speaking with one of the biggest international distributors called Bookshare, or not Bookshare, and this is a German company, and they have over 100,000 titles in their catalog, and lots of Spanish. And they said when Overdrive approached them, 2-3 years ago, Overdrive suggested a 1-year license, right? Which I think in many libraries agree is the worst for libraries. And so we said that's not really what we want, and say, okay, so they, we're coming up with other models. So on their Spanish content, they're actually going to enable 2 different models, like a number of lens, and then also something with like a 4 or 5 year shelf life because they really wanted that. So we are getting some success there. We actually have a couple publishers who have agreed to offer multiple license types and let libraries pick, which again, we were at Book Expo of America last year, met with a dozen publishers, and almost every one of them said, no one's ever asked us for that before, right? So it was just, to me, it underscored that distributors, who are the only kind of library representatives in a business relationship with publishers, our interests are just not aligned perfectly with theirs, right? They're happy to have us have to buy a new copy every year. Whereas for libraries, that really, really hurts. So, we can come back to that. Just kind of to give you a little bit of an overview of what we're doing. So we're running the exchange, launching that. We are investing in this sort of middleware, this whole open stack that supports it, and I'll go through kind of the technology piece of that in a second. We are also, we're helping libraries host that, and we're also enhancing the open source technology. We're making contributions to it. And then we built this thing we call the Open Bookshelf, which is basically an aggregation of the best Creative Commons and public domain ebooks, which libraries can now serve for free without buying them. I remember going to ALA 2 or 3 years ago. There had been, a movie or something, and we found holds on Moby Dick, and it's like, this is just crazy that we're buying these books and then limiting access to them when they could be free. So I think that could really change library service. If you think of classrooms with tablets in a high school, they could read classics without anyone having to pay a penny, and that's not really easily facilitated by the current distribution models. So these are just quickly the list of the libraries that we're working with right now. We're kind of trying to wrap up this pilot phase, which has been going about a year, and move into a next round. It's still kind of pilot because there's so many things we're learning and building. But in this phase, we intentionally tried to work with a wide variety of library types. So, Alameda and Pittsburgh are big public library systems. Khalifa and Maryland Digital Library Consortia are, statewide, in Khalifa's case, even broader than statewide consortia. Connecticut State Library is deploying this complete in a very robust way statewide. We'll come more to what they're doing. And then, as I mentioned, Yavapai is a multi-type consortia in a county. So we wanted to cross, state libraries and consortia and individual libraries and make sure the system could serve them all. So this gets a little bit technical, but I think it's maybe good to have just the landscape, the pieces that I'm talking about, and then we'll come after this to more about the why of like why libraries working with would bother, why we think this is worthwhile. So there are three components of this national digital platform. The back end, which is the exchange, right? The back end being the entity that has a relationship with the publishers that actually receives the file, puts that file on a server, and applies DRM. So when I say back end, that's kind of what I'm referring to. In this library simplified architecture, there's middleware, and I would say this component doesn't really exist in the commercial offerings. And this is what allows us to take content from multiple back-end sources and merge it, as well as giving library staff the ability to really curate the content. And then the front end, which are the mobile apps, and in some ways the most important piece because they actually face the patron, the piece that gets the most attention. But the other two pieces are very important in terms of the strategy and how we serve e-content. So again, the back end is the server where the books sit, and where you can purchase them through a marketplace. This, the DPL Exchange now offers a library-driven backend. So there has never been such a marketplace with Big Five publishing, at least in the trade space. And this can coexist with other backend sources. So here I've listed some of the commercial competitors that coexist, but Jenny's example about locally owned content you host yourselves, or the DPLA could host for you, or that you put on an open content server is another example. So you could add sort of as many sources as you would like now in the back end and merge them through the middleware. So this is the DPLA Exchange is the only library-driven marketplace of its kind that can offer trade content, and so that's the back end. The middleware is really kind of sits between the back and the front, and allows this integration and curation. So the middleware in this case is part of the library simplified. We need like a branding consultant, which no one can afford and we don't have. So we've got too many names probably, but the whole thing we refer to as library simplified. It's kind of an umbrella title. This piece, which does not have a very sexy name, but people just call it the circulation manager because it's about managing circulation. So that's how people refer to this server that serves as the middleware. Most of our pilots are hosting this with our strategic partner, Lyrasis, the oldest library nonprofit in the country, actually. There are other for-profit and nonprofit hosting providers also in that space. And this piece of the software allows you to merge collections and manage them. So I'll actually show you that in a second, but I'd like to just give this overview and see if it makes sense to people. So the back end plus the middleware work together. The DPL Exchange really doesn't work that well without the middleware because we didn't really want to put forward a model where we say, hey, you've been buying libraries from over, well, buy them all from us and it will work, right? Our vision has always been the library should be free to mix and match from different sources. So the DPL Exchange really, wants to run with the middleware, which receives a feed from the exchange, and then in that middleware, libraries can merge in other content. They can see all of the circ across the different providers. They can change the way that the content is presented to the user. So then the front end, which I think in many ways is kind of the most important because it's the piece that actually touches our users, and the mobile apps are what all of the libraries right now are using is Simply E. So Simply E is this library-driven open source app built by OAPL that came out of the Library Simplified project. The goal was to make it simple, as the name of the original grant suggests. When I wrote that grant in 2012, we have a screenshot of this, where we mapped it. It took 17 clicks at that time to get from the bibliographic page of the book you want to actually having it on your device. Now that's gotten a lot better, and I think a lot of that has come through pressure from these projects that have said, wait a second, that's not good enough. But still, it can be pretty clunky and pretty confusing. And so the benefit of Simply, I think at this point, is the simplicity. You can get to every book in basically 2 taps. It's not necessarily quite as feature-rich in some ways as some of the commercial readers because it's a new project and features are being added all the time. But you can all get it in the app or Play Store. You can read a number of free books in it from public domain books, or if you have a library card for one of the libraries that's in it, you can enter that. You can also get a test library card from NYPL to try it out, the actual borrowing. So this last slide, in terms of the components, I just wanted to highlight, a friend and colleague at NYPL, Leonard Richardson, who actually wrote the book that defined REST. If you've heard of RESTful APIs, he basically created that. So he's the kind of guy where we hire developers and they'd be like, "Oh, Leonard," they would come work for us just because they want to work with Leonard. And he would always say the most important part of the slide is actually the arrows. The fact that these systems are all interoperable means no one is locked into anything. So these arrows represent an open standard called Open Distribution for Libraries. That's an extension of a very well-established protocol called Open Publication Distribution System, which is widely used in Europe, in parts of South America, just beginning to get adopted somewhat in the US. And what this allows you to do is basically syndicate a feed of ebooks. So if anyone is familiar with RSS feeds or Atom feeds, the content is kind of always there as a stream. And if you plug into it, then you see all the content. But it's not doing like a live pull. It's just always out there. And OPDS is similar in that it allows the library to kind of send out all its books as a feed. So what that means is that you can mix and match these parts. You can put in different backends, you can put in multiple backends, put in different front ends. So the Simply e-apps are the ones that are kind of free for libraries to use, supported by NYPL and out there. But you could fork that and do your own version with the Montana State logo on it. You could white label a Bluefire or an Aldeco or another OPDS-based reading app. You could run them both. You could integrate it into your mobile catalog. You can kind of do whatever you want. And that's really because of the interoperability that comes through these arrows in this system. So this is the resulting kind of technical drawing of the stack, right? In terms of what libraries who are working with this do. They source some books in the DPL Exchange. In all cases right now, they have other sources of books as well. They merge those books in the circulation manager, decide how they should appear and what should drive that, and then they serve them in Simply E as well as making them discoverable in their library OPAC. Does that make sense to folks as an architecture? Because these two pieces in the past were always together, right? You bought the book, and if you had any control of how it was served, that was going to be basically in the marketplace software. Now those are separate things. So you buy the books, and then here you manage whatever books you have, regardless of where they came from.
So, Micah,
yeah.
let me ask you some
Yeah.
questions.
Yeah, please.
Just about sort of how Montana currently administers sort of ebooks around the state. We have this Montana Library to Go that serves how many libraries? A lot. 93. It's an overdrive platform.
Mm-hmm.
The state library pays for the platform, and then participating libraries pay for the content largely. So we could decide if we wanted to be a pilot library or a pilot state library that the state library could work with LYRASYS or another entity to manage the middleware for the state. We could, on the back end, make use of the DPLA exchange, the statewide overdrive content, our Internet Archive collection, and so forth. And then libraries would make that available through the Simply e-app. So my larger question is the state library, we could administer that for our statewide sharing groups.
Yeah, absolutely. And you could have a statewide collection that was shared. You could have multiple. You could have the one that the 93 libraries chip in on, and a broader one that all libraries chip in on. And they could also then have their own local, in Overdrive, they're called Overdrive Advantage accounts, where you buy extra stuff. And within
or
their...
they could have their
they could go Biblioteca or Access 360 or whatever. So long as it's a vendor that provides the right API out, all those major ebook providers now do. The one exception is Hoopla. They've been dragging their feet because their own payment model is a little different, and so it's going to be a little more work for them. But there's a lot of pressure on them to adopt this because a lot of people have Hoopla that want to do this. So yes, they could merge in content from any source additionally and share that statewide collection. And what could happen in that scenario is, you could offer. No one has done this yet, but I would like to see someone do it. We could enable just anyone that's physically in the state of Montana. When you open the app, you kind of geolocate into the statewide collection, and then you're prompted to say, "Hey, do you have a library card? Would you like to get one? We see you're near X library. Log in and get additional content from them." Does that make sense?
Yes.
So you could choose to set the access wherever you want. Like Connecticut, I was jumping forward to. I think this is probably a good time to talk about what other states are doing. So this was a big part of the presentation at COSLA. is, we profiled 3 states that are working, in different ways with the system, just to kind of give people a sense of what they're up to. So I guess first, this is sort of just the generic what libraries have typically done at a statewide level or otherwise if they don't have the system, right? If you're just using commercial option, you're going to buy the books, you're going to get them in the vendor's app, and if you buy books from more than one vendor, they're going to tend to be separated. You're not, there's separate systems for the user to find in different places. So when a state adds the DPL exchange, in general, or anyone adds DPL exchange, they're not necessarily turning this off or moving it right away. They just add this piece. This stays in effect. So for those of you on the screen, I'm saying this. That's not very helpful. The commercial option will generally continue to be provided.
So overdrive, we'd still have
so you'd still have
access
overdrive.
really.
Yeah, I mean, at some point, if you wanted to stop platform fees, you could migrate it. But I think that's something that could be taken very slowly once users had actually migrated. So like at NYPL, there's overdrive. The overdrive books are available in the overdrive app. They actually launched Baker Taylor and didn't activate the Blio app. Those are only in Simply E. They also have Biblioteca, who's now got almost no use in their app. Almost everyone reading Biblioteca books are accessing it in Simply E. But those can coexist. It's been 3 years now that users in NYPL, if they really like the overdrive app, they can stick with it. And they're going to get a chunk of the collection. They're not going to get all the collection. And in Simply E, they can get all the collection. Does that make sense to people?
It does. I'm sorry. I have
Yeah, no,
some
please.
questions.
Yeah, no, good.
So if we buy stuff, say, from Overdrive, and then we have the Simply E, and Simply E is available to multiple types of libraries, but Overdrive says that we can't do a consortium with school libraries. By going through this, how does Simply E figure that piece
The cert
out?
manager knows, what, so,
So if you have a school library card, then you can't check out
Yeah.
certain types of stuff.
So basically,
The cert manager handles all
yeah,
that.
that's right.
Okay.
So basically, when a user authenticates, that runs through the circulation manager, and it basically says, these are the collections that you have access to. So, for example, Yavapai County, Overdrive has not allowed the school or the academic libraries to access that collection, and so, if you authenticate to one of the public libraries, you'll see all those books. If you authenticate to one of the school libraries, you won't see those books in your Simply E instance.
Okay.
So they'll be hidden from the
Middleware
user.
handles
Yeah,
that piece.
that's right. And that can be as many layers of collections as you want. I mean, you could have a state library collection. You could have a regional sharing agreement. You could have, so there's no limit on how many backends you could put here and how many overlapping collections.
But you could have, we could have a sort of this statewide collection that includes all of the state government publications, all of the open access publications that Micah was describing, and then any other EPUB content that a library would have, their patrons would authenticate to it.
Yeah.
And you could have a statewide collection of paid content too,
Right.
That required more authentication. That's completely up to you. So Connecticut, I tried to convince them to do geolocation. They really wanted everyone to go get a library card, so they didn't do that. And so what they're going to do is they'll kind of prompt you to get a library card. But Connecticut has gone really big on this and deployed across their entire state, or is in the process. So we've deployed now. I think we're up to 127 Connecticut libraries through Oasis. So basically what they will do, they have a big RV digital collection that will also be statewide. That'll be merged with DPLA exchange content they're acquiring in the cert manager. And then in many cases, Connecticut's an example where there could be 4 or 5 sort of collections merged that the user never knows what the source is. So for example, you might have a local, the Bentley Public Library Overdrive Advantage account, which is only for Bentley Public Library. And then some of these networks, so they have 3 big networks that are 30 to 50 libraries, will have additional collections. And then there will be a statewide collection. So once you're authenticated into Bentley, you will only see that in one of the metadata fields of the bib page. You would find all the books equally. If there's 2 copies of the same book, the most available one would come to the top. And so you can kind of have those layered collecting. Does that make sense to people in terms of what this is meant to do? So we highlighted 3 different states. The first was Connecticut. They've kind of gone the biggest. So what they have done is both use state funding to deploy the circulation manager for every library in the state of Connecticut. And so we've got about 127 up. and we're now going through their freestanding libraries. So that's the first piece of what they're doing. And then additionally, they're going to source a pretty substantial statewide collection. It's called EGO. I don't know how they come up with that name, but it was pre-existing. And so they're going to have this large statewide collection. Ken Wiggin, who's a state librarian, talks a lot about the kind of collection he wants to build. He's not trying to buy bestsellers. He doesn't feel like the state budget would support having enough bestsellers. They might get like one copy and just let the holds go long. But in general, they're going to be looking for kind of the mid and backlist and trying to say to libraries, look, you buy the bestsellers and then we'll cover the depth and share that statewide. So that's been his approach. Not the only approach you could take, but they're going to have basically statewide ebook service, so that anyone in the state can go get Simply E, they can access a large collection, they can authenticate into their local library and get more. He funded that with a statewide bond issue that was passed maybe 4 years ago, I think, roughly. So he had a special pot of funding to do that with.
What's the ballpark of that funding? How much did that cost?
Ken got $2.2 million. He has not spent all that even close on this. It's hard. It's a little hard to say with Connecticut. Connecticut also sponsored some of the development work in the Library Simplified Circulation Manager, so starting a couple years ago to make it better. So, for example, they sponsored work to make the Circulation Manager multi-tenant, meaning that you could spin up one server instance and have multiple libraries housed within it with separate access controls, which was important. So I should be able to tell you the answer to that. Connecticut has they've deposited $250,000 that they plan to spend on the statewide collection, and then their bill for the hosting, which is still kind of being negotiated, in advance of any discount for that money they spend in the exchange, is going to be in the $100,000 and change for the libraries they're hosting right now, I think. Does that kind of answer your question in terms of the ballpark?
Yeah. So you guys charge for hosting the exchange and the middleware?
No, there's no charge for hosting the exchange, and the middleware is kind of a subject we can negotiate. So one of the reasons to like the exchange is that a small piece of each book you buy, goes into the nonprofit piece of it, right? Most of it goes to the publishers, 70%. Another 15% basically goes to our technology provider, and about 15%, we keep. And so we can use that to fund the Circ Manager hosting if we negotiate that. So it's kind of evolving. My hope a year ago was that we'd get to the point where basically you buy your content, we'll host a Circ Manager for you for free. That math is still being proven out. And frankly, we're still in the kind of pilot phase where there's not like a public, well-defined pricing sheet. And I think coming into the next year, we will still be in that phase. So we can kind of negotiate that. In the pilot phase, in this past year, none of the pilots were paying for hosting. We were funding that out of grants and with an agreement that they would buy some content in exchange. So I think that paradigm can continue as long as there is a reasonably substantial exchange budget, such that what's left can help to pay that funding bill, the hosting bill, and if not, then there's a separate bill for the hosting of the middleware server. Does that make sense?
It does. Thank you.
Sure. Yeah, sorry I couldn't be more crisp on that, but it is kind of evolving. We're learning how much is it going to cost to host the middleware, so we know kind of what makes the math work.
And do you know, can you buy from Overdrive or those other places and not pay for hosting?
I mean, that would be up to them. My understanding is no, that if you source anything from Overdrive, they make you
have to pay the hosting.
Now, I mean, that could change, right? And those things are always subject to negotiation. So I know that platform fees vary very widely depending on how big you are and how aggressive and good you were at negotiating. Go ahead.
Do you know how much overlap, if any, there is in the content that's available through the exchange versus a provider like Overdrive?
There's a lot of overlap. I mean, the DPO Exchange, the only Big 5 publisher we're missing right now is Penguin Random House. We've been working on that for 2 years. Should be close, but so they've just finished their second sort of technical screening. Once that goes live, it should add about 100,000 titles with all of their distribution clients. So we've got 300,000 titles right now in the exchange. So that's a pretty good start for being a year old. Overdrive has over 1 million. Many of those are very long tail. And what I've done last year to try to assess where we should go on the collections front is got lists from libraries, a number of libraries, our pilots and some others, of what they had actually bought. And what we found is that if you chopped off like the bottom half, no one would notice, right? Very few libraries. I mean, there are over 100 Japanese publishers in Overdrive. Now, maybe some people want to buy the manga, but most libraries have them, right? There's tons of publishers there that no libraries are actually buying from. So we are trying to be very systematic about getting the biggest publishers and the ones the libraries that actually source books from. Does that kind of answer? So we're don't have as many titles as Overdrive. We're playing catch up there, and it's going to be hard to catch up. But if you look at what libraries have actually purchased, we've got the vast majority of it. Is that helpful?
Yep.
So yeah, there's a lot of overlap. I mean, in the exchange, there are some things that are different, and it's very new. And one of the things that we'd like to expand are the different kinds of collections. So we're working on deals with other distributors to get content in that would be simultaneous multi-use, to get more independent and self-published content available through the exchange. There's the open content. But in terms of sort of trade publishing, Overdrive's been at it for 10 years, and they have a big catalog. So it's hard to find trade published works that are not available. So in terms of what the states are doing, Connecticut has kind of gone the biggest so far on this, and they're going to be able to have this sort of full statewide service with a statewide collection and the middleware deployed for every library in the state. Arizona is another interesting example too. And then I had Georgia. Okay, so Arizona's done something a little different. They're not quite. They've been very interested. I spoke at their state library association meeting, and they've used some of their LSTA funding to have two libraries kind of pilot the system to try it out. So Yavapai County and Maricopa County, both fairly large countywide consortia, are using different hosting providers. Yavapai is working with Lyrasis. Maricopa is working with Amigos, a nonprofit based in Texas that's also providing that hosting service. And so they both have the cert manager spun up and are serving content in Simply E. So that was how Arizona wanted to try this. Is have a couple people try it, and then they'll tell everyone how it went. And the other thing that's interesting in Arizona, a little bit like some of your statewide collecting efforts, I think Arizona's done a really good job at building a substantial Arizona-specific collection. They call it the Reading Arizona collection, and it's mostly books by Arizona authors or about Arizona. A lot of it is simultaneous multi-use content, and so one of the next things that we would hope to do is get that integrated as well. But they haven't yet deployed Library Simplified statewide, so it would be more accessible to those in the cert manager. So that's the current conversation. So their way of getting started with this was just to have a few people try it, basically with some of their LSTA funding. And then the third one we profiled is Georgia Public Library Service. They have no kind of history of doing any actual collecting at the state level. All their collections, they're shared, come through a consortium called GAD. And it's independent of the state library, but they have a long history of providing technical services to libraries. So they actually have a statewide open source evergreen, open source ILS instance, and they are running an RFP to deploy the cert manager for every library in the state. And I think they're exploring how they could build a statewide collection, but they don't yet have any budget for it. So each library will put in, in Simply what they have now. So that's how Georgia's approaching this. Just as some examples of kind of how different states have tackled this.
So from a user's perspective, I discover something on my library's catalog. It turns out it's available in E format. What do I do next?
So you would probably follow the link in the E56 field of the catalog record to the app, hopefully. So we've just, and does that make sense? I mean, it would be a clickable link. So if you're on your mobile device, you would click that link and it would open Simply E and you read the book. You have to log in if you hadn't yet entered your barcode. If you're on a PC, we don't have full sort of web-based reading yet, which is really DRM has been the issue. That's in development. But so from your computer, you would you could still, request to borrow the book and kind of send it to your mobile. So, does that make sense?
It does. It's unfortunate, but yes.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of not being able to read on the computer.
Well, just adding steps.
Yeah, I mean, once you're in the app, it's incredibly simple. So, once you're in that Simply E app, you find a book. If you're logged in, it's literally one tap. I don't have the right.
So the emphasis is really on, so in the case of Montana, which has got this CERC catalog, they would discover it on their phone or on their tablet.
And we don't load MARC records. We don't load Montana Library to Go records into the OPACs anymore because they weren't getting used.
Okay.
We do still.
Well, we're not buying them anymore.
That is a question that I had though. What is at a high level description of the metadata that is driving the search and organization of the titles?
Yeah, so all distributors, including us, get our metadata from the publishers in Onyx, right? And then right now, actually, our developer, Amy Slagle, is kind of enhancing the circulation manager's ability to generate good MARC records out of that Onyx. So that's happening as we speak, and I think we're getting to the point where our MARC records are at least as good as overdrives. Is that speaking to your question, or do you have more specifically? You said how it was organized. You're thinking like how it's presented to the user?
Yes, because we are no longer purchasing the OCLC records for our overdrive collection. We know that people are not really going from the catalog they're going directly to the app.
Okay.
And I was also wondering about local collections. If we had a local collection to manually more or less import, how do we manage the metadata for that collection?
Yeah, so hopefully it wouldn't be very manual if we could build the right feed out. We would pull it into the Circ Manager. And then this is actually the circulation manager. I logged into the Bentley Memorial Libraries instance, so I won't touch anything or break anything. But what you see as a librarian using the circulation manager is exactly what the users would see in the app. So these are the same swim lanes that would appear in the reading app. So if you click on one of these, it'll load the subcategories. So this is within fiction now, right? The ability to use metadata and put librarians in control of how this is presented is actually one of the biggest benefits of this system. So you as a staff user can create a list. Now, I don't think these librarians have really done this yet because this is pretty new, but you can create a list with anything you want, searching books, adding them, and then you can make that list into a lane. So these are all of the lanes as they appear in the app. And this is actually something that's being worked on right now, but you'll be able to move lanes around and put them in whatever order you like. And then you'll also be able to see sort of data about usage from across all of your providers. So we'll see here in a second when this loads. This is really not in public use yet. They've only got 2 patrons using this because it's still testing. But you can see here, this is merging collections from, actually don't have any, or they do have Overdrive Advantage. They have Bibliomation is the network I was describing. So this is one where they have their local Advantage account. They have their network level collection. They have a little bit of content that they've just started to test in the DPL Exchange. They have all the open content. And then there will be added here a statewide ego collection. So books from all of those sources are being merged for the user, and then you can see here, as they're used, some data about it, and this is also a piece that we're continuing to expand in terms of data, pulling data about usage. So in terms of what drives the discovery experience, we found that to be one of the most powerful aspects of the system. So only fewer than 1 in 3 library ebook borrowers ever hit the search box. We've done a couple of different studies on this. 2 out of 3 just browse. So they open the app, they just look for what they're presented to. And if you use any of the commercial apps, what is going to be in those top swim lanes is most popular. So popular equals longest holds. So what you'll get when you open the Overdrive app is typically rows of books that have holds on them. And that is not necessarily the case here. So when we launched this at NYPL, we changed the criteria that drive what appear in the top swim lanes. So the first thing we looked to was availability. Is it available to the user right now? Because those people want a book they can read right now.
What a novel idea.
Yeah, right? Yeah, in your physical library, it would be like if you had, the quick picks at the front of the library, and then you had a bunch of on reserve, right? Books that were not actually available. We see this in the physical library all the time. If you take staff picks and stuff that may not be the absolute hottest bestseller and you put it on something at the front, it will go out the door. And this is true of ebooks too. So we made availability the first criteria, and the second is library selection. So we have a readers advisory team. They were making basically binary likes, just saying we like this one, we like this one, and that combined with availability drives what's in these swim lanes for NYPL. And it could do the same. The default here is that it goes to availability. You could set whatever criteria you wanted. So you could choose to put your local collection in the very top swim lane if you wanted to. You can move these in whatever order you like. Using that data to drive availability has had a pretty big return for NYPL and other libraries doing this. So, when we first launched this at NYPL in 2015, the top 1% of the collection, most popular titles, so the 100,000 titles in the collection, and the 1,000 most popular titles accounted for over half of the circulation, which is pretty staggering, right? The shape of that curve is like this, right? It just drops off so fast. After the launch of Simply E, that changed dramatically to the point where it took 9% of the collection to account for half of the circ. So we really did kind of reshape that demand curve to push people to less popular books, not as new books, and they took them. So does that answer your question somewhat about how it's presented, or not totally?
I think so. I was also envisioning a platform where we have a swim lane of popular content and maybe a swim lane of government publications, and how do we make sure that we're leading people to what they're looking for, that it's good to make them aware that we have these different collections, but if they're searching for something, how do we guide them to the search results that are not going to be frustrating to them by throwing all that
right
together?
Yeah, I mean, we're always tuning search, so this has a pretty robust Elasticsearch behind it. Leonard, who I just mentioned, just did it the last 3 months, spent tuning search because 4 or 5 months ago we got some feedback that we were returning too many fuzzy results, so he pared that way back. So I don't, you have to do a bunch of searches to decide if the search is working, and then if you think it's not, you could send us feedback and we could adjust it basically. So I don't know, does that kind of answer your question? I mean, I think you're exactly on the right track. I mean, people are probably not thinking of state publications when they go to an ebook app, right? So you would just have to decide, where do you want that to appear? If you want it to be visible, then above the fold is good. First 5 or so swim lanes. But you could put it in any order you want. And one thing that's powerful about this is how these swim lanes can expand out. So I don't know if there will be any more in art and design yet. So so you could go 3 layers deep in swim lanes. So you could have, instantly available, and it's really all the public domain and all the state publications and some of the creative, multi-use content that's licensed. Or you could have the swim lane titles actually state publications. You can really do whatever you want in that regard. And I think it's something to experiment with, right? If you put all the state publications in the top swim lane, are people going to be annoyed because that's not really what they were looking for? But if you put them somewhere that they do find them, maybe it'll get more use. And I think that's particularly powerful with the open content where we haven't really been able to serve that stuff for free. And if you put the classics that are free to you at the top, and people say, "Oh, I never did read Huck Finn. I'll go back and read that." I read a lot of classics that I never got to. I think a lot of people do actually. Actually, Sherlock Holmes is my favorite. If you're messing with the Simply app and you haven't read it before, I strongly recommend Sherlock Holmes. It's free in the Simply open collection, and what's great about it is that each chapter is like a little short story. So if you're on a plane or something like that and you just want to try it, a very satisfying reading experience for about 20 minutes, and then put it down if you want. Yeah. Oh yeah, please. Sorry, I didn't see that. Should I mute us or in the chat? I see. Sorry, I wasn't reading. 2 questions. Does the middleware work with most academic publishers? Are the titles searchable by the discovery system, or only Simply? So the first question is not really yet.
Could you read the question?
Yeah, sorry. The first question was, does the middleware work with most academic publishers? So publishers, yes. Distributors, no. Right. So if the publisher is producing an EPUB, we can put it in the system, no problem. But the EBSCO, the ProQuests of the world, the biggest academic distributors, are not really yet supporting this interoperable system. So they need an outbound API before we can do anything. Now, I will say that I think there's quite a bit of momentum there. DPLA is working with Columbia University, who is starting an academic pilot, and I think with a number of big academics are going to be putting market pressure on those distributors to get on board and make their content available through an API or an OPDS feed. And I've also found, when we started this, I don't know, in 2012, 13, 14, all the distributors are saying, no way, like you're not getting our content somewhere else, right? So I helped start this organization called Readers First, which has been advocating for more open systems to support libraries. And basically it took the market powers in order to make this happen. So what we did is got big libraries to say, look, if you don't make this available through an API, we're going to move our spend somewhere else. And then quickly they all got on board. So now Overdrive, Biblioteca, Baker Taylor. I mean, we had 6 months of negotiation with Overdrive about trying to get an API. Back in 2012. At that point, all we wanted to do was put the MARC records in our catalog so you could find the ebooks and everything else. And ultimately, that negotiation failed because they were insisting on very strong confidentiality. We said we have to be able to tell our fellow libraries what we're doing. So we walked away from that, started Readers First, and now in the kind of trade public library ebook space, most of the providers are on board. The academic side has been slower because it hasn't been used as much there, but I will say, I've had conversations with both EBSCO and ProQuest, and they're much more open to it. They're not the philosophical resistance that we felt, from the Overdrives 5 years ago. They're kind of saying, okay, we get it, we sell content, so it's a matter of getting it into their pipeline. So I don't know if that answered the question. The academic publishers, as long as it's an EPUB, it works well, but the question is the distributor outbound API, which I think are coming in the coming year. Not all of them are there now. The other thing I guess to note in terms of academics, so there's a third grant that I helped write that was awarded to Minitex, which is a big concern, I think the biggest in the country perhaps, in Minnesota. And they've done a bunch of work specifically focused on preparing for an academic pilot of this. So they're adding annotations because they felt that was a really important priority for researchers, and they're adding PDF support. So within a few months, we'll be able to put PDF in here too. Now, I think that raises some questions about user experience that we'll want to be careful in navigating because kind of the public library trade ebook user doesn't want to pinch and zoom. They're not looking for PDF. But there are new emerging technologies to reflow PDF. So I think the academic publishing is not 100% ready, but coming in the coming year. So I hope that answers that question. Bring me back to it, Pamela, if it doesn't. The second, are the titles searchable by discovery system or only and simply? They're definitely searchable in both. So we'll generate MARC records. You could load the MARC records into your OPAC, or if you're using like a discovery service, there are strong APIs out of the Cert Manager that could support that. So hopefully that answers that question. Pamela, bring me back to that if I didn't fully answer that question. Other questions? Let me pause for a second before I go into the next little chunk. And I know I've used up a lot of time already. So yeah, go ahead. No, please. I want to hear the questions. That's better than me talking.
So my recollection was that we would not be able to distribute audio through the app at this time. Is that correct?
Audio is the number1 feature that's being worked on. So the audiobook, the reason it's tricky is they all have different DRM. There's a solution called Findaway, which provides audio services to Baker & Taylor and also to Biblioteca, and that one has been integrated. So Biblioteca is being tested as we speak, and other audiobook integrations by distributor are coming sort of through the first quarter of next year. So by April of next year, according to the roadmap as it stands right now, at least, DPL Exchange, Overdrive, Baker & Taylor, Biblioteca, and RB Digital audiobooks will all be live. So it's like 3-4 months out. That has been by far the biggest feature request over the last 18 months and a priority for quite a while. So it's been in the works. Just the audiobook DRM is tricky and all proprietary and all fragmented. So it's about implementing each of those systems. Do you have more questions on your list?
Another kind of technical question. You mentioned geolocation. What authentication options are available for the app?
There's a number depending. So I know that most of them are using SIP. I don't think we have an easy proxy deployment, but there may be. That would get there's a list somewhere of what other authentication deployments have been done. If you know the specific authentication methods you need, we could check on them.
SIP is good for us.
SIP, yeah, we've got a couple different versions of SIP that have been implemented. That seems to be the most common that libraries are using. So, Other questions on your list there?
I don't want to get too
No, that's okay.
into the weeds here, but
The weeds are important.
we rely on a volunteer selection committee applicant, Susie, because she's been our executive committee chair for many years, and also is very active on our selection committee.
And that's what I'm feeling like. Oh my God, how would we do this as the selection committee? I mean, the end is great, but good question.
My question is about the titles that publishers are providing to us that expire, and will those disappear from the collection, or do we manually go in and pull those?
Yeah, no, those would disappear from the cert manager. I mean, we don't have any way to reach into your OPAC if you're loading MARC records and pull them out of that, obviously. I mean, that's one where we're trying really hard to move publishers away from that model, but some of them, that's the only model they'll make their books available on. And on our list for the near term is to generate a cart API, so we basically generate a cart with the repurchase, but that hasn't been built yet. So does that answer your question? But they would definitely disappear from, the Simply E and the cert manager when they expired. Do you have more questions on your list?
No, that's it.
Okay, for now. Okay, well,
Are you saying that you don't have a cart yet? You don't have the ability yet to tell us what's expiring, but you will?
there's a cart system, but there's not yet an API connection to say, hey, this book's expired, put it in your cart automatically. So that's something that's planned. It's been on our on our list. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So like right now, what Overdrive does for us, because we struggled so hard with it, is they actually create carts that say, hey, these are all the things that are expiring that have holds.
Okay. So, I mean, we have all that data in the back end of the cert manager. The kind of user interface pieces of it to automatically build those carts haven't been built yet. But I guess one thing that's important to emphasize is that this is an open source system. So if that was something that was a priority for Montana, we could negotiate through DPLA to pay for it and do it as part of a pilot. You could sponsor that feature. You could build the API from the cert manager to another vendor if you wanted. So that automatically populating the cart feature has been requested. It's pretty high on our list of things we'd like to add. I think it's very realistic to get to it in the next 4 to 6 months, and it could be faster if we had a partner for whom it was a major priority. Right now, you could pull a report with that data in sort of a semi-manual back-end way, but we don't have the cart integration yet.
Let me just reflect as a user. This is all good stuff, and it's important, and it's critical. But as a user, I find my local public library, the experience of using the e-content is incredibly frustrating. I mean, I either don't have the right password, or I've lost my damn library card, or I have to go and get some other application to take and read the stupid book, or usually there's a line 40 holds long for the book that I want to read. So I go to Amazon and I look for it, and generally I find a record that provides me 2 or 3 different options. I've got my hardback, I've got my paperback, and I've got my Kindle. I say, I really want this right now. I go boink, and there it is. What a nice user experience. Is this going to take and move us towards something simple like that, or is this just going to make life more complicated?
No, it has to be simple. I mean, that's all over the name of the project, right? And it's absolutely the aspiration. So I feel stupid that I didn't bring the dongle to be able to project this, but if you get Simply, I'm in the Bentley Memorial Library catalog now, and I have a test library card in here. So, let's just pick the very first book in the top left corner is available, right? I mean, how often does that happen in your public library?
It never happened in recorded history. Yeah.
So that was the top book in the far left, and because we're prioritizing availability, it's available. So I click Get, and now it's going to download. And we'll see how fast the Wi-Fi.
So you've matched you've
downloading
3 times. You've done 3 taps.
So that was I picked the book. I guess I clicked Get. So I'm at 2 right now.
Well, I was getting into the app.
Okay, I guess I did open the app first.
Yeah,
so I guess that's 3, and now I click Read. So counting the one to open the app, that was 4, I guess.
That's pretty sweet.
But I'm reading the book now, right? So and they're all like that. I mean, so that's absolutely the goal. Make it as simple as possible. And to your point about going and getting something else, the aspiration is that this can become a place to discover all the content audiobooks from different providers, So you don't have to go here for the Overdrive books, here for the RV digital audiobooks, here for the open content. It's all here, right?
Save the time of the reader, right?
Yeah, and get it all in one place. I mean, what we've seen is that typically what happens is if a library has more than one source of books, everyone goes to the biggest collection, typically the Overdrive collection, and doesn't use anything else. And so if you had a statewide collection like Reading Arizona, it gets very little use because how many people, you've got 2% of the ebooks over here in this silo, and you've got to go to a different interface to find it. No one's going to bother. But if you can put them here, then they can get a lot more use because if you want to, you can make it the very first swim lane, or whatever. You can at least make it discoverable. So, that's generally how this works across all the books. So yeah, 4 taps if you count opening the app. But as you saw, it's pretty quick.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
I know I've been at this a long time. Maybe I can just give you like a really fast version. I did, just to be sort of fun, I did this as a top 5 list of kind of the reasons why I think libraries might want to bother with this. So I want to just run through these real quick. Continue to stop me if you have other questions. Basically, I'm just going to do this as a countdown. I did this for my best man speech, and then I thought it was fun, so I did it in here. So number one, the fact that you can discover all this content from multiple sources in one place, right? And that it's on an open platform. So that to me is the number one advantage, just the fact that the platform itself is open. You can add features, you can take it in a different direction if you want to. And what that means is that you can manage how the content appears. You can you have a lot of control because it is a platform that's fundamentally open source, and it supports integrations already with most of the biggest sort of trade and public library ebook platforms. So I think the openness of the platform itself and the ability to discover everything in one place certainly makes the list of why you might be attracted to this. I have too many pages on this, so I'm going to go through them really fast, but I think the open content is really important here, and it's something that I don't think we've really seen the potential fully realized. NYPL estimated they got like a 4 or 5% cert bump out of being able to cert the open stuff, but that was a couple years ago. There's more open stuff now and better open stuff. So I think that this could really grow. And one thing I like to think about is just school service. If you have schools that are increasingly one-to-one, can you serve them the classics for their high school literature class? Right now, you'd have to go buy those and then have circulation controls on them. So all of that can change. If you find an open book on here, it's yours to keep. Once you click it, you've got it forever. And I think one of the things DPLA is really actively working on is generating and rolling up other kinds of open content, so it's not just the classics. So, of course, the classics are included, and we've actually done a gap analysis looking at AP literature classes and other syllabi, and then finding all the classics that have not yet been cleaned up in a high-quality EPUB, and we're going to be going after those specific books that people actually care about that there's not a good EPUB of yet. There's also open textbooks, which I think is really interesting. Most libraries don't circulate textbooks because you can't buy enough for everyone, so you just have one for in-house use. Whereas with open textbooks, there's no limit. So you could, I think that could be very interesting. And I think there's a lot of opportunity. Most of the open textbooks have been built at kind of the community college and college level, and as that starts to trickle down into K-12, I think there's a huge impact opportunities for libraries to support education more deeply. There's open contemporary fiction from a number of different sources, including more than you would think. If you go through the fan fiction that's out there, things on Unglue It, so we're kind of combing the internet for quality EPUBs of open fiction. Open contemporary nonfiction, and there's a lot in the internet. There's a kind of international development space where people are building a lot of, especially children's books that are open. Some of them are very high quality. Actually, the most popular book so far on the open bookshelf has been one from this organization, Library for All, that I also work with, which are these free open children's books. I actually wrote one about sharks, just as an example of kind of the opportunity there. And those are books that, in theory, we could experiment around, like printing them as well, right? So they're free. You can do whatever you want with them. And then obviously the regional interest content. So, I zipped through that, but I think there's more there to be explored in terms of how to leverage the open content. Curation within the reading app, I think I put number 3 to determine that order of how the content is presented and the criteria that drive it and promote staff picks, I think is really powerful. And those things add up to basically return on investment, meaning more circ for your dollar. And there's a number of ways that can happen. One is that if you have content from multiple providers if ever you have the same book from multiple providers, that will be normalized by even a few of your users using Simply E. So what we saw at NYPL is they would sometimes have the same book from a Biblioteca and Overdrive. There'd be 20 holds in the Overdrive copy and 0 on the Biblioteca copy because nobody could find it. And as soon as you launch Simply E, even if only half of the users are using that app, those users go to the most available copy and the holds normalize. So actually the biggest bump in Circuit NYPL immediately following the launch of this was they had almost doubled their Biblioteca circulation because suddenly people were finding those books and using them. The ability to serve the open content for free, who knows how much that could drive Circ, but potentially quite a bit. And the ability to drive deeper discovery, again, to put the books that are available to you, not necessarily just the most recent in the top most discoverable spots. And then the ability to share content much more broadly across different types. So the fact that you don't have to pay, 3 platform fees for your school, academic, and public libraries, and you could buy one copy of the same book and share it across all 3 of them could potentially allow libraries to go much deeper in terms of their collective. So this is just some of that data on the normalization. So you can see how there was sort of, this is the growth, the weekly Circs percentage increase. And basically what happened is, once people could find the Biblioteca book, then ultimately it normalized and they started circulating at the same rate, even though before that the Biblioteca book was not often found. But both of these platforms had big bumps in discovery once they were merged in Simply E. This is the slide I already showed about how we redistributed the demand curve such that it was a much larger percentage of the collection making up that half of the circulation. And then this was, this is the wrong title for that slide. Sorry, going up, not down. So number one I put here, is to me, and we talked about this a little bit, is the fact that we are able to have a nonprofit that is focused on libraries and what they need, that is in a direct business relationship with publishers. That's never been possible before, and I think it's really, in the long term, essential if we're going to be at the table as the e-content lending environment is being shaped. So like I said, as I've been approaching publishers, what we found is that, first of all, the current distributors are not asking for the best models. They're saying, yeah, give us 1-year licenses, great. Whereas we're at least pushing and saying, are you sure that's the only one you support? Would you consider, a 26 lens and no time date? Would you consider perpetual? And trying to push them to offer different models. We're also, able to make sure that we're not adding additional restrictions. Like I said, so if Overdrive's saying actually you need 3 platform fees and you can't share, what we're learning is that that's often coming from Overdrive, not from publishers. So we can, reduce those. And I think that, ultimately, if we want to move the needle with publishers on what they offer to libraries, we have to be in the game as a business player. So, I had this frustration back in NYPL when Big Five were leaving ebooks. We did deals with Simon & Schuster and Penguin before it merged to bring them back into the library world. And in both cases, I negotiated that to the point of a term sheet, and then we had to go get Biblioteca to actually execute it because there's no ability to actually take the license and sell it. And so now we can do that ourselves. If we get to a new agreement, we can just do it. And I think that's very powerful in terms of changing kind of the table stakes baseline expectation of what distributors are going to make available. So those are important things. I guess, for example, there are some books just going live now from 2 publishers in the exchange. We haven't announced this publicly that have multiple options available. So they're going to have a perpetual license and a new license that we've created where you can have 40 lens and up to 10 of them can be used simultaneously. So if it's a popular book, you could burn through those quickly. So, we're shopping that to all the publishers we're talking with. A few have said yes, some have not, but at least we can gradually sort of move that needle.
And is that a dual? So we could buy 1 copy that's perpetual.
Yeah, you can buy, exactly. You can mix and match.
Because that's what we would love to do. Is in terms of the selections, buy 1 copy of Gone Girl that lasts forever, and then buy 5 or 6 more copies that are going to burn out.
Yep. Absolutely, that's exactly what it would be.
Can I put you on the spot, Susie?
Well, sure.
So, from a collection development perspective, if the state library were to pilot something like this and we were to negotiate some kind of hosting deal with DPLA that was somewhat dependent on our use of the exchange, is there enough benefit that you're at least preliminarily seeing here that would cause you to take that extra step to research the exchange content before going to Overdrive? Does that make sense? Because I see that being sort of the added work that would be necessary.
What I have been sitting here thinking is like, can we test drive the marketplace? Like, can we get some selection committee members to test drive the marketplace before I can answer that? Because I would say yes, I'm in, but I can't speak to the other selectors who, I mean, it's a big chunk of time that the volunteers put in to do this, and I think Katie Beal, who's the administrator, and she does a ton of work with us with the meeting and the submission and the blah blah blah. Like, she needs to be a player in looking at how this changes the workload, and you know, do we want to say that we'll pay somebody for a certain, like, should the consortium pay somebody to oversee that? Or, I mean, there's a bunch of different models. I'm super excited about this, but until I test drive the marketplace, I can't speak to, because if we triple the amount of time the selectors have to do, we're going to have to come up with a new plan, right?
And right now you're buying only in one place, right?
Right now we're buying in only one place. I think it's a super model, but since we're using volunteers, we gotta.
I completely agree.
In terms of process and procedure, I think we could make it work. But would you agree, Kara?
I defer to your experience as a selector.
To me, that piece of what we'd be talking about seems like it would be the biggest workload, and for our participating libraries, that's
because you might be checking one place if they're buying one place.
Exactly.
So one thing that might ease that a little bit is to, if you are comfortable dividing the space by publishers. Now, I don't know if that's the way libraries usually think about this, but where we have a publisher, we'll have everything from the publisher. So, you know, you could say, okay, these publishers, we're going to look for some exchange. You know, I can't think of a reason why we would ever not have it. And then if you identified publishers from which you wanted to buy that we didn't have, then those could be sourced elsewhere. Now, you may not know up front what publishers you want to buy from. You're buying off.
So does this have a recommend to order functionality?
Based on holds requests? Or?
No, like, can a user search for a book and say,
and request it?
We don't have it, will you?
Yeah. We have not implemented that. We've heard mostly negative feedback about that. The users are finding all these books that you don't actually have, and then using that to drive, you know, your sales. So, because I think in order to do that, you'd have to find the record, right? So, like,
I don't know how they do it, but that's one of the things that, like, in terms of our process as a selector, you're required to go in and look at the recommend to order.
Yeah.
So in Overdrive,
you know,
if 20 people are recommending we buy a book, we buy a book. So that would, and in Overdrive, that's super easy because you just like add to cart.
Right.
But so we would have to jump out of there and go to DPLA, try to buy it, and come back. And
yeah, if you wanted to use those Overdrive requests, I mean, we've heard mostly complaints about that because that's another situation in which a user does a search and they're returned a bunch of results that they can't actually get. Right? They get a bib record for a book that the library doesn't have that Overdrive wants to suggest either they buy directly as a user or ask them to request that you buy. So, you know, that could be done. Right now, we've mostly heard, again, that libraries would rather have users return in the search results books they can get right now because you already own them. So what would happen right now is if you search a book that's not in the collection, you're not going to find that bib record.
And what we find, at least last time I looked at it, that's really interesting. But what we find is a lot of pre-pub.
Yeah.
So people are like, oh, the next Baldacci is coming out.
Which you almost certainly would have thought of anyway, right?
Right.
It's not like you wouldn't have known to get that book. So that's would be an interesting question to look at is, like, how often does that surface something that wouldn't have been on your radar otherwise, right? A backlist thing that's suddenly interesting. Because if they're just putting all of the pre-pub stuff, you know, you don't need their help to pick those.
We're going to be doing a community assessment, which the NAC funded. Yay, NAC. To look at what patrons actually are wanting. And so that's a good.
I think that'd be interesting to see what's coming through those overdrive requests. If it's actually books that are not on the top, New York Times bestseller list, not, top selling authors that you wouldn't have thought of getting otherwise, in which case maybe it's adding some value. But most librarians have told us they think that detracts from the user experience because when you're in the process of searching, you return all the stuff that you can't actually get. And the goal of this has been generally to try to get the user to what they want right now, not show them a book that they can request that you may buy, weeks or months later. I just wanted to show you quickly, this is Workman, which is one of the publishers that's agreed to do the multiple licensing model. I don't think this has ever been offered before in the world, in the US at least. So they have two ways you can buy this book. You can pick either one. You can pick a unlimited one at a time, or you can pick 40 loans up to 10 at a time. So that's an example. Now this, we haven't really announced this yet because Workman is the only publisher so far that's live with this. Abrams has also agreed to it, and as we're going through our list of publishers, a number of them are open to it and clearly had never been pitched on something like this before. So we think this is good because we like the loans that never expire. We hear that's a good ROI. It seems to me, we did a little analysis at YPL and just kind of listening that the HarperCollins, the Macmillan models, or the Simon Schuster Macmillan models are the worst, and that they have that timeout function. Whereas like HarperCollins, at least if you haven't searched it much, it's still in your collection. Are you shaking your head? Do you think you agree that's the worst?
Oh yeah, I hate that.
Yeah. So we're really pushing publishers to try to get them away from having any kind of time-bound expiration. Some of them, that's the only way they're willing to make their books available. So in that case, we're going to offer it the way they're willing to offer it. But in many cases, they're open to something else. And my hope is that as we build market share, we'll be able to bring back data and say, hey, actually, libraries are buying more if you offer a better model. So this is the vision of where we want to go.
I love the 40 loans 10 at a time.
Yeah,
I love that.
That's good. I'm glad. I mean, we came up with that just trying to find a middle ground that wouldn't have a time expiry, and that would allow you to satisfy holds more quickly, but still give publishers the sense that it was used up at some point. So that hopefully will be helpful. And this idea, a lot of libraries I think would like to have, if it's a popular book, buy one copy unlimited so that it's always there. You'll always have a copy in your catalog. And then while it's hot, you buy a few more that you can burn out more quickly. And if you could loan them out 10 at a time, you could burn through that in 2 months.
Then have 20 copies of the help still.
Right, exactly. You'd have bought one perpetual and one of these, and you'd use it up, or two of these, and you'd use it up. So we have to be careful in how we bring that back to publishers because they like that you bought 20 copies of the help probably, but that's the dance that we have to keep doing. So
book clubs are so popular. This would take and enable that.
It's
always been a sore point to me that we haven't been able to offer this kind of thing.
That what?
We have not been able to offer simultaneous reading, which in a medium that really lends itself to it.
Right. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to ask Kara, I don't know how frequently the school library group has been trying to look at an EPUB consortia is meeting, but I wonder if it would be worthwhile for that group to look at what's available through the exchange as well.
Exciting possibilities for schools, I think.
You think so?
Yeah. I love it.
Okay.
Great. Well, I know I've taken more than my hour and a half. And I don't want to stand between everyone and food. I guess I'd like to leave you with this page just because I want to underscore that this system is not like others and that it's yours. We're nonprofits, they're open source, so we can do whatever we want with this. And I really see it as a platform that is beginning to be used at scale, but we're just scratching the surface of the innovation potential. We haven't done all the cool add-on projects that could be done. So this is by no means an exclusive list, but I just wanted to share this as kind of a thought starter of some of the kinds of things that I could imagine libraries doing. I think many of these could be really compelling, small or medium or large, grant proposals. I would note that, I've written a number of successful large IMLS proposals. They get way too many proposals from the East Coast and the West Coast and the big cities, so Montana would be a very attractive grantee, I think, just geographically and serving some more rural areas. So, these are things you could potentially sponsor on your own dime or go after funding to do. And I just wanted to kind of finish on these just to kind of get you thinking about, the last slide in this just says, what are your e-content goals? And I think that's really the question. Is like, some of this stuff solves existing problems we all share, like the fragmentation of content or the complexity of user experience. But, I want to invite everyone to imagine other things, right? So, I don't think we've really tested how much you can drive up circulation just by sharing and really curating your own collection, right? To always put books that are available that you put there. We don't know yet. That could double circulation, I think. I think it could have a very, very large impact. And I think a project, whether it was grant funded or something, to really study that has not yet been done. No one has said, we're going to try this, we're going to share our lists, and we're going to look at similar periods and see how much we can drive circ. That's not the most out of the box because circ is probably the metric libraries have focused most on in the last decade, but there's opportunity there that hasn't been really fully realized. I think that one thing that's interesting to us is to think about how the digital and the physical intersect, and to make sure that the digital is never kind of cannibalizing physical traffic, but it's the reverse, right? And we want to have, the question I've been posing is, can your users find you digitally first and then find their way into the library? And in most places, that's not really possible. Most libraries have basically nothing in the App Store, or not much of anything. So I think it would be interesting to say, you could easily build a module, and we're talking with Yavapai about a project that the director there has been interested in to sort of drive people into the physical library, even if they start in E. So to your point about cards, there is a module which you can optionally deploy within the app that NYPL is using to get a card right in the app. So it uses geolocation, and then you have to enter an address. We hit the UPS lookup API to make sure it's a real address, and we give you a temporary e-card. So you have like 6 months, I think, and you can take up to 5 e-items, and then you can come in and turn it into a real card. And so the goal is to try to get to people who aren't thinking of the library but have smartphones and add some value, and then prompt them, hey, there's a lot of other stuff the library could offer you, so that the digital space is actually bringing people into the physical space. I think that there's really not enough yet done to assess the impact of the open books, and especially open educational resources, which are mostly not in EPUB or ebook form. But I think there's a big opportunity to really focus on a school partnership and say, okay, how much can we support schools if we don't have to, one user at a time lend these books? This is a little bit of an oddball one, but I just wanted to emphasize some of the crossover with physical services. So, some libraries have experimented with lending tablets. I think those have been hard programs, partly because of the cost of the device. There's not really any system right now that I'm aware of, at least on the market, to load the device you're lending at the point of service with the books the patron actually wants. So most libraries that have tried device lending programs just preload the device with a selection of 20 bestsellers. So then you've got, say those are $50 a pop, or $20, $50 a pop. You've got a very expensive device going out the door because you've got the tablet itself plus the books that are on it, which the user didn't even really get to pick. So what we could easily do is just hardwire a device to the ebook catalog so that when you borrow it, it goes out. When you check it back in, it goes back in. And when the device goes out, it has no books on it, right? So that's an example of how I think we could do a much more satisfying and compelling device lending pilot using this. We could help to merchandise the collections within your physical spaces. So a lot of libraries have these big flat screens with really nothing to put on them, right? They put some marketing stuff that rotates, but you could imagine, in your physical space saying, hey, we have ebooks too, and letting libraries, users borrow books right there. And then this one to me is by far the most important. I think there's more work to do to get to the real killer app. I think Simply is a really good start. It brings together all of libraries' e-content. What I would like to see more libraries going after is an app experience that has everything they have to offer, right? And Circe Dynex is in some ways the closest to this, in that they are working to integrate with Baker and Taylor, so that when you buy content in Baker and Taylor, you can integrate it into the Circe Dynex OPAC and read it right there. We are going to be approaching Circe Dynex to see if we can piggyback on the same thing. So, and whether you use Circe Dynex or another app, the point is, this is open source stuff. It's interoperable components. And so if you wanted to take an existing app and white label it, build an app, or work with us to do so, we could work to try to say, okay, there's one app where you can find everything in Montana libraries, whether it's print or e. If you read an ebook, you don't leave and go to a different app and never find your way back. You open the EPUB. When you close the book, you're right back in the general catalog app. To me, that would be the killer library app. that would put everything your library can offer in one digital place. So, I think that what we can do now is great. There's a lot of benefits already, and I just wanted to leave you with the sense that the space is wide open. Once you're on this open library-driven system, you can decide to do whatever you want. So like with Yavapai, we might be working to try to integrate sort of events and programs so that when you're in the ebook reader, we can say, hey, there's an event going on in your local library. So building these connections between the digital service and the physical service, I think, is a big opportunity. Yeah.
So have any of your pilot people stopped their Overdrive contract and migrated everything?
No, they haven't yet.
Okay.
No, they haven't yet.
Because the migration is the kick.
Yeah. I mean, I know that generally portability has become increasingly a standard. I think Baker and Taylor kind of blazed that trail. I know the Queen's Library about 3 years ago was one of the first. They migrated everything to Baker and Taylor, and they lost a couple of audiobook providers, but all their ebooks came over fine. So we would love at some point in the future to be able to support that. And in terms of DPLA's sort of policies, obviously we have total portability. So if you tried this out and it failed, you could roll everything back to Overdrive. And my understanding is that, all of the distributor contracts, people have different contracts with Overdrive. Some of them are out of date, some of them are different. But in general, I think that's increasingly the standard, that you can port your content if you want to, and that the receiving distributor is supposed to do the work. So we would try to fall in on that same expectation. I know in Queen's Library case, Baker and Taylor pretty much did it all, and they just had to write a few letters to publishers. And we would try to do the same. I think to be totally transparent, we're probably not quite ready for that today because we don't have PRH, so we couldn't receive that content. Hopefully by first quarter of next year, we'll be getting a lot closer. And if a library wanted to migrate, I think what we'd want to do is have as much lead time as possible. We take your list of specifically the content you had, and we just go through it publisher by publisher and make sure those were our top priority publishers to add. So that's what we're working off right now is the library, the publishers that Carnegie Library Pittsburgh, which is our biggest pilot, had bought from. And that's how we're prioritizing what publishers to add next. So if we saw that coming, we want to go down your list and make sure we have the publisher. And if not, race to get them. Because that's the only scenario in which content wouldn't come over, is if the DPL exchange didn't yet have a relationship with that publisher. Does that answer your question?
That does answer my question. I have one more.
Yeah, great.
In terms of the killer app, so do you have future plans for magazines and music and video?
I mean, each of those formats can, in theory, be added. It's a question of extending OPDS, which as a format can handle anything. And it's used in other places to handle all kinds of different formats. Audio was the first priority. I think music and magazines make perfect sense. Comic book format we'd like to get in. So each of those is just a question of resources to, it's not very hard to extend the OPDS in terms of the feed. And then you need to add a player for that format within Simply. So, I think it could be going after in one step trying to get to lots of those things. That's probably a pretty big IMLS grant. It could be adding one specific format. All of those are kind of discrete projects that could be, self or grant funded. And I think everyone shares that vision that eventually you have players for all format types in one app so that you don't have to send people away to another interface. And those you just kind of have to slog through them one format at a time, adding the player. So I think MP3 is going to be pretty easy because it's audiobooks are MP3s. So a lot of that is just about the DRM solution. And then, right now, most like Freegal or most of the music providers, they're not really tuned into this. So they don't have any APIs out. So I think MP3 is not going to be all that hard once we have a library that wants to do it. I think then each format after that is just a matter of, a build for a player and the OPS extension. But I think everyone agrees that's, where this should eventually go, one step at a time. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that totally makes sense.
Okay. Other questions? Yeah.
I do have one more question. I don't want to keep her with too much. This is a quick question, hopefully. In your experience in working with the pilot libraries, when libraries they have technical support questions that they can't direct to their vendor, if this is something they've brought in directly from the marketplace, or if they have a question with the cert manager, the app, are they directing those to the host, to Lyrasis or Migos, or what is the
Yeah, I mean, right now those questions are coming to us and to Lyrasis, and we're all teaming to answer them as quickly as we can because we're piloting. There is a Zendesk implementation within the app, so sort of patron support questions come in a pretty well organized fashion through that tool, and Lyrasis is building out more. I think this is more patron-facing support. Like Overdrive, you can pay them and then use their call center for support questions. I know at NYPL, one of the things that motivated us to do this is that the ebook support was the vast majority of our calls, and over 90% of them went unresolved. We couldn't fix the problem, so that was not very satisfying. That was in the days of the other commercial vendors. So Lyrasis is in the process of building out sort of more direct patron service support, and right now, the DPLA and Lyrasis teams are just totally available to try to resolve these things as they come up. I don't know if that answered your question. It's new. We have 6 organizations doing this. They've been at it, for varying parts of the last year, and I would be remiss to not be honest that it's a new system. There's definitely, I wouldn't say a lot of bugs. It's more like finding different features you want to add and then going after them. So it's working pretty well at scale in terms of the basics, but today we've talked about features that would be good to add. So that's just a constant process of prioritizing those things and going after them. I don't know if that answered your question.
Yes, I think that would be critical to smaller libraries and library consortia that serve small libraries, because we don't have the staff here to field those questions.
Right. And just to be clear, you're thinking mostly about questions from library staff about how to run the system, or from patrons, or both?
Primarily patron questions, actually.
Yeah.
Why didn't my book download?
Right.
Things like that we now direct to Overdrive. If in the future we were able to leave a vendor like Overdrive and move on to this platform, how would that?
Yeah, so Lyrasis is building a capacity for that patron-facing support. The other thing I'll say, I can try to get this data, but there have been a lot less support ticket questions because it's so simple. So I'm sure things go wrong sometimes, but often it's they're recovering their PIN again, or their password, or the library card number. But it has broken a lot less on a per-use basis in terms of the best data for that, which we could reach out to them, is the NYPL. They have a huge user base. They've had both of these apps in the field for 3 years, and they know how many questions they get about each one. And this one has not driven nearly as many questions. Some users complain about some missing features, but most just want quick, easy access to the content. And it's been less problematic technically. And we do recognize that's important for libraries, that they need to be able to outsource that technical support. So Lyrasis is in the process of sort of planning how they can offer that as a service.
You spoke for an hour and a half without ever mentioning OCLC.
That's true. Yeah. We don't really interact with them right now. Libraries could buy their records. We are always exploring, how we can create more free sharing of metadata between libraries. Yeah. Do you have a concern about how OCLC or metadata would fit into this? Or
I wouldn't use the word concern. I'd say a strong interest. At one point, I was on the board of OCLC, and the OCLC had a decade ago was critical in terms of the gluing together of Montana libraries as networks, and we're still critical. But one wonders with something like this if that might be eclipsing. I'm quite interested.
Yeah, I think we're recreating a lot of metadata within the cert manager that right now is just free. So we're still a long ways from like a full catalog wiki or something that would replace that service. But I think many of the potential pieces are beginning to emerge where you can start to imagine those things.
Just trying to imagine what the workflow does when we have another source of metadata.
Other than OCLC.
Yes. Right now, the workflow is pretty established.
And you're using OCLC also for ebook records, or
I'm turning to someone who actually knows what they're talking about. I think Kara. We're using OCLC for ebook records as well,
We were, yeah.
but now we're not loading
We are
them.
not purchasing them, no, but those are the records we recommended for the shared catalog. Overdrive provides vendor records for libraries that wish to continue.
So if I lived in Missoula or Bozeman in a shared catalog city and discovered a book online, and it was available in Overdrive, there wouldn't be a link from the catalog record to the ebook.
Right, you would have to go into the app.
See, that just makes me nuts.
We just found that the data did not support our continuing to purchase MARC records.
No, I
It
hear
was
you.
costing a couple $1,000s a year to buy the MARC records, and the number of people that were going OPAC to book was minuscule.
So that's something that
is interesting.
So we went with the data.
And that's something that we're literally building out right now for Carnegie Mellon in Pittsburgh. They've had very exacting requirements about their MARC records. They actually use a private vendor called Sky River, which is a III subsidiary, and they take their Overdrive records and then pay Sky River to make other changes. So we've been working. I think it's very plausible to just have a robust MARC record generator that's configurable within the Circ Manager, and you can run your Overdrive and your DPL Exchange records through the same thing and come out with MARC that hopefully you would like. The hardest field right now that we're working on, the only two fields we're stuck on are the Library of Congress subject headings, which are not in Onyx, and so we're trying to figure out clever ways to auto-generate those, and then the author name authority control, which is also not really easily publicly available, but every other field that Overdrive generates, we can generate a number that we think that doesn't have, and you could run both of those outputs from the back end into the Circ Manager, potentially configure what you want in your MARC records, suppress fields you don't want, etc., and then come out with fairly standard MARC records at the other side of the Circ Manager. That's looking like we're pretty close already, and it looks like that could go further, and then you could put in those 856 links without having a hard cost associated with it, so that you could theoretically link out to the Overdrive link or to the. Does that sound right? Or like something that one could do? Yeah.
But the other piece of feedback that we got, to say to your point, is that people using the OPACs in the library found those records super frustrating.
Because they wanted something they could go.
Because they
visit
would
again.
find
Yeah.
Gone Girl, and it would say available, and they click it, and inside the library that does nothing for you, and they would get confused. And why did it say available if it's not really available? And what do you mean I have to have a smartphone? I don't have a smartphone, and why is this happening? So I see that it's frustrating on the side of the people that want to see if both are available, but it's also super frustrating for people who don't understand the
I wonder
content.
if you could play with that by just changing your defaults so that it defaults to P only in the library or something.
Yeah, I mean,
But-
you could certainly do
And then you add that as a facet if you wanted to.
With our library, because we were having those problems, we have our online catalog link on our website page, and then right underneath it, we have Montana Library to Go. And so when somebody comes into the library and says, I'm looking for this book, well, the first thing we ask them is, are you looking for an ebook, audiobook, or do you want the actual physical book? And that kind of directs them. Is there a link using the app?
Yeah. We can generate that 856 link so that if it was in an ebook specific catalog search, or really wherever you wanted to put it, we could link from the MARC record, and it would open the app if you had it, or prompt you to get the app. So I think does that answer your question? Yeah. So that's a yes, and I hear you. I mean, it's hard, right? On the one hand, you kind of think you want to put everything in one place, but then it's too much, and so search is not easy. But I think there would be a lot of power in your hands to decide how you want to set the defaults. So and maybe that's about defaulting to print and having prominent facets where you can add E if you also want that. And which users do you want to train? Right? Someone's got to learn to do it a slightly different way.
So
I'm sensitive that we're
Yeah, well over.
over on time and we've got a busy agenda. So just thinking about maybe some next steps, Tracy, it sounds like there's enough interest that we would want to maybe look at the DPL exchange and maybe think about how that might shape a potential pilot.
Great. Yeah, so if you put me in touch with Tracy and whoever else, I can generate as many accounts as you'd like to start playing with that. We can also do a little sort of webinar tour if you'd like with any of the slides that I'm here to show them.
And the executive. Well, they were invited to.
Were they invited today or tomorrow, Tracy?
Oh,
Maybe it was tomorrow.
today.
Yeah.
Although it would be fine if they wanted to come to tomorrow. They should. It's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I think Rita was on here.
Great.
Isn't she on the?
Okay.
I don't know.
Good.
Well, I would encourage folks as this goes forward, which I think is a splendid idea. I think that your point about this being an important thing for our industry,
Yeah.
I think it's splendid. But I think that we should keep in sight some of these larger issues about where we're headed, what we're trying to do for the overall patron experience, for workflows, for costs, and look at this kind of in a larger context. I mean, clearly this is a developing step along the way. But it looks to me like in many ways this is a very strategic component and will influence the opportunities we have in the near and intermediate future, and should be evaluated in that scheme.
I think that's right, and I think it's, you never know how much it's going to resonate. To me, some of the most compelling reasons are the big picture. What's this going to do for the library ecosystem? And those don't necessarily have like a super tangible, immediate result. Some of the patron impacts like the simplicity I think do, but those things are a little abstract, but I think they're super critical. And just yes, I think that if you can keep an eye on that long view, where's the library industry headed? There's places in Texas where Overdrive has made bids successfully to be the library, and there's like basically no library. It's like money flows straight from the local government to Overdrive. They buy the ebooks. That's the library service, right? Do we want to live in a world where we're just a pass-through to a vendor? Or, and I think you're right, it's a strategic step to take back some of that control and then figure out what else to do with it. I don't think this is the end of the story. I think there's lots of ways you can build on it once you've got.
This is true of the beginning of the story.
I think so, yeah. I mean, the beginning in some ways was 6 years ago we started these grants. It takes a long time to build software, but now we've got this nascent kind of blank slate system, and it'll do some of the things, and there's a lot of things that we could make it do, I think, with more effort. So I think it's great that you see that, and people that have a lot of history in library land recognize those macro changes, and they've seen the rise of ebooks and the problems with ebooks, and how much worse it is in a lot of ways than PSERF. So I think that's, to me, one of the most important reasons why we need to have a library nonprofit in the space, and there really isn't any other in this world. So great. Are you guys taking a break?
Yes.
Lunch.
We could take like about a 15-minute break since we have such a hefty agenda, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Eating
So
while
that
we work.
dashboard that I showed.
So
Sounds great.
we'll reconvene in 15 minutes.
Sounds great.
And then they could go to like a custom report, and they could choose a report type like circulation, compare themselves to a population group. We'll just do that. And then it would generate a report for them. We lost, it was not intentional, but we happened to lose all of the staff who had the knowledge to create this. So we no longer are able to create this for libraries. And we have heard from public libraries in particular that they really want this again. I mean, it's very nice for them to be able to compare themselves to others. And so the vendor would provide this as well.
So that was my question, because when I was at Griffel, IMLS has a product that does this for libraries across
the nation,
and you can pick to be compared.
Mm-hmm.
We can just pick Montana.
Isn't their data like 2 years old?
It's older, yes. Yep. It's older. So it would just be that we would get this more quickly.
Yes.
That would be the main benefit, is getting it more quickly.
Oh, actually, well, okay,
And
for
if-
libraries, that would be the main benefit. For state library staff, it would be the ability for one thing to just deliver again. and be able to give these reports like we were able to do in the past. And the workload.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is basically contracting out this service or this function.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, no, good question. Any other questions about any of these? Concerns?
I'm very interested in what the model for the community, the crisis intervention team training, how that rolls out, but then also how that connects to kind of emergency hazard planning. Like there are a lot of groups that not necessarily focus specifically on mental health issues, but in preparedness for communities. Like, is there a way to make sure that this sort of training doesn't get in the way of other efforts within a community, that it's collaborating and consistent or coherent with other efforts around?
Mm-hmm. That is in fact what this organization is all about.
Awesome.
So what this came from was Amelia and I attended a prison reentry task force meeting to represent libraries. And as we were talking to them, we were talking about the ways libraries can help. And they said, well, one way you can help us is libraries are seeing these kinds of crises. And they have requested training. And you clearly have a great system for that. And so the woman who manages that put us in touch with this academy, and they insist that other members of the community are involved in the process, and they work with community members. So that's why we went with this model. But it was kind of last minute, so I don't have a ton of details. Anything else? Anything online? Right. So if there's no other questions or comments, all those in favor of funding all 4 proposals, please say aye. Those of you who are online, if you'll just indicate in chat.
I'm sorry, can I ask one more question?
Go for it.
Is with the crisis, the academy, is that going to be open to all librarians or just public?
Oh, I think it should be open to all libraries.
Okay.
Yeah. I will definitely make sure Amelia knows that it needs to be open to all. I think she was thinking that. Any other comments or questions? I don't know. Okay, so I'll call again. So all those in favor of funding all 4 proposals, please say aye.
Aye.
And all those opposed, please say nay. And are there any abstentions? Okay, motion carries. Thank you. All right, so Montana Library Card.
We get into this before too, even with my presentation.
It was such an interesting presentation.
That's great. It was good.
I'm going to duck out. I want to thank you all again for your time and for the delicious salads. That was really nice.
Thank you.
Sure. Continue the discussion.
I hope that DPLA will find an opportunity to work with OCLC for some sort of integration of some of this stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be very open to suggestions on what exactly that project should look like.
She knows how to find me.
Okay. Thank you again.
Enjoy Helena. We'll see you later.
Yeah, see you later. Yeah, I will.
Right. So this is an idea that's kind of been around for a long time. And I mean a long time. I think Bruce had this brainchild, 20 years ago?
Well, there were people doing it in the northeastern part of the state when I came to the state in 1980.
Yes. And Sagebrush Federation was doing this back then as well. In fact, Jenny and I both have one
I
of
have
their
a whole
cards.
stack of them. I should go get them.
Yeah.
Not a new idea.
Yeah, it's not a new idea. It's basically something we've played with. It was even on the books in the Montana Code Annotated that there would be a statewide library card. I cannot remember when. 2009. It was changed to statewide library access program. It was kind of broadened, I think, so that it was not limited to just a physical card, which was the concept that was on the books before that. You know, it's certainly different parts of Montana have played with this idea and created it. Even now, Partners as a sharing group kind of represents this concept of a patron being able to use and access materials anywhere. But it seems like the technology and some of the infrastructure is now there to do this in a good way for Montanans. And in our LSTA 5-year plan, we kind of say we have a goal that we want to serve Montanans across different types of libraries and from birth to the end of life. And so Jenny and I were kind of talking about this, and we met with some shared catalog staff just to kind of understand some of the technical issues that they can bring to the table. And we thought maybe it's time to bring this to the Network Advisory Council. Maybe it's time to talk about this concept. Are Montana libraries ready for this? And if we are ready for it, what do we mean? And what does it look like? And because it's such a kind of big concept, I presented this to you mainly to give us a starting point and to just hear your thoughts and what you think of this idea. And then I have some questions as well as we go through this. I guess my first question for you is, what do you think of the working definition? Are you in
What working definition?
the one that's in this document? So the state library is proposing Montana Library Card is a patron can walk into any public library and have access to any materials at that library, whether or not they have a card. And I think actually we should say any library. That would be the ideal dream.
Yeah, I was going to say it should, or at least add publicly funded university.
Yeah.
Because we already do that.
Yeah.
Like we already advertise any Montana resident 16 or older can get a library card from us at no cost. So, and all of the publicly funded, the privates would be a totally different story, but all of the publicly funded schools in the NUS have to do the same thing. So.
What? We don't library cards everyone, so I don't know.
Yeah.
How that would fit in. Yeah.
Yeah, I think actually that was honestly just a typo on my part.
So I have to say I've been thinking about this a lot. And I think that having this, whether it's an actual physical card or not, but having reciprocal circulation, I think that's an important part of probably improving services to patrons from libraries. But I think it puts the emphasis on the wrong syllable. So to that extent, I think that the definition needs. I think it helps to for me, it helps to rethink why we're doing this. I mean, back to the why. So that it's your fault. It's your fault. So I mean, we're doing this to provide patrons with better library services, and to provide and to make library services better overall and more cost effective, et cetera. Better, it seems to me that we have all sorts of functionally useful definitions of what better is in terms of library bill of rights. The ALA has a number of sort of this is what we want libraries, core values for libraries, et cetera. More fundamentally, though, I think that there's implicit in both the natural law and in our state constitution that everyone is created equal with equal opportunities for happiness, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And fundamentally, the way libraries work now, because we're still based upon a physical meat space sort of definition of what a library is by and large, that there are some libraries that have a better shot at happiness. Some provide their users with a better shot at happiness and economic well-being and education and all those kinds of things than do others. So it seems to me that the opportunity for the state library in thinking about a statewide thing like this is really thinking about it's sort of it's a distributive justice issue. It's giving everyone in the state of Montana a fair shot at the same kind of core series of library content and services that they need to kind of to progress as human beings. It seems to me that's the challenge. And I wouldn't deny that the way we keep track of who has what book is an important part of that. But there are other bits as well. And I think if we approach the problem from sort of, everyone having a fair shot at, why we have libraries for lifelong learning and for entertainment and for all these other kinds of purposes, I think that's a better place to start, because I think it takes us down the road probably of the inventory management stuff, but it also probably shoves us right into the kinds of things that you're doing with the e-content books, this selection and stuff. I mean, it's about collection development, and it's about maybe starting to share responsibilities for different libraries having different sort of collection emphases, so that overall libraries have a better shot. Or saying to Butte, golly, you guys have got this incredible history in Butte of labor and industry, and that was an important part of Montana that's really underrepresented in textbooks and materials available for kids. And so we're going to give you a little extra money to kind of help develop some stuff that will help your patrons, but will help patrons across the state. Whatever it is, I think if we approach it from a more general perspective, that maybe it gives us a more sort of open field for doing really cool kind of stuff. I mean, I want to be able to walk. I want a library patron in Kalispell to have everything that they need, and I want a library patron in Baker to have everything that they need, and not being separated by the fact that one is a bigger town and one isn't. Where it's possible for us to use network tools and cooperation and courier services, for God's sakes, to take and help equalize those kinds of things. I think that's what we need to do. If we start off with the whole notion of information equity, or whatever the heck that is, or whatever we want to call it, I think that takes us down a better road than thinking about the tools that we use to keep track of who has what book.
So I guess that to me is under that why. Consider a Montana library card, what you just said. And maybe I made the mistake of jumping down into talking about the tools too soon, and we should have backed up and said, why consider a Montana library card?
Yeah. I mean, to me, caught up in the whole notion of Montana library card was the historical notion of reciprocal circulation, sharing materials and patrons, which is great stuff. But to me, it kind of jumps right into that part of what we do for folks, and kind of skips over early childhood education and what do you do with people who have retired. What do we do for job retraining and coal strips? I mean, it jumps over all that kind of stuff, which may or may not be appropriate, but I don't want to jump over it. I want the NAC to say, we've looked at all these kinds of things, and the most important thing we can do is this circulation thing. I want us to back up a couple steps and kind of look at what are the biggest problems, what are the biggest opportunities we have for those libraries that want to do this. I mean, don't force it down anyone's throats, but for those libraries who want to do this, where are our biggest opportunities to kind of get the most bang for our buck?
I think I'm just going to say this because I feel like I need to say something silly at this moment. But from, you said it, and I think Tracy said it too, from birth to death do us part. So how do you leverage the awareness of what's available with all of those citizens? Is it a tattoo that everyone gets when they're born, and a nice pamphlet, and a life that serves as your barcode, your patron barcode for life? What is that entry point, and how do you invite people to use what we have to offer, regardless of where they are and what they.
So maybe access and marketing are the two key things that we need to focus on.
Okay, so
I'd like to add another thing. And I'm going to struggle to say this well. I think we need to look really closely at incentives as well, because if you look at like Helena, the population of Helena has chosen to tax themselves at a higher rate and better fund their library. And is it fair then to say, well, the rest of us who have not chosen to pay higher property taxes are going to piggyback and use those resources? I think that if we don't think about that incentive piece as we're building this, I think I really want everyone to have equal access to services. But I mean, like when we look at our interlibrary loan, we lend out 2 to 3 times more books than we borrow. And so we do that, and we continue to be part of interlibrary loan because we're part of the community. But when we go to our funders and try to explain why they are funding us to serve other people, I mean, this is a hard sell to funders to say why are the Tea Party patriots that are based in Great Falls paying their tax dollars to fund those services to those ne'er-do-wells on the High Line.
Probably in part because of the tools you've chosen to circulate the books. If you had gone with a shared catalog, you'd probably be borrowing more books than you were lending. That would be suggested by other libraries' experience.
Right, and I agree with that, but so that wasn't a super good example. I'm just saying, if we don't want to piss off our funders, we need to look at the incentives and make sure that people don't feel like they're subsidizing other libraries.
I think the thing is that if we do the right tools, we'll be able to say to our funders, look at the great deal you're getting, because we're actually leveraging local dollars to provide really spectacular service. It seems to me that with a few bumps in the process, not the least of which is the courier service, that has been the case. But it's not just books. I mean, think of all the good work that Cindy has done down in Bozeman for youth services in the state. I mean, there are all sorts of places where we found where cooperation has more than repaid local investment. But
I'm not saying it doesn't. I'm saying when we figure out how to, if we're going to do this, we have to make it transparently clear and have mechanisms to show funders that.
Yeah.
It's a tough sell in Great Falls.
It's a tough sell.
I'm 100% with you. Our taxpayers don't even like to educate our children, so it's so collaborative public library, like that's. I mean, I live there and I love Great Falls, but that's just depending on the community, it's going to be a tough sell.
Helena still has a local catalog too.
Oh, we can't do that.
Can I jump in? Real quick for a second?
Yep.
So yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things going on, and kind of this point about core services. I mean, I don't know of any librarian across the state or anyone involved with the library who would kind of in a vacuum not be incredibly on board with this idea of access, information access and equity for as many people as possible. But then, yeah, immediately there are all these practical concerns about how that would work. But what kind of drew my attention as reading through this proposal earlier was the wording that time is right to kind of present this idea, and I'm not sure that's true, because I think, especially on this topic of incentives and what do we tell funders, because again, distributive justice is great, but it's been historically a very hard sell to the wider populace, especially those people who are having things distributed away from them. I think if we give it more time, especially since we're now doing this Montana On, this public awareness program, if we can kind of develop this idea of the statewide services that all libraries have and the way libraries are impacting people in real ways, especially economic ways across the state, if we can get that started, I think it'd be much easier to go and look at, what kind of actual core services do we want to offer statewide for any Montana citizen, right? Because it's a really hard sell to explain why Billings, for example, and this is a made up. But why Billings is shipping out the new James Patterson books to all these other people, as opposed to like, well, no, it's much easier to argue that we're making sure that people have access to textbooks and internet access and things like that. I mean, like we need to, I think, be very clear about what these kind of core services that, in the vein of equity, what are those basic things people need for flourishing and for advancement? That I think, again, kind of the whole reason why libraries are there.
Thanks, buddy. That's a very good one. And I did add that question. I think Sarah, did you have a?
Yeah, I was going to say I think one of your first questions was, Tracy, about the definition, and it says public libraries. Well, what about kind of the outliers of public libraries? We're a public library, but our first and foremost priority is the Montana Supreme Court. So does that function the same way? I mean, yes, of course, access to justice is a priority, but ultimately I think that decision would be up to where the Supreme Court's library would be their decision to participate or not.
Okay. I think that's a good point.
And I can't think of right away, but well, there's at least one other law library, but there's probably some other unique libraries that would do that or have similar questions.
One of the thoughts that has occurred to me with this discussion is, what conditions would have to be in place where Montana's citizens would be demanding a Montana library card?
That's a good question, but it's kind of a chicken and egg thing. So it's sort of like, do we give it to them because we know that it's good for them, even if they don't realize yet that it's good for them, or do we wait until they demand it because they realize that it's good for them, and maybe they never will figure that out.
I think Montanans are pretty mobile.
Yeah, Montanans.
That's actually why this comes up, because they travel around a lot.
But they vote. But we're living in a networked age. They've already voted with their feet, metaphorically. They're like me. They don't screw with their local public library. They go on to Amazon, where they do these other kinds of things. It used to be libraries where it was the only source for these. Libraries were the only source for these kinds of information, and that has changed. And so people's habits have shifted back to Jennings' fears or concerns about why our library is important. I mean, the people have voted with their feet. I mean, people's habits have changed.
Though that's a very privileged. That perspective comes from a huge point of privilege.
Yes, absolutely.
You have the money to go to Amazon and buy it. You have the mobile device to go out.
Correct.
You are. I mean, that unfortunately that's sort of eliminates a huge percentage of our population who don't have the financial ability or access to technology.
Absolutely.
Well, I'm inconvenienced, so I'm going to just go buy it on Amazon. I mean, I don't even have that money to do that.
So that's the challenge. That's the challenge for libraries. If these are important things, if they're important for people functioning in their own personal lives and their communities, why shouldn't libraries basically address those, make those opportunities available for more?
Right. The tricky part is just that I think research still shows that the realization of the importance of those services comes with higher education level and being more informed. So again, it's sort of a tricky, you know what I mean?
Absolutely. I think you're exactly right on.
How do you package it, or how do you reach the folks who?
Who's going to tell people who don't know about what their library can do for them, about what the library can do for them?
Or just, I would
suggest librarians.
I mean,
we're such horrible marketers.
I still think we have a significant population of folks too who are suspicious of information and feel like if you are promoting information or trying to encourage them to access information or trying to say, look at all these amazing things you have access to, that they're sort of like, well, you're kind of a snob, or it's only, you know what I mean? Like their perspective is that it's kind of a privileged thing to be trying to encourage. Many of our fellow citizens who are served by tribal libraries
have a different view of information about the tribe. And yet, many of us who are not a tribal member are curious about that and want to learn to be a better neighbor and would perhaps would benefit from that information. So how do we work those out? So yeah, no, I agree. It's a tricky kind of thing, but I think if libraries stay in their existing mold, the world will continue to turn, and we will be increasingly less relevant.
Yeah, so like I'm thinking about it from our perspective. So when we switched, just to throw in a little academic library perspective, like when we switched to Alma, we used to have it set up so that we could just load automatically. Our student information system would load all of the students at MSU institutions, so from Billings, from Bozeman, from Northern, which automatically load into our into CERSI. But when we switched to Alma, Bozeman significantly tightened their security policies and refused to give us their student data. So now we can only automatically load our own student data. So but we love everybody. So we just manually load whoever comes in into our system, whether it's another MSU student or an MSU Bozeman student or Northern or community person or whatever. So from our perspective, we already have the infrastructure and policies and everything set up in a way to just make it work, because that's what we think is important, and that's what we do, and we do manually have to load, probably close to 1,000 folks a year right now. So it's not a ton, but it's all, so I mean, we're already set up for that, similar to probably the way that a public library, would be. I don't know how many of the other academics. I have no idea what you guys do for community.
We look. Would anybody in Bozeman can come in and borrow something? They just need to, just show an ID, and we manually enter them.
You create just like a guest file.
Yeah. I don't know the logistics. I just know that people can come in and stuff.
Do you do any Montana residents or just local folks?
So I definitely don't want to jump into the practical in this conversation, but I feel like it might help for us to have this broader discussion about what's possible and what our vision is. If we then think about some of the practical applications of this vision, and we very much know that there are policy issues, there are political issues, there are funding issues at the state and local level that would have to be addressed to realize this vision. There are staffing issues and technical concerns about the systems. I appreciate Bruce's acknowledgement that there's a wider discussion about what else is considered core services. I think what we see from the state library, and again, this is sort of up for input and discussion with the NAC, is the need, when we have a clearer definition of what we mean by a Montana library card, we would then say to libraries and library boards, if you buy into this vision, then these are some of the policy implications that you would need to consider as a library board. These are some of the funding challenges that you might need to work on with your local governments. From a technical perspective, we have very limited staff resources. So we would say to libraries, these are the recommended best practices for your technology solutions that would facilitate scaling the infrastructure to support this kind of practical need. We've done some great work around scalable programming, like our early literacy Ready to Read campaign. What else might we do in those kinds of, to further those kinds of efforts? So the more definition and vision we can put behind this idea, the more practical ideas and solutions we can think about, bring to this group, get your recommendations and feedback, like the conversation we heard from Micah earlier, like the discussion about the courier earlier. Those are all, I think, key aspects to thinking about these core services that support fully equitable library services across the state, and there are so many others. And libraries are at so many different points along the continuum of getting to some kind of idealized vision. Having this kind of conversation and definition would give the state library the direction to provide that kind of support and feedback to libraries. And importantly, it gives us the vision and the definition to take to funders to try to fund some of these kinds of foundational services that are components of a Montana library card.
And from my perspective, personally, but also on the commission, my guess is that there are lots of things that we need to do to make it better for everyone. And they all cost money. In the aggregate, they cost way more money than we have. And so if the NAC can say, we've looked at these dozen things, and since our goal is providing more equitable service, whatever that goal is, that more general goal is, we recommend, even though there's all 12 of these things are worthwhile, these 3 are the ones that we need to do now because they're the most immediate needs, they're the most immediate opportunity. This is what we want you guys to spend money on. That to me is the perfect role for the NAC, because the commission frankly doesn't have the expertise and the working experience that you folks have. And it lets the commission do its job in terms of doing the money stuff. I
just want to jump. I guess I should.
That's why this definition of worrying about circulation systems as the basis of the vision isn't as useful to me as worrying about this more general thing, because it lets me, if once we buy the more general thing, then we can evaluate the circulation expenditure of resources on the circulation stuff on its merit compared with all these other kinds of things.
I just wanted, because Elizabeth jumped in online, and actually quite a while ago.
Sorry.
She said, logistically, I see a lot of this concept success arising from centralization of some essential library processes. A good pilot for trying out a state library card would be via ebooks and ebook access. It already uses controlled collaborative collection development, and the virtual component wouldn't require physical return of materials. So that was just one idea she had. Go ahead, Susie.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Being on the cost share formula committee, I'm having a little bit of deja vu. Because I think one of the things that this comes back to is what does it mean to be, what is equity? What is fairness? What is that, everybody has access to the same thing, but then how much do people put in? And I know historically there's been this divide in terms of public libraries of the big libraries subsidize the little libraries, or the little libraries aren't allowed into the big projects. And I think that is one of the key things that we as a library community need to figure out is when we share, what makes it fair for all the libraries. And that is a very hard question because people can't even agree on what the word fair means.
Cody, were you going to say something?
Right. Yeah, I don't know. I think I forgot most of them. But so actually to that point about the equity and everything, I think it's important to keep in mind, and I know it's been touched on when a lot of people have been speaking, that really one of the most valuable resources and commodities that we have is time. And what I mean by that is the time and effort of library staff. So it's really important to keep in mind when we talk about equity and fairness that, anytime, unless it comes out of this program that, the state funds new positions at certain libraries, which I don't think would happen. If you're looking for these kinds of services from other parts of the state, that means those people in those parts of the state are going to be focusing their time and effort on, this larger program, and therefore taking time away from their immediate community and the immediate needs of the people, as been said, that directly funds them and things like that. And again, I think everyone would say that's probably great, and then it'd be awesome if we could do that. But again, it's really hard. Because I mean that we see that a lot with Billings. There's a lot of things we would like to do across the state, but we just don't have the staff. And if we have a staff person devoted to this statewide project, that means they have 5 to 6 to whatever hours less every week devoted to their immediate duties, which is tough. But what I actually kind of want to say earlier was I'm still questioning, and I know this is only my second NAC meeting, so I may just not have the historical precedent for the driving this discussion, but I'm just curious if an actual library card is the best idea anymore, because immediately, like Elizabeth was talking about, I mean, we have digital services that we're trying to offer statewide. Does it make the most sense to have a library card for people to go in and get physical items, or to go to libraries and have this card that they can use? I know personally I've only ever talked to a few people from other cities and Billings that wanted to come in and were a little mad or whatever that they couldn't use their library card there, because I know Billings, we offer guest passes for the internet, and that's far and away what most travelers are looking for. They come in and they show us an ID, and we just get them 2 hours online every day. If they're from Montana and they have a Montana ID, we can get them a Montana card so they can actually check things out. So I'm just wondering is it easier if we look more closely at this kind of digital route? Can we provide access to these core services, again, whatever they are digitally, or does it make even more sense to be almost like a top-down approach from the state library, saying, and I know we kind of talked about this last time, but what does it mean to be a Montana library? And maybe it does mean that you have these certain directives or these certain policies in place if you're part of this group, and naming that might be the easiest way of providing that kind of equity, which is that if you're a Montana citizen, you can go to Kalispell, to Great Falls, to Whitefish, to any place in there, and that you can walk in there and have access to the internet. You can have access to the books, or what have you. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know if the Montana card is in fact the most practical way of going about it. I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there. But I still like the idea.
Sorry, I was going to say, I feel like the digital piece is so much more complex, and my brain is just so focused on license agreements and stuff like that. But I don't. It's difficult for me to think of how we would even offer that, because I can't for most of the digital things I've paid for. I can offer you, if you physically walk into my library and sit down at a computer, you can use whatever you want. But I can't. The digital piece would be. I agree that maybe where we are and what people want, but that to me is even more complex from the funding and the and license agreement, just the whole.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, Laura, and that's why when we were starting to think about this approach, it was starting to think about what are the short-term opportunities and barriers, and what are the long-term opportunities and barriers, and addressing wholly equitable digital content. We were further along when we had the statewide databases, and if we wanted to get to a point where some of that content was available again and available wholly statewide, that to me is sort of in that long-term, mid to long-term bucket that we try to address. I don't think this is there's no turnkey solution. There's bits and pieces along the way that libraries work towards adopting.
That's exactly right. We purchased the Chilton Auto Repair database, and they charge us based on the number of patrons that we have. And so if we were to say, anybody in Montana that has a library card can use our Chilton Auto Repair database, we wouldn't be able to afford it.
Right. But that's something, again, that would go back to these larger funding requests.
So just going to ask this at the risk of Bruce pushing me up against the wall there, but
no, Bruce isn't going to do that.
We have had this concept around for a long time, and we never seem to make it happen. Is that because we don't value it?
I mean, you know, I think part of the problem is you have libraries like mine. I'm in a little sharing group, and we get everything we want because we're in a little sharing group. And then you have the big partners, and they really don't need it, you know. But then you have the other guys that aren't in a sharing group and don't understand how wonderful it is to not have to have every single James Patterson on the shelf, because you can get it from Carly down the street. You know what I mean? And I think if we sold it from that point of view, because I don't want to do another expansion in my lifetime. I only have so much shelf space. So I am relying, you know, in Boulder, we generally, even though we're in the shared catalog, we lend twice as much as we borrow. That still hugely benefits me because I don't have to buy because I know I've got this group that will give it to me. Are there going to be boundaries that are set? There are going to have to be boundaries that are set, but until you're in the middle of something that's bigger than you, you don't realize how really great it is.
I think for me, what you would get has to be well defined. What is that large pool of public assets that everyone can benefit from? And to me, the idea of a card itself becomes a barrier, because like you were saying earlier too, Bruce, like I can't remember or don't have my Lewis and Clark library card, and I can't get stuff. So I can't get stuff, and I do other things because I can. And so that's where I think, you know, if we're good at sharing what it is that we have to share, everybody knows what that is, and you live within the boundaries of the state of Montana, and you know that, then that's your entry point and your way to get at the stuff that we all share. So I have a hard time myself anymore thinking about the value of a card itself, whether that's a physical or a digital thing. I know for practical purposes, you need to have something that identifies you as a patron so that you're responsible for the things that you borrow or take. It's a kind of like a property protection right almost in associating the things that you borrow with, you know, patron record or whatever. But I think until we know more about what it is that we all collectively share and how we best communicate that to the field, I don't know that a card, a state library card or a Montana library card is the marketing tool to drive that.
It's almost like the card is more of a symbol though, and it's like less of an actual thing that object that exists and more of a symbol. And how do we package and promote, like you were saying, the things that are available to all Montanans just by nature of being a Montanan through libraries, period. And it's because we know so many of us are already doing that, but how do you get that word out or unify it so that it's a common message? Like even in Great Falls, I mean, we don't, like, we should, but we don't really work with the public library or the base library. I mean, we know who they are and who works there and that sort of thing, but like we don't really even have any sort of a reciprocal system within the city of Great Falls between ourselves. You know, you still have to get a public library card and I guess borrow a card with us and a card if you have access to the base, and you know, so but yeah, it's that question of sort of like, could we, it's like maybe it already exists and we just need to make a big
that's why I wonder too where this campaign,
yeah,
you know, what are we going to learn from this in terms of public awareness of libraries? I'm really curious to see how this plays out and what, you know, what if any new engagement or new users or, you know, new demands for services come out of that effort as well.
So I think what Bruce was kind of saying was, you know, how do we keep libraries relevant? which is something library development thinks about a lot, but also try to think of it from the perspective of, well, what do Montanans need? And so when you think of it that way, are Montanans getting what they need from libraries right now?
Can I jump in here? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, go for it. Let me unmute myself.
Okay. Yeah, so I guess a couple of things. One, the idea of having resources and services open to anyone who lives in Montana, no matter where they are, what they do, is great, but possibly not terribly practical, nor perhaps even needed. Going off of your point, Tracy, that do we know that that's what would best serve everyone? Do they want to be able to walk into any library and be able to check anything out? I tend to actually kind of agree, I think, with Elizabeth, pointing out that, yeah, the ebooks, that's the low-hanging fruit. That's the easy place to start. That makes sense to me. The other point is that maybe, like I said, it's not all statewide, but rather like K-12 and academic. They make sense to work collaboratively as far as databases, because we all use them, or we want the students to use them anyway. Whereas it doesn't make as much sense for the public libraries for the most part. So that would be an area that we could jointly share. But then kind of looping back to the whole relevancy thing, why not look, I don't know, more broadly at what is actually needed. We know, what do we know? We know that, and I'm going to get on my soapbox again about workforce retraining. We know that there's a large number of people that are about to be unemployed and they're going to need to be retrained. And I think there's all kinds of opportunities there with the Montana Department of Labor and between the academics and the publics. That's one issue. And another thing, which is, I know, really kind of going off into the stars here or something, but I've been thinking about this just a lot lately because I'm reading about it more and more. Loneliness is becoming a huge social problem, and it's becoming super pervasive. And I just think that the libraries are in a position to do something on that, and that would more than make us relevant and needed. It's kind of a strange area, and people are already doing programming, I guess, in that area, but I think much more could be done, and really focusing on libraries as that third place concept. In addition to, I mean, we're just kind of talking about materials. What can they get? What can they get? Well, some of the stuff that they can get from us isn't necessarily tangible. And I guess that's all I had to say.
Those are good points. Any other comments on this topic? Thoughts? Direction for me?
I'm still, this is Bruce, I'm still convinced that the card is sort of a red herring, or I'm afraid it might become a red herring, and that we concentrate on this whole card thing when we're really talking about this bigger thing. Mm-hmm. And it'd be nice to find something that was as everyone can imagine what a card is, a library card is, which is why it's so brilliant, why it works so well, because we know what that is. Right. It might be good to kind of think of that. But what might be good to move this conversation forward is maybe a list of some of the low-hanging fruit, without necessarily prioritizing them, or even necessarily talking about money or political support. Just where are some of the first places we might look where some sort of statewide initiative like this might be valuable, and then move the conversation forward. Mm-hmm. Certainly the ebooks thing would be one of those. Resource sharing is obviously another one. Cutting costs for collection development. I don't know. You guys are the people who actually do the work. I mean, there's a whole list of things like that we can come up with. And at some point, take a less than dispassionate look at where some of those priorities might be. But people think differently, and I'm aware that I kind of think from the general to the specific, and other people think just the reverse. But for me, I need to keep my eyes on the prize. Where are we going, and then how do we get there comes second. And I suspect you are the other kind of person, which is why we both need each other so desperately. And it's just so.
I think I agree on that part.
Hi, this is Sonia. I've been part of this conversation many times over. And I think if we looked regionally, because I know like for the Sagebrush Federation, when they had a library card, the reason was because Miles City is the hub where everybody comes to go to the doctors, the big tournaments, the grocery stores. So it made sense that when people came here, they were able to go to the library and, you know, pick and choose what they needed and to share locally. And because they come to town all the time, things were also returned. So I think that was the big impact for when Miles City area had a card that they shared. So instead of doing the entire state, I mean, I think I would probably start looking at regional groups and seeing, you know, what would work out. And a lot of times that ends up becoming a statewide effort after it works within a region. The other deal is, of course, MSC Partners. That has worked wonderfully for many of the libraries in this area to be able to feed into that system. And, of course, then you can share things across the state between many, many libraries. So I kind of think maybe you have to do local and then just let it grow.
All right. Thank you, Sonia. I was going to say, you know, in many ways, I think this is as much a philosophy as it is something that's really practical and tangible. It's about people believing in equitable access to library services, and we can have endless conversations about what those services might entail, and they'll evolve over time. But can we come to agreement on this philosophy, and then are there a set of best practices that we can encourage libraries to implement and adopt that put into action those kinds of philosophies and help us think about our staff time and our budgets in ways that support that overall philosophy. When I think about the kinds of services that we are currently using and how we're spending our staff time and resources, like the Montana Library to Go, you know, to me that's the perfect example of something that's foundational to a Montana Library card. And libraries have chosen to pool their financial resources, they've chosen to pool their staff time, they're sharing a system. You guys don't have to do that, but think of the time and resources it would take for you all to have separate systems. And because you're pooling your resources, not only are you saving time and money, you're saving resources, staff time that can be put towards something else. What other ways might we find efficiencies, more effective services by further supporting this shared scalable infrastructure, and also then the kinds of shared programming and services that we're able to implement because we've found other ways to manage time and resources. And to me, that's just a philosophy, but it takes a lot of, for some of us, rethinking about how we approach our circulation periods and who we lend to and who we don't, and how we issue library cards and all of that, you know, that should be easy, but we all know it's not. And I think if we have some kind of definition that's a philosophy, then when opportunities like the DPLA come to us, it gives us a way to evaluate, does this opportunity move us further along towards our vision of a Montana library card.
So where do we leave you, Tracy?
I think my question still is, do we all believe in the philosophy, like Jimmy's talking about equitable access is critical? And I could see how some libraries might not believe in that, but would definitely feel peer pressure to say they believe in it. And if we don't buy into that fundamental thing, it's been my experience projects don't go well if everybody doesn't believe in at least the core philosophy behind it. Like, people got to buy into the core philosophy or it's not going to fly. I think that in the meantime, there's no reason why we could not identify the low-hanging fruit and identify some regional, local efforts, like others have mentioned, to go forward. I think the question I have is, how do we have that conversation about the core philosophy in a way that allows people to be honest and to give their feedback and to say whether or not it's just don't value that or it's actually concerns about very real things like funders who don't believe in it necessarily.
Well, and I think, not to beat a dead horse, but what does equitable mean?
Yeah.
What does it mean? Does it mean that everybody...
It does not mean equal and it does not mean fair.
It doesn't
Right,
mean,
right.
it doesn't mean the same, but it means sufficient.
Well, but
I mean, we've taken a stab at a definition, and I think it is too materials focused, but, we can think about refining that, and we have to think about it from the patron's perspective.
There's a body of thinking about this that goes back to Aquinas or Aristotle that we can draw from to help us sort of find our way through this. Mm-hmm. It may not get us all the way, but we don't have to invent this. There is a body of thinking historically that talks about this. Like I say, it's not the same. I think it's exactly the right question, but we don't have to make this up. We can look. It's actually in the Montana Constitution, in the first 10 articles, or the 10 not articles. Yeah, the Bill of Rights. I mean, it talks about what this stuff is, and then it's our job as people who are setting this policy of coming up and saying, well, practically, just what the hell does this mean? And I think we can do that.
I think that if we agree that equitable access is important, then we need to say that equitable buy-in is important.
Yes.
That patrons all need equitable access to stuff, but that means all the libraries and all the funders need to pay their equitable share. And that's, I think, sometimes the kicker. What is the equitable share for being part of the...
And again, we've struggled with this as a democracy since Tom Jefferson, etc., and Adams. I mean, right? This is exactly the conversation we should be having. Mm-hmm. Good questions.
So I think the next steps are for me to kind of review what you've written down, for me to make that list Bruce talking about of all the different places where sharing is already going on. So it's low-hanging fruit. And then I think the next question is for us to maybe as a group hash out what does equitable access mean? Does that mean? But if you've already done it, just give it to me.
I just want to throw something out there. I listened to this discussion, and what comes back to me is we all do believe in sharing. What it comes back to is we kind of look at what do you want people to actually check out and be able to take from your library. I think we end up back at that possession point. Because you can go in any public library anywhere and you're free to sit down and read anything you want to read. It's a question of what you can walk out the door with. And I think maybe that's the broader discussion.
Except that nowadays it's not just walk out the door. Can I check out your ebook?
Not if your library isn't going in to pay for it.
Which is a funding question, not a question of access. I mean,
Right, but I think they're shared.
of course, clearly. But if once we commit to, there are all sorts of opportunities for collaborative purchase of multiple copies of e-material that would take and spread themselves out over the state and mean that collectively we had to buy fewer copies of things to make sure patrons had no waiting line, right? We think that that's true.
Our target is 10-to-1 on the hold ratio, and we are not even close.
No, I get that. But that's a funding problem.
Yeah.
We're working on that.
But I think that's on the buy-in side. I mean, we had libraries that have almost left the Montana Library to go consortium because they can't afford it. And they want to share, but they can't afford to share, and yet we're saying we can't provide access to patrons. So I don't think you can decouple.
So, and where there are instances where they can't afford to share, this group needs to come to the commission and say, here's a real problem that we need to address as quickly as possible. This is a priority. And you are the group to do that, because we don't know that. And I agree. I mean, if it's a library who has chosen not to spend the money but could, that may be a different issue. I'm not sure it is, than a library that just can't because their community doesn't have the funds to take and afford this. I'm thinking of tribal libraries, for instance. And I think those are things that you should bring to the commission. Those are funding problems. And even if we can't solve them immediately, once they get on our radar, we can at least make plans to address them. And you're the people who know about this stuff. We don't know. I mean, if the only problem with the courier service is that we're not dumping $500,000 a year on it, and if it's worth $1 million and $500,000 is a bargain, then that's something the commission needs to know about so we can take and sock it in the jaw, right?
$1 million. I can solve all my problems.
Well, you can get my checkbook out. Oh shucks, I forgot it. But you get my point. I hope. I mean, if you guys will help us identify these problems and these opportunities. Well, there's another commission member here, right? If we know there's a problem, then at least there's a chance that we could address it. As opposed to, if we don't know there's a problem, we're probably not going to address it.
Yes, sir.
That was a first.
Your laugh.
So I'm just going to bring this up.
So I think actually, again, I found I need to go to this other meeting, this other thing.
Yep.
But I found this to have been a very, very useful conversation. I really appreciate the points that you guys brought up. And I think you're exactly right. I think I'm a lucky guy being able to go to Amazon. And I would like, at some level, to extend convenient access to the information people need, and the recreational information or the practical information they need for everyone. I think everyone should have a fair shot. And if that means going to the legislature and saying, we need another $5 million in our budget, well, maybe that's what we need to do.
Thank you, Bruce. So Elizabeth had put, as part of her evaluation of this discussion, Tracy might also plan on deliberative interviewing consortial groups in existence right now, partners, the Courier, Montana Library to Go participants to learn the pros and cons. I think, as I think more on this, I'm wondering if the next practical step is to just focus on those shared services. I need to think more about the bigger picture, because I think the two most important pieces of this are what do Montanans need that makes sense for libraries to provide, and how do libraries remain relevant? That's, to me, really the big question. This is just a mechanism for perhaps doing that. That may make us more relevant. I don't know. But I need to kind of think more on that, and I think it's kind of good to just talk through this with NAC members to just kind of get the different perspectives.
Yeah.
And think about how do we use our money, the limited money we have, as wisely as possible, and how do we make the biggest difference? And that's really kind of what we're here for. Any final comments or questions on this topic?
I just something you just said made it pop into my head, but I just generally, and I think we should keep this in mind with every conversation we have, but we're really good at, we as a collective group, we're really good at focusing on the users that we have and what their needs are, what they're taking advantage of and what they like about the services or materials that we have. But we don't generally tend to do well with trying to reach the people that are not using our services and trying to figure out why. And to me, that's a big piece of this, because it is that question of like, is this what people really want, or do we just think they do because we're librarians and we are sold already on that idea? But I mean, what would be a way that we could actually reach those populations and, like you said, try to figure out what the biggest bang for their buck would be? Or is there even a way to convince them that it's a good
But I think
thing?
the Montana Libraries outreach program is one way to really get that topic going, because they're going to be hearing about Montana libraries everywhere they go. Yes. They hopefully be able to escape it. Maybe that in itself will bring them into the libraries to tell us, please quit playing those commercials, you know. It's something, some sort of feedback. But it'd be kind of neat if we could have, like, I don't know, on your outreach thing, if you could, like, have a short little survey, you know, like, for those people who aren't using the library, go to this survey monkey and tell us why you're not and what we can do to make you, you know, I don't know.
I can have that. Any other final comments, thoughts, questions? All right. Thanks for the good discussion. All right. LSTA 19, Ideas for Funding. So for those of you who are kind of new to the Network Advisory Council, typically, as Ginny said, we don't even know we have an award until February at the earliest. This is an exception. I hope it becomes the norm. But typically I bring a budget to the Network Advisory Council at their March meeting. And we kind of discuss it. Sometimes we make some changes, and then it goes to the commission in June. And I was thinking about this process that a fair chunk of our LSTA funds are already obligated in terms of staffing and in terms of things like the Montana Shared Catalog or Montana Library to Go or OCLC. But there's usually a chunk, and I'm guessing around 50,000, and I'm hopeful it might be a little bit more, but that we can choose what we want to spend it on, and we can choose how we want to spend it. And I decided I wanted to do this differently, since I actually knew I was getting an award, and come to you and just ask for any and all ideas, whether they're half-baked or crystallized, about ways that we could use this funding to benefit Montanans and libraries in Montana. And just to kind of give you a chance to brainstorm, and I want to include staff in this process too, but I feel like I bring you the budget and it's kind of set in stone, and so this is your opportunity to kind of say, well, how about this? And then we can discuss it at your March meeting and kind of decide what we want to spend our money on. So with that, I will just open up a Word document and you can share your ideas with me. Or questions, that also.
I can go ahead. I know I have.
I can go ahead. I know I have one.
That is neither crystallized or half-baked at all. But I know, especially as far as the MSC goes, we are, I don't know if I want to say concerned, but we want to start thinking about ways of improving cataloging or what we want cataloging to look like in the future, mostly in terms of like actual catalogers, because we know a lot of them are older and will be retiring soon, and just trying to look at ways of how do we kind of develop the next generation of catalogers, or how do we improve cataloging across the state as it is, because we get lots of different people making records and things all the time. So yeah, I mean, that's just kind of generally a concern to think about. I know just talking with my administrators, we were looking at something like, can we make a small scholarship for people going to, information science school for cataloging classes? Like, can we send someone working in a library to take a specific cataloging course, outside of a degree or something like that? So I will definitely talk more about it, but I just think generally cataloging, what are we going to do?
Elizabeth had asked me if I can give examples of how funds have been creatively spent in the past. I'm going to actually look to Kara to help me a little bit with this one. She wants to know how we've spent funds in the past. I know we did like a go-to-meeting pilot. Actually, every project you see, Makerspace, every project you've seen on the Network Advisory Council budget began as the germ of an idea. MSC, Montana Library to Go, OCLC Group Services, those all began. It's just ideas like this. Ready to Read, that's another one as well.
We have kind of stepped back from pilots over the last 2 or 3 years because of our concerns about staff time and making meaningful progress on existing programs. And so in looking at possible pilots, we would like them to complement existing programs or have some strategy for how we can expand upon them and make them grow past their duration as an LSTA funded pilot.
Okay.
And I think about, what are the strategic directions still? And when I looked at, I was just looking again at the work plan for the NAC, kind of that outline. Mm-hmm. And the one kind of big broad goal is that the NAC wants to support resource sharing, basically. Mm-hmm. So what are those things, or what are those topics where resource sharing adds to the capacity of staff to do the things that they need to do, but that also hit on topics that are of interest to our communities and to our libraries. And I think, and not knowing yet or having any glimpse into the governor's budget and what's going to happen in our legislative session, I think early childhood is another area that we may want to circle back to. I know we've got the Ready to Read rendezvous that we talked about and kind of made that recommendation back in August to support that. Mm-hmm. But I think early childhood is going to be an area or topic where if there are projects that are already existing or things that can be resurrected in service of supporting early childhood programming in libraries, that would be great. I think the other area for me too is economic development. And so, we talked about the need for retraining opportunities and even adult basic skills. And we have so many libraries that support those efforts. And as our economy does change over time, I think we're going to see more and more pressure on both formal education and informal education to support adult learners. So, and I think the kind of the likely, the way that I think about it is that economic development idea, because it makes me think about partners, not necessarily within the library or the education community, but our folks like, the Chamber of Commerce, or I introducing Jenny to the High Tech Business Alliance, that represents, these incredible businesses across our state who are desperate for people to take entry-level jobs with some basic computing skills and communication skills and that. And so I think those two areas that kind of go we need resource sharing in order to accomplish that, but it's also about lifelong learning, that lifelong learning emphasis that the state library has.
I would say it's important to me that this helps us meet one of our 5 goals. And those 5 goals, just to remind you, are continuing to build our collaborative efforts, the community education and outreach, which is the lifelong learning, that we develop our librarians and board members into being community leaders who partner to solve community issues, and then that every Montanan has access to the internet. And then the final one is that libraries have the support they need financially and also just community support. So those are the 5 kind of major areas.
What do we have going? Do we have any specific initiatives right now focused on the retired, the older population? You know, we talked about that a little bit at the meeting this summer, but I'm just trying to think of what we have, besides the things that are benefiting everyone,
right?
Like internet access and things like that, but just, do we have anything like that specifically?
We do have that healthcare and libraries and that toolkit that Amelia gave out for the Senate, which is really just kind of makes us help give it to lots of members of our community, health departments and stuff, just so that we were all on the same page as far as directing people. But if we could take something like that and expand on.
So Amelia does think about that population. The other thing that I should tell you about is we were invited to attend a lifelong learning symposium that was actually put on. Their primary audience is adults 55 and older. And Amelia and I definitely saw an opportunity to work together, and we followed up and asked them if we could be a part of a planning committee to offer quality lifelong learning content for all ages, but knowing that that's their target market across Montana. And so I don't know if anything will come of that because it's kind of on MSU Wanderlust to kind of invite us to the table, but it would be great if we could do something with that, have some really quality programming in support of that. Yeah.
I'm not sure how this falls in with our 5 goals, but I just feel like having civil engagement, civil conversations, could we do something coming up to the 2020 elections where we start now having libraries be able to foster productive, informative, not hate-based community conversations. That's something that I really want to do. I'm not sure how that plays into resource sharing, but I think that's going to be a key thing in the next 2 years. If libraries could do that, that would make such a difference.
Are you talking about like community conversations?
Community conversations, helping people to find accurate information, knowing what truly is fake news and what isn't fake news.
That is actually in the plan, 5-year plan.
Is it? Yeah.
It'd be cool to fund something like I don't know if we could bring somebody in from, or if we would even need to bring somebody in from outside the state, because I think we have a lot of folks in the state who are teaching, like I know at the colleges and universities we have librarians teaching sessions on those topics to students and faculty and staff, but it might be cool to do something like a roadshow or something where somebody either bring somebody in from outside the state that could speak. You know what I mean? And all the different areas.
Montana would be a great partner for that because they have their speakers bureau.
And I know Helena has had several mediated conversations where they've talked about really difficult things, and I love that you guys were able to do that. And I feel like that might be a really good thing for
some.
And I'll throw out too. We're doing this in Billings. It's actually called Civil Conversations. That's the program, and I believe it's mostly put on by our director Gavin. So I would definitely get in touch with him, and we can I can pick his brain about this for March. But I think he'd be more than happy to weigh in or even work on a statewide kind of project. And I like the idea of some kind of roadshow, and maybe that's what the funds are for. So it's kind of like, can we get a couple people to do these civil conversations in multiple places in the state, and something like that. But anyway, I think Gavin would be super into talking about it.
I think we probably have the talent already in the state. It would just be a matter of coordinating, right, and truly reaching all, or going to all around the state somehow.
And I would like communities to see libraries as a place, that we are a place that can provide that, or in addition to books and ebooks and
so we're a connector.
Right.
Yeah. Other thoughts on this?
I also think that it would be important to have the strong local connection. I mean, so you're doing a road show, which is good, but as I say, all politics is local. So, I mean, as far as the content of what's going to be discussed, you're definitely going to get the larger audiences if at each place you visit, you can take on local issues.
Is there another thing that just popped into my head, like with the school librarians, has there ever been, or has the state library ever done anything at the annual OPI conference where, like a train the trainer, where you are offering a session for the school librarians and the teachers on the teaching a session of their own at the high school or at their schools on sort of that same topic, just discerning between good information, bad information, like the whole media, the kind of electronic media.
So you're talking about the educators conference, or
yeah, sorry, the
MFPE.
The MFPE.
No one knows what it is now.
Sorry, I'm like, the name I feel like changes. But has the state library ever done anything like that, where you actually like I said, kind of the train the trainer, where they can then go back and do a workshop at the high school or something?
Suzanne partnered with a fellow school librarian, and she said it was really funny because she walked in and there's like 50 people standing outside, and she's thinking, oh, they must be like for other sessions, and they were all for her.
Nice. Was it on that
information
topic?
Literacy, digital literacy.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. So there's clearly demand for that.
Elizabeth.
Yeah.
I would like to build on the idea of the civil conversations and discourse, and point out that a lot of times at a national level, there are events or there are road shows that are cost prohibitive. Montana communities, Montana libraries. So maybe like inviting or using some funds to bring some of these national road shows to Montana, especially things like, I don't know, like, every library or, groups like that, to do some kind of statewide tours of single national events would be cool.
We can do that, but not with every library, because they fall more.
Just using them as.
Yeah. Yeah, but we could do that. Any other thoughts? And you'll obviously have an opportunity in March, and if you go home and you think of something, just shoot me an email and I'll add it to the list. We can kind of hash it out and discuss.
Well, I have an idea that it's probably not practical, but I love StoryCorps.
Yeah, that's
and
so
I
cool.
think that would be so cool if libraries got involved with StoryCorps and did like some robust oral history projects for our communities.
That would sit in the MMP and be ingested up into. Very good. I think that's awesome.
Mm-hmm. It doesn't fit with anything else, but that's okay.
So we've made attempts at this, and I think the way we've tried to do it, we just didn't really have the wherewithal to do it. So I'd be interested in hearing, like, how could we, what would be another angle that we can come in? Because I love that idea too, but we've struggled with the piece of like the technology piece, and then actually getting, like, recruiting people to, you know, be involved.
Right, that's why I just throw out the ideas.
Oh, okay.
It's your job to figure it out.
Is that what we're here for?
How long ago was it? How long ago was?
Well, we had a share your story. That was another pilot that we did have and we did get some collections since the MMP had a share your story. Missoula had a collection, and you contributed a collection that ended up in the MMP. We had iPads and recorders, and we sent out this kit with suggested questions, and we had some historical society of oral history best practices included in this kit, and we circulated them, but we didn't really have the staff time to train and circulate, you know, here. I'd love to have some libraries that were really invested in this idea that could be like the, you know, our ambassadors of sorts, to borrow Jennifer's term, to promote that idea.
Because the StoryCorps app makes it super easy now.
Yeah,
And
anything that we can do to make it more active.
And the tech has come a long way, even just in the last.
So you don't have to worry as much about the production or editing or anything like that. It's just them up with the
well, yeah.
Things change, so it's always worth like taking a second look at it.
That has been something on Jennifer's work plan for at least a couple of years, that I think she'd be really enthusiastic to see some more oral histories.
I just want to throw this out there. Is there any interest in putting a placeholder for a possible DPLA exchange pilot? I don't know if we'll do it, but should I?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
I just want
Oh,
to.
I thought that was a given.
Oh, okay.
Or I would have had that as my first one.
I didn't want to forget, you know. Okay. Anything else?
I have something that I've always wanted to see. And that is, I've been jealous of teachers who get to do job sharing programs with other communities abroad. I don't know if this is something you guys want to shepherd or something, but I've always thought it would be really cool to have a library job sharing programs. I don't know if that's what you're thinking of.
We said all ideas were welcome. I mean, it is a cool concept. Anything else? All right. Well, thank you. That was a good brainstorming session there. Okay. So the next item on your agenda is to set the meeting dates for next year. And I'm just curious, you know, is the second Tuesday working for folks? Because I feel like I get pretty good in face-to-face attendance in August, and that's about the only guarantee I have, and that just might be the time of year. So, you know, we're not locked into these. The main reason these were chosen is because they fall kind of the month before a commission meeting. So if we have any action we need the commission to take, that's why we've had them in these months. But I am really kind of open to a different schedule because I can make it work. The main thing is the most critical thing is I have to have your approval on the library development budget by the June commission meeting. If I've got that, we're good. So
Is there a reason why it's on Tuesdays?
I don't know. It's always, I inherited that, so
Historically.
Yeah.
I think that's the only reason.
Yeah.
That's when our city commission meetings are also on Tuesdays. And so, like, today Kathy went to the library department head meeting, and I'm here.
Yes, you would need to do that in the future potentially.
So obviously there are a lot more important issues to consider, but
yeah,
Tuesdays are not a great day of the week for me.
Well, and the other thing is like I mentioned in here, we often run into a problem of a holiday sometimes, especially Veterans Day. And I think so people end up traveling on a holiday, or there's just sort of that you're doing your stuff and then you walk in and have to do this pretty brain intensive meeting. So I'm open to a different day of the week.
I'd throw Thursdays out there. When I was looking through my calendar and looking at these dates,
yeah,
I hate to even say it out loud, but Thursdays looked more open than Tuesdays over the next year.
I would second that. Thursday's a better day.
What do people think? You want to try the second Thursday? How about those of you who are online? Because I can't see you. So would you be okay with that? They're all quiet. Oh, sure. Okay, here we go. I'm seeing some chat here. Okay. Tuesdays are better for me, Cody says, but Thursdays can work. Okay. So, in that case, yeah. Well, Cody's the only one who said Tuesdays are better for him. I think it can't hurt to try it because we can always go back, right?
Right. Yeah. Tuesdays are better, but
All right, thanks, Cody. So I'm gonna have to go back and look up what the dates are now. So your first meeting would be March 14th, 2019. I'll put these on a sheet here. And your second meeting would be May 9th. Does that cause any problems for academic libraries? May 9th? Or is commencement usually the first week?
Ours is the first, but it's going to vary.
Okay.
We stagger so that if you have kids at multiple institutions, you can attend.
So somebody's probably going to
yeah.
be a bad time. Okay.
But they're Saturdays, so.
Okay.
Or Sundays, usually.
And then August 8th. And then your final one would be November 14th. So I will put these in a document so you can see them.
Personally, I prefer the August one to be, I prefer it to be a week later than that.
I think
a lot of times people squeeze in their last vacation. I am personally.
Mm-hmm. You know, I think I might be on vacation the week following.
Okay.
But I'm good. You could do it without me. You just tell me.
So it's August 15th, is that right?
The 8th.
8th. But I'm totally, nothing's set in stone. So, do others want to see that the next week in August?
That would work for me.
Okay. So I'll just put these up here so you have them.
And then is the retreat usually a separate day, or we do that in the August one?
We do it in the August one. So the August one is a retreat. So. These would be the dates for proposed possible new schedule. Does anyone see any problems right away?
Elizabeth has added.
Elizabeth, I just chatted that August 8th is probably PNLA.
So, do we want to go earlier or later in August, or I feel like July is like prime vacation season, so I think most people aren't going to be doing
summer reading.
Yes, good point. That's too crazy. We could move it to like, well, I don't know, this might impact our school librarians, like August 22nd.
We will start probably just after that, but there's oftentimes training things going on
Okay.
that week.
So could we leave it didn't you say you had a good turnout in August?
Typically I do, but I
We could do it on that Tuesday.
Have that one be Tuesday.
Yeah, we got it on the 13th.
Yeah, so we could do Tuesday, August 6th, because PNLA is August 7th through the 9th in Spokane. So switch that one to Tuesday, August 6th. Is that
The second Tuesday would be the 13th.
13th?
Either one.
How are we doing?
When does the commission meet?
No, they probably haven't set their dates, but they're usually the second Wednesday, so they'd be August 14th.
So if you have action coming out from the August meeting, would you have a deadline for posting the commission?
Yes, I would probably need your action items by August 6th, actually, because the commission needs time to read them. So Tuesday, August 6th. Thumbs up. Anybody online have a problem with that?
I can't be there then.
Okay.
I don't.
Yeah. Okay. All right. All right. Seems like we seem to have consensus that we'll try the second Thursday other than the August 6th change. May I have a motion?
I don't know.
Okay. And can I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
You online can use chat. Any opposed, please say nay. And any abstentions? All right, motion carries. Okay, thank you. So the next item on our agenda is the MSC applications, and the MSC Executive Board tried to come together, but they were not able to get enough of a quorum to vote on this topic. I think they can still come together before the December commission meeting. So I guess I would just like to know, do any of you at this table or online have a problem with this suggestion or any questions about this or comments?
I guess I don't know what the demand is right now.
It's variable from year to year.
Okay.
I would say that the staff is still recovering from quite a bit of turnover in the last year. They're still trying to gain some equilibrium and get caught up not only on our day-to-day service to our member libraries, but also on some major projects that are tied to our LCA goals and acquisitions pilot that Gemma is spending quite a lot of time on, and Tracy as well. And of course, we will be onboarding Lewis and Clark this spring, which we're very excited about, but that will be a significant amount of time for the staff. So we're trying to be smart about using staff time to benefit the existing members before we try to do more with less, as we love to do. We're trying to make a smart decision for this year. We don't want to place a permanent moratorium on bringing on libraries, but I am concerned about our staff this year, and I would like to give them a reprieve from going through that process this year.
I think it makes good sense. Just historically speaking, there have been these pain points, and depending on the amount of staff that's available, the size of the libraries coming on, I remember 2 or 3 cycles this was the case. So I think it's wise and respectful of the staff to do that.
Sonia, were you going to talk?
Is the only new library coming on this year Lewis and Clark?
This week, the staff is actually working on the Black Butte Community College Go Live. So they're up and Browning this week, and then Lewis and Clark is the other library, yes.
And there's nobody or there aren't any that you know of that want to be in the queue
for this coming year, I've had an inquiry from a school library.
Okay. That leave that are not in it for public libraries. Are they down to 12 then after? It might be a good time to take a break, is what I'm thinking.
So you were kind of cutting out there, Sonia, but I believe you said it may be time to take this break.
I think it looks like it would be a good time because Lewis and Clark is going to be a major project. And we don't have that many more public libraries to join, so to get things back in order would be pretty healthy.
All right, thank you. And thank you, Elizabeth, for your offer of assistance. So it seems to me like no one has an issue with this. Okay, great. We'll take it to the executive board, because it's really their final vote, but we just wanted to know they represent current MSC libraries. You kind of represent a broader crowd. Make sure there was consensus. All right. So we are down to the NAC work plan. And this is something that's been on your work plan actually for a couple years now. We've never really been able to find the time to say this is what we need, this is what this is. In fact, Sonia's here. As I was thinking, the people who actually came up with this aren't even on the NAC anymore, but Sonia is here and can kind of weigh in. And please do, Sonia, to kind of talk about this. I guess I feel like if we're going through all the trouble of doing a work plan, something should come of it. And so I would like to just kind of have you think about 1 or 2 concrete things. They don't have to be big, they can be small. 1 or 2 concrete things you want to do to promote interlibrary cooperation. And, this is the logic model that group created with their desired outcomes and impacts, and sort of the outputs can give you a sense of what they were thinking of with this and what they wanted to achieve. You can also tell me this was a great idea, but we don't think it's doable. I'm okay with that too. But let's decide, and then I can take it off the agenda if we're saying it's not the way we want to go.
One of the things, this is Coley, and I apologize online. I have not been saying, I just been blurting out. But one of the things that really caught my eye that I'd like to follow through on is that convening and communication between the NAC and other consortia, particularly Trails. Pamela and learning about your experiences. I'm really intrigued about your hiring process and your commitment to OER and how that
She just
might
left.
Oh.
I can believe it.
So at any rate, I want to know more about that because I think, and whether that's an agenda item where those opportunities are kind of teased out. I think that would be great.
Okay. So is that something you'll take back to Orland, or?
Yeah. And I will say that I think I've been thinking throughout this discussion about how we can adapt some of the efforts there to some of the questions you've been asking about where we put our priorities, because I have to keep reminding myself, okay, who does NAC represent? And of course, we've got academic higher education representation here, but if I suggest NAC does something, it may or may not have a benefit to our library, but our library maybe help in reverse, So a lot of what we're trying to do is work on open educational resources and promoting that, and I actually can hear my boss on the phone in there, so I just emailed him, I was like, I can hear you. That's really weird. Anyway, so we've got support from the Board of Regents to hire an OER coordinator and for the state, for the university system. And just trying to think what opportunities might present themselves there about developing high quality open resources as a resource for the state. And we saw that a little bit in the DPLA.
I kept thinking about the whole time he was talking.
Yeah, and so how do we empower people throughout the state to help push our users or potential users towards those open resources? And so being more aware of what is happening, at least in higher education, could help inform the broader efforts. So yeah, I'll encourage Pamela to think about how we can present that.
I read this now in conversation we had about statewide library cards.
Person we're hiring this, I guess I just talk louder, supposedly starting February 1st, so the timing would be good for having a little bit more substance to talk about.
Okay. That would be great. Just as an FYI, the Government Affairs Committee, I believe they're going to recommend a resolution about OER.
What does OER stand for?
It's open educational resources. So it's replacing a model, particularly at least for higher education, of depending on high expense textbooks that come out with a new version every year. And so, trying to rely on sources that are either free or low cost, that have gone through a vetting process by the authors and their peers, instead of going through publisher provided textbooks, as a way of saving students money. But what we've discovered is through this is there's a lot of need for education of what is a high quality resource, how do you find it, how do you adopt it, how do you find something in your area,
does it exist? Does it actually, is it a unicorn?
Yeah, and I've gotten certification with Creative Commons, and so that's another layer on top of that with copyright, and how do you encourage sharing but also retain the attribution angles to things. So I was thinking about for for schools, I don't know how much textbook costs are an issue for high schools, for example, if that's getting passed on to the taxpayers or how that works. But and we have to work on getting buy-in from our faculty and actually being willing to adopt those resources. There's a whole lot of issues, and where our learning curve right now is like this. So I'm a high angle for you on the phone.
So we would like to do the trails specifically, in talking to the NAC, and the OER is kind of an interesting concept.
It's definitely the area we've had the most traction, besides moving over to Alma, in terms of having the Board of Regents and the Commissioner of Higher Education's office said yes, do this yesterday.
It does seem like there's urgency there from the Board of Regents.
It does help when you have Regents members who have children in the university system because they made a benefit of saving that money.
Yes.
Always drives it home when you get the lights.
So not to put you on the spot, Sarah, but as a special library rep, I'm sure sometimes you kind of wonder, is there a way the NAC could connect with the special libraries and maybe learn about your issues?
Yeah, well, you know what I was just sort of thinking about is, well, not really answering your question, but
it's okay.
That I wish, and I should have said something at the time, but I wish we wouldn't have breezed over so quickly the initiatives that are going to happen, because I think some of those are going to are already covering this, and so I don't know if I want to, point back to that, because what, the state library is going to be doing anyway will be fulfilling some of these goals.
Okay.
Like the research on needs and everything, I think. I mean,
it's all kind of related.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm very intrigued by and love that goal about how do we help Montanans connect with every type of library. And this is the one council I know of and work with that has every type of library represented. But I'm having a hard time kind of wrapping my head around what that looks like, and how that could benefit Montanans. So it's to me related somewhat to this, I think.
I mean, not just special libraries, but I think there would be. Oh, sorry. Let me think about it for a minute.
No, that's fine.
Okay.
Come back.
And Tracy, this is Coleg, and that interlibrary cooperation. I mean, it goes back to a lot of things we've been talking about, not just today, but forever, about the resources that we share.
Yeah.
And I think about the law library as a special library that has really powerful and unique resources that absolutely help to inform the citizenry and to help the citizenry, engage in whether it's legal assistance or, find something that's going to help them, make a decision or, get some justice or whatever that is. So I think of that as a unique collection of resources that if we're collaborating across types of agency and we have these shared resources that we're all kind of aware of and have ways to discover, that's just gonna help all of us hold that boat. So I think of this in terms of what are the unique things that we have to offer, and how do we connect our different audiences to those things that are going to help them answer that question or get that document that they need.
Okay.
So I think there's some beginning efforts through Montana Law Help and the Court Help Program and the Law Library to some extent, since we maintain the forms and everything, that they've been, I guess it's kind of a pilot program where they're going out to public libraries and doing a training. But I think, the NAC would be a very powerful way to spread that out. So,
and even, I think about, those forms and those things exist on a website or on the websites and people can access them. But how does somebody who walks into a library find those things as well? So is there a way to have those things be part of that shared catalog of Montana-specific resources, whether it's the MMP collection or they're cataloged in some way in the shared catalog, that there's a way to actually discover those really rich resources. And I think about genealogy, the types of research that people do. They might walk into their local library knowing that there's a genealogy room and some services there, but hopefully they connect with the Memory Project. Hopefully they connect with here's the Doig collection at Montana State University Bozeman, because it could be so informative to someone answering that question about their past or their life. And so really, are there ways to discover these unique collections across libraries in a way that is really seamless for the user at the end, the person with the question.
Computers, because we're the main the courthouse, both courthouses, they send all of their people to us to get the forms. So we bookmark it on all of our computers.
Yeah.
So they just have to put favorites and click on it and but I am so thankful for that site. Although we changed it, somebody changed it.
I did.
It took like a hot minute to figure out where in the heck I was at and why it didn't look the same.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, what would it be? I mean, would we like connect Amelia with that sort of to help with an outreach, or I don't know what.
That's a good question. Amelia probably would be the right person. And that would be, she would be a venue. I mean, it would depend on what the topic is and the resource. But for your particular resources, Amelia probably would be the one to connect it.
One of when we did a presentation at MLA, and it was just good for people to hear confirmation that yes, those are legitimate resources, and no, you shouldn't go pay for forms because you can get them free here. So maybe if they can also come through her, that would reinforce or capture the people who haven't heard that yet.
Or she could do a toolkit like she did down here. Oh yeah, with the help of the state law library. She would want their help.
And that's definitely interlibrary cooperation.
That is. You know, when I think about this one, I'm curious to kind of hear your take on this. One of the observations I've had as I've worked with librarians around the state is I think we're all stretched way too thin. It's not just the state library. I mean, we're more obvious, but Great Falls, and I think the academic libraries, all of you, are stretched way, way too thin. Is there anything we can do? And I have no idea, because despite what Bruce says, I'm not starting specific. Is there anything we can do to help each other? Any way we can leverage each other? And I don't know the answer, and I'm not expecting an answer, but I see that as like a real critical need, that everybody's stretched so thin. And I'm just wondering, is there anything we can do as a body to help with that? And that to me falls under this, because ideally everybody gets value from interlibrary cooperation, including the libraries, not just the patrons.
I'm half saying this tongue in cheek and I'm half not. But you know, all those states had the teacher strikes. And I mean, what if for Library Legislative Day we said everybody shuts down their libraries and we talk about what an essential service it is and how we can't do everything if we don't have any money.
That actually came up at a prior NAC meeting.
That might not be a great idea, but it is, I mean, at some point we have to say, you know, with this amount of funding, we can't exist as a library.
Yeah.
We can't we can't have the name Great Falls Public Library on the front, and this is how much money we have, because we can't provide the core services. So I think that the statewide marketing campaign is really good, and legislative stuff.
Yeah, I think the other person was half joking, half serious too.
And I was
We were
really
there for that
I'm not
conversation.
really serious. I'm just,
Yeah, they're like, what if we close down libraries for a day or a week?
I think it would have to be more than a day
yeah.
to really have them feel the impact.
Yeah.
Yeah, the problem is we do such a great job of showing them how to access everything online while we're closed. The databases and things would have to be, it would have to be like multiple days before you.
And I think you can just shut down the online stuff too.
Oh, both. Yeah.
The online stuff wouldn't exist if you didn't curate it.
Yeah, if you just put a 404 error on the website, that would be great.
So I guess the true thing there is we continuing to advocate at the legislative level and in other levels for adequate funding.
Yes. We need to tackle goal 5 somehow. It's a hard one though, getting adequate funding. I mean, we're trying.
And what does that mean?
I think that one of the things that we feel even in high school and elementary and middle school level is just the importance of educating our peers even about what we do. You know, even within our own buildings, there's a lot of misunderstanding about how we spend our time. And so that's been a big push for us in our district, is educating our evaluators and educating our peers. And I think that helps in that conversation about funding, because if they know everything that you do, then they're a little bit less likely to say, don't need that much. I think. I mean, it's a small piece, but I think that the campaign really had an impact on that.
Cool. So concrete ideas that came out of this is definitely a trails presentation, particularly on OER. And then I think Colet's kind of onto something with that. How can we uncover our unique resources we each have? And another concrete thing is maybe Sarah working with Amelia to kind of help get the word out about all the really amazing legal resources we offer. And then I also put down as just more general broad things, the idea of how do we educate our peers about what teacher librarians do? How do we get adequate funding? Because we know we need that. How do we advocate for ourselves? And I think there's the broader question of how can we capitalize on this outreach campaign? Like, how can we make it more than just people see for 6 months or a year, Montana Libraries Information Powers Growth, like what's next, right? I think that's the question I keep hearing us kind of hash around.
I can't remember if there's an opportunity for people to customize some of that branding locally. I'm just thinking, like, if you wanted to do a poster with somebody from your community and have that branding. You know, like some of the read posters, like the read posters sometimes.
That's a cool idea. I don't know that we had talked about that, but I will
I'm
ask.
just thinking, like, I don't know, you get the mayor or your city on the Montana libraries.
Yeah. Just make sure he has that tattooed on.
That's right.
That shoot to do that one shot, you would not think. I mean, I think I sat there for like an hour. I ran out of things to say to the guy. I was just like, okay, so do you know any jokes? How long are they going to keep shooting us? I mean, they were so picky about getting it.
Yeah. And they did it back. You look great.
Yeah, well, I would say I think that's great, but I don't know how bad I could feel about it. They were.
I was thinking if you wanted to customize something, some of that, take that and make it a little bit more local.
It's worth asking, because it'd be kind of cool to have a mayor or, president or whatever. Yeah, the president of your college. So,
but we do, like, we have the, the read posters with all the Montana folks. We have all of those framed and hanging in our library too. So, I mean, even stuff with the legislators or, that kind of stuff.
That is a cool idea. I'll definitely take it back and see. They are perfectionist, but I think they could probably give a template and just know that you're going to do the best you can.
Is there a Snapchat filter or something like that? That makes it so easy.
Facebook frame.
Yeah.
That's
pretty easy to create.
That would be perfect. I mean, I've got the social media stuff.
So I'm just curious. I'm going somewhat off agenda, but Bruce asked a really good question. What would you, as librarians, what would you consider success for this campaign? Like, how would you know that it actually?
I'm just gonna vent for a moment, and I'm sorry in advance because I don't know who's responsible for the ad. But there's an ad right now. I'm sorry, Cody. I think it's Billings, but I'm not sure because it says Montana Foundation Library Foundation on it.
Yeah.
But anyway, it's an ad that's running on some of the public TV stations, and every time that ad comes up, I am like ashamed to be a librarian.
Really?
Because I feel like it is so like not represent. Like I just want to hide when I see it on the TV, and I'm good friends with one of the guys who works at NAC, so I knew that they were working with you guys, and I kind of was familiar with the campaign that was coming out. So every time I see that ad come up, I'm just like, okay, State Library, like, let's go with the new stuff, you know, because that ad is so cringy. Like, it's just, I don't know if it's just me, but it's like, oh my gosh.
It's just really traditional.
Oh, yeah.
There's a good chance it's Billings. I'm not sure. I always.
It is Billings, I know.
What? It's Billings.
Every time it comes
It's
up,
Billings.
like, yeah. Just like, oh, let's.
Yeah, I hear from random people about our, but I've never actually seen one myself. So apologies on behalf of librarians.
No, you're fine.
Librarians everywhere.
And I've never paid. I've never paid for cable TV. I'm not a big TV person anyway, so all I watch is the public, whatever the free antenna channels are. But every time I see the commercial come on, I'm just like, oh, I can't wait for the State ones to come out, because I just feel like the image that it's projecting about libraries is not, you know what I mean? It's like, I don't think it's appealing to, like, my teenagers see it and they're like, what the heck? You know, I mean, so I just don't know. I don't feel like it pulls the common person into, I don't think it's super endearing into what we're doing and what we're trying to accomplish reaching people, you know? So I feel super hopeful about your campaign and hoping that it will.
I've never seen what you're talking about, so.
And I tried to find it online because I was going to actually send it to my friend at Bannock and be like, please tell me your things are better than this. But I couldn't find it online anywhere. So if you watch like KRTV or like between 7 and 9 at night, like right before the news, it comes on. And
thank goodness, right? I don't watch television.
Like 20 times. So it was right around the election because I was waiting for the news around election time for a few days, and it's still playing. So anyway, I think that because we work in the business, we see ourselves a certain way, and we want everybody to understand and know what we do and agree how amazing and important libraries are, but we just kind of forget that when we package our materials sometimes, that the audience, you know what I mean, they're not in it for the same reasons that we are. So
it's important to think about the audience. I think that's something Bannock's really tried to do.
I think that is some of the outcome. I mean, the campaign was started after the terrible experience of the last session, both just with funding and then also a lot of it was anecdotally, the way some people just spoke about, you know, libraries and valuing them against other services and things like that. So I think that will be two measures, but then certainly modernizing, freshening up the image would be great. But I think since that was kind of those two things were what motivated this rebranding, it'd be interesting to see if it's mentioned at all in session.
Is there anything at the local level that would be a success for you? Or just the general overall libraries are essential and of value that's going to help?
I just feel like in Great Falls, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I just feel like we have such an uphill battle with information education in general, whether it's, K through 12, higher education. I just sort of feel like community-wise, we have sort of a distrust of education. I don't know, I'm probably not framing it right, but we definitely have a long way to go, and I'm not sure the best way for us to address that. But I agree. I think like with this campaign, I think even if it's a handful of people, whether it's the city commission or local legislators or anybody that just sees it and sort of maybe has an aha moment or connects and realizes that they can take advantage of and use services or, you know.
You need to point out to the city commission that Great Falls is in the videos, and then maybe they'd watch.
Fred Burrows was shocked that we have books on tape. I'm just going to CD now, Commissioner. But
yeah.
Christine, I have a question.
Yeah.
I'm not really familiar with everything that BANIC's doing, but what measures, like actual data measures, can you look at in terms of how these ads are going to influence people? Or did they take any kind of, did they do any kind of public surveying to sense like what is important to people that libraries can provide? And I'm wondering how they develop the ads, and how are you measuring, like, before the ads people thought this about libraries, and after the ads people thought this about libraries. What are their success measures?
And that's actually what BANIC is working on right now. So I don't know. I mean, I know that for them it was that libraries are seen as essential and that people recognize the role that libraries play in economic development in particular. In working with BANIC, the thing that they had a hard time with, which is what I think we personally as a profession have a hard time with, is libraries do so much. And they're like, you can't tell people all the cool things libraries do because they won't hear anything that you say. And so the hardest part for them was picking like a value that libraries deliver. And what they heard and decided to go with was the economic development value, because they knew that for their particular target audience that they're trying to influence, economic development is important. And they also knew it was something different. It was a different way of looking at libraries, and they wanted to kind of showcase that. But in terms of the actual specific measures, that is what BANIC is working on. And I'm curious to see, because I don't know how would you measure that? You know, how would you measure whether or not someone came into a library, for instance, or provided support for a library just based on watching a video or what have you? So I'm curious to see what they come up with, but I haven't seen it yet. And that's part of why I'm asking my question is, you know, I think we know we want people to value libraries, but what does that look like? And what would that mean for us?
I don't know exactly how you measure this or kind of get that count, but you know, how many organizations outside of the libraries themselves and maybe their social media presence are picking up this message. Mm-hmm. So I want to share the videos and some of the information with that High Tech Business Alliance, because their whole purpose is to help promote and create opportunities for economic development across the state. They're really interested in partnering with formal education and other education institutions to connect people with the information that they need for either retraining or to grow their skills so that they can be part of these new high-tech industries in particular. So that's like again, I don't know how you measure that other than if you're crawling websites and newsletters and are able to see that this organization picked up the message or shared it in some way. But that kind of engagement metric would be really great to have, because you can look at the videos and you can see how many views are there, but you don't know how someone has actually gotten to them if beyond coming to YouTube. If somebody's told them, hey, look at the Powering Montana YouTube channel and look at those videos. And then that's going to stay inside the echo chamber if we're only reaching out to our library community.
Yeah, that's a good point.
We know how important we are and how valuable the services are to our communities, and that it's the people outside of the bubble that need to have some information.
Yes. Well, I guess I would just challenge you to think about how you might be able to capitalize on that campaign locally. And I just say it because I've been taking some training because I want to work on the funding issue, and that has to be a general fund position. LSTA funded positions can't work on funding for libraries. And, you know, one of the trainings that I took that was really very valuable to me talked about ladders of engagement and how you get people from I'm aware of the library to I will go speak to the legislature about the library. And this campaign can be an opportunity for us to leverage that so that we have advocates in our communities who will come speak for us, who are frankly going to be more powerful than any of us. So that's just something I would challenge you to think about, and I'm thinking about as well. All right. So I think we are down to the last item of substance on our agenda, which is the better definition of balancing traditional versus digital. And this is from the LSTA 5-year plan. And we've kind of been wrestling with it quite a bit, trying to just figure out what we meant when we wrote this outcome. And so I had these questions that basically came out of, I took the work that you did in March back to the library development staff. And as they were looking at it and reviewing it and talking about it, they actually had these questions that they asked me to bring back to you. And so I kind of like your feedback on, you know, what did you mean with this when you said that library directors, et cetera, will increase their knowledge about library trends in balancing digital and traditional library service? What do you consider your traditional library services?
I think one example of that would be the presentation today. I mean, we don't know about what exists till we get somebody who can really show us, you know, what's happening. And I liked that the theme within his presentation was just like the possibilities are, you know, this is just the start. Possibilities are out there. So. Again, not exactly answering your question,
but that to you today was an example of becoming more aware of some of the new digital services and then maybe thinking about reallocating money, for instance. So just, okay.
I also think we've been talking about this in our library is what is considered to be a digital collection versus perhaps a special collection. So, you know, a traditional service might be the archival function of a library, and a digital collection may or may not have a tangible equivalent.
Okay.
So an example for us might be the Ivan Doig archive. We've got physical resources and online collection, but we also have an acoustic atlas database that is just recordings of sounds from around this part of the country and Canada. It doesn't have a physical equivalent. And so how do those interact? How do we present ourselves to the outside world in terms of them understanding those differences? Mm-hmm. We're struggling with that in terms of our web presence. What does that look like? And do the people who help provide our funding and support understand those kinds of things we're doing?
Yeah. I think that was a big one. I'm trying to remember back to the original conversation, and Laura, you can weigh in because I know you were there too. Is part of it was we know we have limited resources. How do we decide when to go digital versus traditional? And is part of it also the funding issue? Like
right. So the whole conversation stemmed from when we're talking about library budgets and how the way that library budgets are structured. Most library budgets, I've seen a few, I think, around the country that have changed, but most library budgets are structured in a way that is still you have this line item for print materials, you have this line item for databases, you have, you know what I mean? Versus having a more blended budget model that is materials, whether they're digital, print. I mean, it's like we're still, the way that we're structuring our funding and the way we're being funded, whether it's by county, state, you know, regions, whatever, it's still those sort of old line item types of things. So I think the examples we were using were, you know, that you have a book budget, so, but it's a book budget. So some libraries, I thought Great Falls was one, but I remember somebody talking about how the way that line item was defined, they could purchase ebooks or they could purchase print books. It didn't matter because of the way that the line was written. But then for others, they don't have the flexibility of doing that. I feel like that's where that conversation came from, and that it would be really helpful to directors and managers when they're trying to lobby or make a case for funding, or that the managers need to be able to convey that demand somehow. I think that's where that one came from.
Yes, it's like your budget doesn't reflect the language that you're using locally. It's a traditional model. Yeah, when we talked about that, about talking about our budget more of an access budget. So we're trying to provide access in many different ways, but how do you shoehorn that into potentially like funding codes that have a certain characterization in there that your city, your county, state may have.
Where you literally cannot use that money for something digital.
And we have also issues about what we have to track for insurance purposes. If the library burns down, our electronic stuff doesn't burn down. So we don't need to insure the electronic things in the same way.
That's a good point.
Something else that occurs to me is the challenge of traditional being, I think, sometimes more understood as a library resource. So sometimes people are accessing library resources and they don't know that they're accessing library resources. Like if they're going directly to their app on their phone for the ebook, they might not really understand the library provides that. If somebody has to go to the library and check out a book, you obviously know that you're at the library. So, 95% of our budget is electronics, pretty much. And we have people on campus frequently say, "Oh, I never use the library." You do.
Yeah. And then we talked about branding and how important it was with the digital resources at some gateway point to have that branding so that people are aware this resource is being provided by the
that was a non-negotiable with all of the statewide database contracts, is that we have to be able to have that customized branding so that regardless of where you sat, you knew that scope or scale was provided through the statewide contract, plus your local branding too.
I think some of this goes to a funding issue as well. I think when we go to do new stuff, that means we have to do less of something else.
That's the ideal.
So looking at things as trying to look at things as a service, like we provide entertainment and educational resources for people, and if people are wanting more digital of those, then we are purchasing less print. And rather than seeing it as, oh my God, the cost of Montana Library keeps going up and I can't afford that. But you can if you realize that now it's 10% of your circs, so then you spend less on print. I think getting that budget balance, that electronic is not extra, it's part of what you provide. I'm just echoing what you said.
Yeah. So is it sorry. No, it's fine. So is it, in your viewpoint, the librarians that are reluctant to give up spending on traditional versus digital? Or is it that the current budget mechanism doesn't really allow them to do it, or a combo?
I think there's a combo, and I
And I think there's also just as simple as the visual, because you can maybe reach a point where the higher ups understand that you're purchasing money for print and electronic resources both, but then we have some program director walk into the library and look at the shelves and go, where's all this stuff? And it's like, then you just feel like you're right back to you like lose so much ground just based on the most simple physical, it's just a visual. And it's like people associate traditional library collection, print collection with value. You know what I mean? And it's like we have a tiny little print collection, but I could tell you we have 3 million ebooks or whatever. It doesn't, because they can't see it and it's not big or whatever, then they just assume that, oh, you must have. If for us, budget-wise, I mean, we're fine. We're in great shape. I mean, I'm able to buy everything that I need, so I'm fine.
Mm-hmm.
But I cannot get past even the student ambassadors who bring future students into the library and say, yeah, I think we're just short on money because, the bookshelves, there's only like 5 bookshelves. Like I can't, so then if I overhear them, I can jump in and say, well, actually, but it's just people associate that visual with, if you don't have very many print things, you must not have much for me to use. It's odd.
I think in listening to all of you talk, then one of the question was, is this about managing the tension between those who have a traditional view of libraries and those who want the latest and greatest? It sounds like yes, this is about that.
well, I feel like I want Montana Library to go broken record. But when we look at the funding for Montana Library to Go, I mean, I don't think that there's a public library in the state of Montana that if they had a 10-to-1 holds ratio on a book, wouldn't buy more copies. If you had 20 people that had a hold and you had 2 copies, almost everybody would buy another copy, and yet we don't fund Montana Library to Go to the rate that we can even do that. And somehow people's brains aren't wrapped around that in the same way as it is in there. And maybe it's because it's shared, and maybe it's because it's digital, but
do you think it's a lack of funding?
I think it's a mix of, people, and because people aren't doing the selecting themselves. I mean, it's so funny. I've had other librarians email me and be like, I just put a hold on a book and it tells me that it's this long of a wait. The selection team needs to buy another copy. And I just write back, no, that has like an 8-to-1 holds ratio, so it's more than within the guidelines. You may wait. Whereas in their, like, I don't know why they don't get it. But it is interesting. I see a really stark contrast to how people run their print collection to how we have underfunded Montana Library to Go.
But that might go back to Laura's point about people see more value in physical. Like there's something about digital that we all expect it to be free, which is why our newspapers are struggling.
Right.
Right? We don't seem to have a good way of articulating all the work that goes into those digital services and collections and their value.
And sometimes the digital is a tough sell because you don't always, it doesn't live with you necessarily forever. So to buy a print book and you put it on your shelf and it's yours and you own it and you get to keep it as long as you want or until you get rid of it.
Versus like,
but to try and tell the people who are in charge of the budget, it's like, yeah, we own it, but only for this amount of time, or we're renting it, or you know what I mean? Like I think it's just a difficult sell sometimes because people are used to getting a physical thing for their money. And if it's not a physical thing, then yeah, why shouldn't it be free? Or
that makes me think of the partners group in the shared catalog talking about the patrons come into the library and they look at the shelf and they don't see a certain book that they want, and it's not, libraries might be concerned about having the book on the shelf so people see we own this book, but really the book should be out at, with some library patron somewhere. And if we train our patrons to go to the catalog and find that book and place a hold on it, then they will get it. It's not that it's not there. It shouldn't be sitting on the shelf in the library. It should be out being used. I think it's predominantly a training issue with patrons, and I think pointing to digital resources is the same way, pointing to how we manage our budget for Montana Library to Go. We just haven't, maybe we haven't devoted enough time to thinking about how do we influence people's attitudes about things that we assume they know, or we just don't really think about it from their perspective. I know that we share a lot of information about the budget, and we try to get that message across, but I think it's not really real for.
Well, and I think we kind of stumbled, like, in terms of historically, and I say this to our patrons all the time when I'm talking to them about Montana Library to Go. And I'm like, okay, so I'm just going to be really upfront. We've had 140 years to build our print collection and 8 to build our digital collection. So it's not as deep and robust as our print collection. And I think, when we started Montana Library to Go, we didn't really have an idea. Like, we didn't know how ebooks were going to work, and we didn't know how checkouts were going to work, and we were making up the budget on the fly, and we were making up the cost share formula on the fly, and we didn't have good data. And so I think now is kind of that time where we're like, oh, okay, now we have some data, and we need to rethink how we're doing this.
So that comes back to some of the other questions on this. Is one of them was, does this outcome mean that we need to focus on helping libraries gather data to make better decisions? Is that part of it too? Or do you feel like the data's there? It's more the other piece, which is this about managing change?
Well, I think that what we funded last time, doing the community needs assessment, is going to be a piece of this, that being able to go back to libraries and say, this is what people want. I think that's important.
So what I'm hearing you say is it is about gathering and helping libraries gather data to make smart funding decisions.
Well, to me, I feel like it's more of a helping us with the sales pitch to the stakeholders. Like, I have the data, but then trying to convince people who are allocating the money, or you know what I mean, or even the taxpayers, or I don't know, to me it's more of the how do you, like, I don't know how you shift those traditional views. It's not going to just that will take years. I mean, it's not going to be like overnight. Suddenly people are like, oh, I see the value, and and
I think for some of the smaller libraries, with Montana Library to Go, it took a hot minute for our communities to catch on to it and to buy into it. Mm-hmm. So we're paying this amount of money for 39 certs a month. And it's like, really? But now we are doing 239 certs a month. So you can see the value now, where 5 years ago, it's like, well, is this going to be, Yeah. So I think it's trying to convince all of us that it is going to take a little time, but if you stick it out, the payoff is there, because I don't have to carry as many algorithms, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I also feel like there's a lot of research that shows that we think differently when we're in scarcity. Somebody that's starving does not make good long-term decisions. And I think many libraries right now are starving.
Yep.
And it's harder to look at the data and make long-term decisions when you're in crisis.
Yep.
And I think that is actually a big piece of this.
Yep. I think you're probably right. It basically comes down to the funding thing. It's really what we're saying is if we just worked on goal 5, probably all the rest would take care of itself. So not to put those of you who are online on the spot, but do you have anything you would like to add to this conversation?
I was trying to think of a good way of saying this, but I mean, we could also talk a little bit more about, I don't know if it's blending traditional and digital services or digitizing traditional services in a different vein, but I mean, we can also push this idea of how can we take things seen as traditional library services or things that are not traditionally seen as potentially digital service and, you know, basically getting them out there a new way. So I'm thinking in terms of library programs, which we don't really think of as a collection. We think of them as events. They're kind of one-time things or possibly recurring events, but really, what if there's a push to start archiving programs and presentations? I mean, because it's actually not that hard anymore to record something or even to live stream it. Like, can you actually start blending those traditional one-off programs and presentations and getting them out to other people, possibly even people outside of your library? And I think that was kind of the biggest thought that I had. Just kind of an idea of like, what kind of things are libraries already doing that they've traditionally been doing that have now more of a possible digital impact or more of a possible digital route for usage and dissemination and things like that. I don't know. That's kind of all I had.
So you were almost kind of one of the questions was like, is digital innovative? And it was almost like you were kind of saying, yeah, why not?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, as technology progresses and, you know, as there's new platforms and all kinds of things, it actually becomes very easy to do a lot of these projects that may have seemed just too far away or too far, you know, too complicated and things like that. You know, obviously, any new thing is going to require more staff time, more effort. So, you know, it's definitely going to have to be a decision the library makes, you know, decision they want to go. But, you know, I mean, like I said, it's easy to live stream a program on Facebook. You can do that very easily. It's very easy to buy a microphone and get free software like Audacity and then get a free SoundCloud account, or even, you know, I think a SoundCloud account costs like $120 a year if you want to do the unlimited streaming. So you can start doing podcasts or start doing things like that, which I think will just continue to go. I mean, it'll continue to get cheaper and continue to do things like that. It'll continue to be easier for us to engage these kind of innovative things that, you know, we kind of, in a sense, just pull in from the larger culture around us. Yeah, I just think it's easy to see that, you know, I guess underlying all this is this assumption that I have about libraries, which is that the things we're doing are just inherently natural things that people do all the time anyway. And so there's nothing really new about these new technology and services. It's just things, there's new ways of doing things we're already doing, and we just need to be aware of that.
Got it. Okay, thanks. And yes, Sonia, the philosophy of libraries and library services is a great topic to explore. So I see that it is 3:29. Any last comments or questions on this one? Any other business and announcements anyone has to make? Then I'm supposed to ask for any public comment on any matter not contained in this agenda, but within the jurisdiction of the NAC.
How awesome Tracy Cook is for putting this meeting together.
Here, here. Well, thank you. We had some really good discussions today. Took a lot of food for thought to kind of process. I'm sure I'll be bringing back some more questions for you in March. I appreciate all your hard work. I know I make you work very hard, and I am appreciative of that. So thank you. And thanks for your time today. Just a reminder for those of you who are here, if you need travel reimbursement, please make sure I get your travel form so we can make sure that we get you paid. And with that, I guess I will see you in March. Hey, if not February for Library Legislative Day. And thank you to those of you who joined online. That is hard to do an all-day meeting online. So thank you as well.